This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadeen. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, Learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The first 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the first 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The first 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. Good morning, Mrs. Brown. Good morning, Dr. Stephen George. Doctor, do you pronounce your name as Carr or Kerr? I am Donya Bainbridge. I apologize.
Carr.
Carr. Okay. And Dr.
Today's
Brown
children
Johnson.
will become tomorrow's
Good
citizens.
morning. Welcome. Thank you for joining.
Good
morning. Good morning.
Foundation to healthy and productive lives. Our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Please stand for the national anthem.
Good morning. Welcome to day 3 of Professional Development Institute, PDI, and a special welcome to track 5, Technology in Early Childhood Development. I am your moderator, Donya MacDonald Bainbridge. Today in our workshops, our facilitators will highlight how to use information and communication technology to purposefully engage children in early childhood education in a way that delights them. You can look forward to listening to the following topics for today's discussion. Technology versus teachers. Can technology replace teachers? Safeguarding children in the online space. Computer skills, getting started. Integrating ICT for different learning styles. And let's get animated. You may type your question and comments in the chat. We encourage you to tweet about PDI 2022 and technology in early childhood development using the hashtags, hashtag ECC PDI 2022, hashtag YECD 2022, hashtag 12 Standards Matter. Tag us at ECCJA. Please remember to evaluate the PDI 2022 by completing the evaluation form. Remember, to do so, visit pdi.ecc.gov.jm. Scroll down to PDI Workshop Evaluation. Click on the link and then complete the form. Do enjoy this morning's presentations. Our first session for today is a plenary where our panelists will discuss the thought-provoking topic, technology versus teachers. Can technology replace teachers? A fundamental role for the teacher is to foster social learning, which involves interaction, discussion, and collaboration among students, creating a positive interpersonal learning environment. Technology can handle tasks that a teacher cannot do, whether through lack of time or resources, and can add real value to the classroom. This discussion will highlight that the teacher and technology is an essential partnership, requiring teachers to expand and maintain their knowledge of learning technologies in order to identify the digital learning tools which offer the greatest benefit to the children in their care. Our panel facilitator is Dr. Coretta Brown Johnson. Our co-facilitators are Dr. Stephen Kerr, Mrs. Tavina Brown, and Mr. Jovan Miller. Dr. Coretta Brown Johnson is currently an international consultant who has been in the youth services, intervention, psychology, and educational fields for over 25 years. She has worked as a government consultant for both the previous and present administration, as advisor to the then Prime Minister P.J. Patterson and the Bruce Golding administration. She was the remedial coordinator for the e-learning project in 2008 through the Office of the Prime Minister, a project whereby she was responsible for all the government high schools, 206 of them, inclusive of the special needs institutions, over 1 year. She has managed to fuse both her expertise and experience within the arts with her current field of psychology. She is currently the school psychologist for St. Peter and Paul Preparatory School, heading the guidance department, and recently served as acting vice principal for the institution in 2021. Previously trained by Kathy Levy through Little People and a previous member of the Ashe Ensemble, she is also the founder of a non-profit organization, 3PM International, and more recently, the Psych Institute, which specializes in youth services, training assessment, and behavior modification, intervention, and treatment, training, as well as other services. 3 p.m. has been endorsed by the Ministry of Education and the Social Development Commission. Through this camp process, she has trained over 1,500 HEART NTA and National Youth Service volunteers and certified some in applied behavioral interventions. Dr. Brown Johnson has worked with Jamaican institutions island-wide from the primary through to the college level, and also lectures at the Edna Manley College for the Visual and Performing Arts in Psychology and Education, Dance History, Fundamentals of Movement, and Body Therapies, and other courses. Dr. Brown Johnson has 2 children, 24 years and 21 years, and currently serves as a Justice of the Peace, commissioned in 2016. She is currently pursuing a master's in international law at Robert Kennedy College and the University of Cumbria. She is a member of the American Psychological Association, APA, American Dance Therapy Association, ADTA, American Society of Addiction Medicine, ASAM, virtual reality therapist, co-facilitator, Dr. Stephen George Kerr, recently completed groundbreaking PhD research on what makes for quality schools in Jamaica. He is a 3 times graduate of the University of the West Indies, Mona, and has spent the last 29 years in the field of education at the classroom and policy levels. He was recently employed in 2020 as a senior staff inspector at the National Education Inspectorate, NEI. And prior to this, he spent nearly 25 years at the Planning Institute of Jamaica, advising and reporting to the government of Jamaica on the education and training sectors. He is a trained primary school teacher and has worked for a number of years in an advisory capacity to the Early Childhood Commission. Welcome, Dr. Carr. Mrs. Tavina Brown currently works with the Early Childhood Commission, ECC, in the capacity of Early Childhood Development Supervisor in Region 7, Clarendon. Mrs. Brown started at the Early Childhood Commission as an inspector in 2017 and took on the role as Early Childhood Development Supervisor on November 15, 2021. Mrs. Brown has a bachelor's degree from the University of the West Indies in psychology with a minor in social policy and administration, and is currently pursuing a master's degree in management and educational leadership. She is a certified transformational coach and trainer who has worked in various roles in human resource development and training for over 6 years prior to being engaged at the Early Childhood Commission. She is guided by the belief that God has a plan and a purpose for each individual and allow all things to work together for our good. She is a mother of 3 boys who keep her grounded and who are the reason for everything she does. She grew up in the IEM ministries and is grateful for the foundation that has been set by the ministry. Welcome, Mrs. Brown. Jovan Miller is the founder of Polycloud Interactive, a gaming and animation studio that focuses on the creation of educational content at the early childhood and primary levels. Their latest project, Homework, is one such application that uses cartoons and games to aid learners to gain a better understanding of topics. Mr. Miller believes learning should be fun and interactive, not just for students, but also for teachers alike. The Caribbean people need Caribbean-built tools to solve Caribbean problems. This belief is at the heart of all content produced at Polycloud Interactive. Welcome, Mr. Miller. Thank you all for coming. Facilitators, you may go ahead and begin your session. Doctor?
I'm unmuting. Good morning.
Dr. Johnson? Yes,
yes,
sure.
yes.
Yes, we're hearing now.
Morning.
Certainly. Good morning to the most esteemed panel. My proposal is that technology certainly cannot replace the teacher in the classroom, but we need to have an integrated sense of how we educate our students. And so therefore, for example, for a teacher who may be weak in terms of planning and structure, technology can aid that process. Educationally, technology also provides a more interactive, more interesting process of getting information across to students, especially in today's world. So that's my opening piece. I invite my other facilitators to share.
Can I tell you my perspective? My perspective is based on a little boy who I spoke with 2 days ago at a primary school up in the hills of St. Elizabeth. And he used one word to me. He said visual. I couldn't understand what he was saying, but he wants to visualize. He wants to see the teacher. He feels that the teacher is in the room. He's looking at her expressions. He's learning along the way from that hidden curriculum. He wants to see the teacher, and the teacher wants to see the student. So the teacher, in seeing the student, will know that that student is not on the same page as the rest of the class. Or that student is in pain because he never had breakfast this morning. Or that student is sick. And so understand is that there is a permanent role for the teacher in the classroom because the affective domain, that part of teaching and learning could not be replaced, in my opinion, by technology.
Agreed. I totally agree with that. I do believe also in terms of even that child, if that child has any learning issues or challenges, because based on how he described, he's trying to say something. And so if he uses the technology, it could be a tablet, it could be anything, he could possibly type from the letters that are seen on the keyboard to communicate more effectively to you what he's trying to say. And so on the balance side of that as well, he would also need to learn to write the word because writing is not necessarily obsolete. And so the teacher in that regard could use both tools to assist his child to progress. I invite for other members to share their perspectives.
Good morning, Dr. Johnson.
Good morning.
Dr. Carr and Mr. Miller. I agree with the perspective shared, but I'd like to also add that my perspective is from the perspective of a parent, parent of boys especially. One of the things that I do with my kids is we have a movie night every Friday, and one of the movies we recently watched was The Mitchells versus the Machines. It's a movie about technology and about technology AI trying to take over the world. In the end, it took the efforts of this family to stop that takeover, and they recognized the value of each other. I use that in context of the role of a teacher. Technology does not currently have the capacity to interact with humans in a way that is meaningful and in a way that understands the specific needs of each person.
Right.
A teacher has that capacity. A teacher has the ability to get to know her students, to be able to differentiate them and to know what each student needs from him or her. Absolutely. And so I do not see technology being able to replace that ability.
Right, totally agree. And I want, before Jovan jumps in, because Jovan has a solution-oriented product, and I'm sure you have a lot of data that, you know, can speak to how effective that is or challenges therein. But in the area that I'm in, I see two ends of the spectrum. So for example, there's a challenge of the gifted student who may want to even move into things like robotics. They want to go into aviation simulation. There are students who may not even want to write. They want that pen on the phone or the tablet, you know, to get it done. And that may be even more stimulating. So in terms of that, Miss Brown, I agree that the technology can assist, but within that process on the other spectrum, you have the child who is lagging behind. The hands are weak. The processing may be, you know, slower, or they may have other remedial challenges. And so we have to bridge the gap. And especially having, we're still dealing with COVID, but with having been online for almost 2 years, there's that learning regression that took place in that environment. And so in that sense, the teacher is primary or has to be primary in trying to bridge that gap for the student who is way ahead and that student who we need to pull forward. It certainly cannot be done totally from a perspective of, okay, you sit and do that and you sit and do that. So Jovan, please jump in here.
All right, is everyone hearing me? Okay.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for your perspectives. I'm gonna play devil's advocate, right? And say technology can replace teaching, but not the teacher, right? Hear me out. Teaching, if you break it down, is a repetitive task. A teacher in grade 1 will always teach addition every year. Now, coming out of school, fresh, happy, great. After a while, it withers down and it becomes boring. That energy is translated to the child. I'm not really into this anymore. The child, after 5 years or the 5th generation, is like, okay, this isn't as fun. Technology has this wonderful ability of doing repetitive things and having, without the loss of enthusiasm, right? There's a question of how is it that you can do that? Okay, how can you teach a child? I think everyone can remember their grade. I can remember my grade 1, 2. I don't think I had a very good relationship with my grade 3 teacher, but I can remember most of them, right? But I can also remember Power Rangers. Okay, I can remember the cartoons I watched. So what if it is that these cartoons were the things that teach you? What if it is that, I mean, children spend like 6 hours a day at school. More so that if it is that they're at home playing on some electronic device, what if it is the time that they spent on the electronic device was geared towards learning? So that means whatever it is, what you would normally cover in a year, you know, from September to June, you could far outdo that because you're spending double the time on the lesson, right? So that's what I mean, like it can replace the teaching. The teacher, teaching for, I might be talking too long, stop me if I am. Teaching is a multifaceted job. It is, if you're a teacher, you're teaching, you're an administrator, you're doing social work, you're also counseling, you're doing all of this, right? So to all the teachers watching, thank you, you're doing a lot of work. I appreciate it, right? But in doing all of that work, it's just like when Uber came to Jamaica. Uber, for those who don't know, it's an app that allows you to, you know, you could open the app and get from point. It's a taxi app, really. It's from the United States. You can put in your location. Somebody who's a taxi Uber driver can pick you up and carry you to the location. There's an issue that Uber is going to take over the taxi industry. Uber doesn't take up the taxi industry. Taxi industry is still strong and thriving. But what if it is the taxi drivers use Uber as their main tool, right? So again, I don't think technology will take over the job as teacher, but teaching, it could easily. Somebody said, you know, paraphrasing, how can a computer tell, you know, if a child how is performing? Easily right now, we have a program where we have 5 questions, and within those 5 questions, every answer is tailored in a specific way. you have a picture of a boy holding a dog, and it says, what is the boy holding? And one is dog, clearly labeled as DOG. One is dog, DOOG. One is a cat, and one is I do not understand, right? If the child puts the first one, they have a firm understanding. If they put the second one, it's either between they understand the picture, but their spelling is poor, right? So then you put them in a queue that they need to improve their spelling. And I feel like I'm talking too much. I'm just going to let somebody else speak.
No, I don't. Well, I don't think you're playing devil's advocate so well, because I'm still leaning towards the value of the teacher being present, because listening to that, there is still the social emotional stuff, learning that must take place within the nuances of, assimilating the data, sifting and understanding. And so I would support that line of argument, maybe about 50%. It has value, 60%, I could say, because you can compile, much like how PEP is done, the marking of certain exams. You can ascertain based on a certain systematic process how well. However, there's a flip side of it. We are still human beings. Our children have to learn to interact. We have to model. Some things they do not learn just by reading and applying information and answers. There are other things to be effective in the world that they need to learn. And so I still lean to the effectiveness of having the teacher in there with the technology. I'd like to share, I saw a video recently, I don't know if any of you have seen it, where it's, you talked about Uber, Mr. Miller, and it was a car, what was it? A driverless car somewhere in the States. And so pretty much it's like a notch up from Uber. And there was a video being done by a social media person, and he was sharing the experience of getting into this vehicle. The vehicle actually advises him to put his seatbelt on, and he was really having a whale of a time reconciling that he's in a car and there's no driver. So pretty much it would be that type of experience, but then flipping it, it would be a child in the back seat with no teacher driving. How do they provide, how do they know where they're going to get from point A to point B to inform this machinery, however nicely tooled it is, or what you call it, exquisite of an experience it is. The child still needs information mapping to use the technology effectively. Questions, I would like to take the questions maybe later and have other members of the panel to share their perspectives, even based on Mr. Miller's. Jump in, guys, anytime. I mean,
so I'd like
if I could just say one thing before.
Okay.
Yeah, it was. Thank you, Ms. Brown. It was that. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you 100%. Even in that video that you had mentioned with this self-driving car, there was still someone who called him and said, "Hey, put on your seatbelt." And he's like, "How can you see me?" And the person is.
Didn't the car tell him? It informed
No, it was a person.
him, sir. Oh, well, I mean, yes, somebody behind the machinery.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, somebody. So there's always going to be a safeguard for people. Right. And in education, especially in early childhood, I totally agree. There needs to be someone there. But I'm saying education, teaching, not the teacher. Education can replace teaching, not the teacher. I started out by saying that. There will always have to be a safeguard. But I would like, some of us are very, skeptic about technology. When we say, can technology take over? We're like, oh no, it's coming for me. But I'm like, just like Uber, work with the technology, allow it to do its job. And unfortunately, this is for a topic for another time, but unfortunately, educators among other people, kind of had a bad shape because we've always been taking information from our bigger brother in the United States. It's not really culturally relevant. You're talking about snow and fall with autumn leaves, and you're like, what? But I digress. Please, Ms. Brown, I'm going to be quiet now.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. So I'd like to just add to the points that Dr. Johnson was making. COVID-19 gave us a real good opportunity to see how useful technology can be. But especially in early childhood, as a parent and as someone in the early childhood sector, what we found was that children 0 to 6 were not able to effectively benefit from the use of online classes because they needed the presence of the teacher. And not just the presence of the teacher, they needed a parent who would be there with them to guide them through the process and to assist them to complete the work. That to me gives us a really good idea of the importance of having somebody present with children, especially at the foundational level, because that's when they are learning about the world around them, about the technology that they're going to be using. And if they have not yet learned how to use the technology, how to manipulate the different platforms, then they're basically lost. So while technology is really a great tool because it can make your session interactive, I mean, there's just so much that you can learn from using technology. The presence of a teacher can never be reduced, or the importance of having a teacher can never be reduced. Technology is very, very useful and important in the learning process, but it's more beneficial to adults or young adults in the learning environment.
Agreed. Mr. Carr dropped off. Hopefully he'll rejoin us.
I'm back
I would
on.
like, oh, you're back? Okay.
Right, and I want to raise a point.
Yes.
It's a point stemming from a discussion I had on Teachers' Day recently. I did a stint with some 7th graders at Arden High. And I asked the same question. And I was in awe that 80% of them thought that they could get rid of their teachers. And I went around the room trying to find out why. And many of it had to do with some subjective behavior on the part of the teacher in terms of assessment, fairness, equity, the dragon inside that teacher that comes out all of a sudden. Technology don't have that dragon. And so understand is to say there's a set of kids, and those kids are self-directed learners. So they would have less challenge working totally with technology. I told them about a school in the US called High Tech High, where all you do is bring your laptop and you do projects and you get grades for projects done. And so the students were of the opinion that many of the subjects that they were doing could actually be done using technology. And the core subjects would require a teacher. But there are other subjects that they believe that they could go home easily and do the research, do the projects, pass this course without the use of a teacher. And that's about 80% of these kids. But these are very bright kids, probably the top 98 percentile of the school, of the students in Jamaica. These are very bright kids who believe that they could do without a teacher. And they had enough grounds to say, what you're teaching us, I could teach myself. But that's my little question.
I'd like to ask a question. Sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. Brown.
My question would be, in follow-up to that point, is if we were to assess those students later on when they become young adults, what would some of the challenges that we would find with them be in terms of how they deal with and interact with the people in their environment?
Right. I want to piggyback on that point and question Dr. Carr too, because what I was gonna say prior to Mrs. Brown sharing is that there are conversations that I have to have with students. And so one of the things we say, or I try to say, is that the technology is valuable, but the person behind the technology directs it. And so the morals, the ethics, the psyche, the emotional state, the boundaries, all of that directs the use of the technology. And so it leads into that assessment question as to what type of people would we be producing? Because in terms of our social structure, our society, I think there are schools here, maybe one or two that I'm aware of, that are technology driven in that sense. The child comes to school with their laptop and stuff, but they still have facilitators in place to assist them. However, I would be particularly interested in understanding how that setup would be, because you're right, we do have scenarios where maybe our teachers need more support, more training to kind of bridge the gap and understand how to integrate with the technology and reach these students so that we don't have a total hands-off of dealing with the teacher. And that's something to look at. But I always come back to it, especially when I'm having this conversation with 6-year-olds, and they want their tablets and who get vexed because, I'm not on my tablet long enough and the same type of thing. The thing is, how do they direct themselves? And then you have the flip side of that, the exposure online, the unmonitored stuff that affects children who are legally underage. That decision making, if something pops up, who is there directing that? Because you have that in our culture as well, where the exposure is there. So the balance, are we saying we should just allow a space where we hope that they make the right decisions? Again, I see a teacher or somebody has to be there to say, listen, because if we don't, where they will end up after that assessment, we may have some serious challenges to contend.
Let me just put in quickly that I'm a school inspector. Mm-hmm. and in a number of schools I've been to since the back to face, there are kids acting out. In every school, almost every school I go to, there are a number of kids who are acting out. And they're acting out with a sexual overtone. And it's our opinion that the technology have put some of these things into their heads, the violence, just kids just running up and down. It's as if they were locked in a space for too long. And here's go. And everybody's just jumping up and down.
Yes, no filters. I call it no filters, no regulators. It's like freedom.
And that teacher is involved.
Yes. Mr. Miller, you had something you wanted to say? It looks like you were burning in your chair just now to say something.
I have like 12 things I want to say.
Okay, well, say them.
You guys are so smart. I'm so happy to be here. All right,
we're Jamaican too and very smart. What namas? Of course.
Can I tell you that's one of the greatest things about us? All right, so I wanted to say this for later speaks, but Wakanda, I don't know if everybody watched the movie Black Panther, but Wakanda is where everyone says. Now Wakanda has a certain mineral that allows them to be super. I think Jamaica is like our Wakanda because if you put a Jamaican in a group of multinationals and you ask us to figure out something, if we really want to, we'll figure it out 2 times faster, right, than anyone else. So we have that resource. So what Mrs. Brown had said regarding COVID and our interactions with it, in that we needed help from parents and teachers. That is true, 100%. But what I think I'm suffering from what we do here, because we play alone with a lot of cartoons and games. The educational material, and I don't mean any disrespect, is boring, right? It's hard to have a child concentrate in class, much less have a child concentrate about class at home, at the place where they're supposed to be most relaxed and can play, right? And they don't really have to pay attention. And I think oftentimes we don't think of ourselves as kids. It's like somebody asking you to do work at home when you're paid to do work from 9 to 5, and them asking you to do work you don't want to do, right? So what if it is, again, technology, using what it is that they want to do as a tool? If it is that you told them to watch a cartoon to learn something, you think it would have been that difficult? Or to play a game, you think it would have been that difficult? As a matter of fact, you wouldn't even need the parent to be home. They probably would have been just like, mommy, I'm playing the game, leave me alone, I don't care, right? Agreed. So I agree with you that it had happened, but I'm just saying because we don't have, I don't think we have the resources were not put in place beforehand to allow that. And that's what we work on here, as you can see. But I think once that is there, it will be a lot easier. So I agree with you, but I mean, I don't think it was done the proper way. It was done quite haphazardly. There's something else I wanted to say, but I forgot it.
But before I get to that, I agree with you on that point. The minute I explain to them that what if we were to put gaming into the classroom, the whole classroom light up, that everything that they do at school could be done through gaming, they were all in favor of gaming as a tool for instruction. So I think your point is very valid.
I also agree because one of the things with boys is that their attention span is short. And I found that with my own children, the challenge I had was to have them sit there in front of the tablet for the whole day. And it just was an unreasonable ask of them. It was really unreasonable to ask a child to sit all day in front of a tablet, just going through stuff that was boring. So I do agree with you, Mr. Miller. We need to be able to integrate it in such a way that they find it interesting. I'm very surprised sometimes at the things my children know. I'm like, how do you know that? An example, my children were like, Mommy, did you know that Elon Musk is so-and-so and he was the founder of Tesla? And I'm like, okay then.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about children who are under 12 and they know a lot of stuff, and they know this because of, you know, the use of technology. So I do agree with Mr. Miller that if we are able to integrate it in such a way that it's fun and exciting and easy for them to understand, then I mean, we would see great changes and improvement in the amount of things that children learn. One of the things too is that sometimes we think that we have to spend a whole day saying something over and over for a child to get it, when you really don't need the whole day. You need to give them like 10 minutes, and if it's interesting and interactive, they'll get it.
Right. Well, I think COVID, in summing up all the points which are valid, coming from Mr. Miller's point, I do agree with you. My mind just goes to the how, because there are other variables, for example, teacher comfort with the use of the technology. Some people are just not comfortable interacting with this thing that my face going to show, and I have to write things and it is on the internet forever. It's a whole thing to navigate when you're trying to train, you know, teachers to say, let's do this lift, because COVID literally forced us to do that. And so now we're in that mindset and feel, but you still even now have people who are just not comfortable interfacing with even a phone, a base phone. So there is that.
Can I give you a joke on that? I went to a little school in Portland and was talking to the principal in a wrap-up meeting about what we found at the school. And we were talking about whether the school could be doing some things like Google Hangout and going into rooms and so forth. And the principal basically stopped me short to say, look, we got them to even go on to WhatsApp and Google. How dare you want me to put them into a room? The teachers we have here are not going to go into any room.
Indeed. And can I tell you, about maybe 5 years ago, pre-COVID, NASA, because NASA has programs that they invite students to come worldwide and interact, and they talk about, you know, technology, and they learn about space and all of this. And at that time, it was pretty novel. It was a novel thing to do. But the students then, I mean, I was the old fogey, so to speak, but the students then, it was, they were like NASA, they had this, I think it was Grace Kennedy, they have a thing where the board and you do puzzles on the smart board and stuff. And I'm looking at it going, but the students right away, to reinforce your point, Mr. Miller, they didn't have a problem working in teams and working out this thing with NASA facilitating. So you're right, the technology does have its value, but we have to bridge the gap, I believe, because there are things to regulate, there are nuances to move through. And when you're getting to early childhood and you're talking about brain development, social development, it's a whole other thing, as opposed to dealing with students at the high school level who have a better control in terms of regulating their own processes. So, I would think at the early childhood level, we would have to look at it differently. And then there is something that happens that we need to talk about. There is something that happens with the brain, because I have students sometimes who are actively shooting, doing the game thing while class is happening. So they're living it in real time. And so that says there's too much exposure. So we have a balancing act that is necessary as well when the brain is too saturated. Just like we have mass breaks, we may have to integrate technology breaks or something else, whether it's application and reinforcement or something else. But I'm just saying, when you get into the brain development process from 0 to 6 and 8 and so forth, as the brain is integrating its environment and stuff, it's a whole other process as opposed to when you're into pre-puberty and beyond. Yes, Mr. Miller, your hand is burning, and then we can probably take
it's on fire, man. It's on fire.
Okay.
Yeah, so I agree with you 100%. Especially, I think, well, what we have here is phone. What we have here is a scale. So yes, as they grow older, less interaction. So early childhood, definitely teacher interaction replaces teaching, not teacher. But as it goes up, for them to have that independent mind of learning. And to what Mrs. Brown said, when your child learn that stuff about Elon Musk, what I would like people to understand is that technology is not bad. Right? It is really wonderful. It's just that sometimes, especially where we are economically as a nation and as an individual, it seems like the bad outweigh the good. But again, that's because we're getting information from our bigger brother in the United States and Europe and so on and so forth. But yeah, the thing, what you said about about your son, it's reading, right? They read faster with it because now they have to read for information rather than you telling them what button to press. So the main thing I wanted to say though is at an early childhood, especially in this forum, I would like us to understand that we need to set guardrails for kids. Mm-hmm. We need to help them to understand technology. And I don't have kids, I'm sorry, but I would try to.
Why are you sorry? Take your time.
No, I'm a big kid, honestly. I think me having a child would be monstrous. But to set up guardrails to help them to understand that there needs to be a limit, because one of the things what we try to do here is to help people understand that technology can be a sickness in a way, in that you can get addicted to it. TikTok is a thing. People spend hours on it. So from an early stage, helping them to understand that, look, there needs to be a limit on what you do and what you watch, and help them within themselves understand where that limit is, rather than telling them. Like, have a discussion with them. I don't know how, you guys are the experts. But
yeah, I agree with that, because the self-regulation comes back in again. And I mean that my brain will go to a particular structure. So I'd want to see what that structure looks like. And then you reevaluate as you go along for what doesn't work, you reintegrate and stuff. So as we're moving through it, I mean, if we're going to talk about setting up a curriculum, because early childhood has a particular curriculum, there are markers, you have to meet those targets, or we would like our students to meet those targets. Just what that structure would look like, in terms, if we're looking at a national process to get that done. So we're saying it's possible. I'm certainly not disagreeing with you, and I don't hear the other panelists saying that they disagree. I think we can all agree that the teacher is not excluded from the process, and to the point where we're saying maybe the technology can replace the teacher. That's kind of over here, up in the air, because I really do not think the technology can replace the teacher, because you need the teacher to input the data into the technology anyway. So
the other thing I think that we need to look at the early childhood level, to what extent we could ensure that there's a laptop or a tablet per device for every child in this country. And that is not, that's not no way out task. That's easy. And I've been to school where donors have donated a tablet for every single child in the school, over 100 tablets. And I think it's possible. And so what we have found is that about 50% of our kids were denied access to education because of a lack of a device or sharing a device. And there are cases where the device belongs to the parent, and as such a child only gets on the device at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, when that parent gets back home. So we've had some scenarios that we think we could, if we want to get to that technology,
integration,
equilibrium, I could think. We have to think about how we get a tablet into every household, into every child's hand as part of this dementia.
Right. I think that the ministry had a drive at one point, if I recall, for teachers. And I'm not sure they had something as well, but then it's who can take it up. I'm not sure how effective it was across the board.
Right.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mrs. Brown. You had wanted to say something.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Johnson. So I'd like to also add, in addition to what Dr. Carr said, is that I think there are two things that we need to do to move away from the conversation of technology versus teacher. We need to focus on helping teachers to understand, appreciate, and use the technology to their advantages, because great teachers make great use of the technology to make their learning experience more beneficial. That's one. The other thing that we need to do is we also need to help teachers to develop better interpersonal skills. So focus on the psychological aspect of it. If we're using the technology to aid in the teaching process, the teacher will then have more time to develop those skills and to use those skills to help those students to become better individuals. So if we use those two things together, we would see great results.
Right. Then you have to get people to train and the principals on board.
Can I? Wait.
Yes, after you, Mr. Miller, if we can agree that we take one or two questions. From
sure.
Chat.
From long time, right? This has been my vision. Teachers should be facilitators of learning, not necessarily teaching learning. They have too many things on their plate already. What they should be doing is, our view here is to have the teacher be like a monitor, watching the child's, social skills teachers need to actually go through classes for social skills as well, because one bad teacher can actually just mess up a child completely. Similarly, our one good teacher can make a child extremely great at that age, right? But yeah, to have the teacher as a facilitator to watch the child, are you eating okay? How do you feel about this? For that feeling stuff that the computer cannot, it could, but it would take years to develop. But to take up, right? So I just wanted to set up.
Well, maybe not with a mind like yours and a couple of think tanks, and you throw Dr. Carr in there and Mrs. Brown, and you come up with some solutions, Mr. Miller, that can possibly be piloted and tested. One never knows. We may very well beat the years and water it down.
The students told me that the teacher liking them and they liking the teacher as an important component of learning. If you could get them to like you, chances are they like your subject. And so that that component came out in my Vox Pop at this high school. It matters to them whether the teacher like them or not. And it matters that they like the teacher. And if we get that component going, chances are we'll get better students and better learning.
One of the images that came up, agreed. One of the images that came up was when you talk about teachers being facilitators using the technology. My brain went to the confidence to do that. My brain went to other things that you again, would mitigate, but it's not impossible, because we have our systematic and historical approach to education, which is there as an overlay. And we tend to do what works and work with what works and not necessarily want to try something new, especially if we don't necessarily have the data to prove that it works. But sometimes you have to actively do that. You test it as you go. You integrate it, whether it's 10, 15%, Because at the end of the day, we all know when a teacher goes in the classroom, especially at the early childhood level, we're talking about that child must learn to read, you're talking phonics, you're talking sounds, you're talking, writing skills, all of that. And so you really have to rewire your brain into thinking about using tools to assist you in that process, especially if it's not structured or written to say, write it this way or do it that way. It's a certain way to teach and train that allows for that type of problem solving integration on the go. Because there's that. Because sometimes the technology might fail you, or it might not be, there. Because that's a challenge I have. That's how I actually pulled in virtual reality in treatment, because I found talking after a while, these students are seeing gaming. They're seeing it in 3D, 5D. I mean, I remember sitting down a few weeks ago and I'm looking at the screen and I'm like, so how we're going to reach them if when they're looking at these real life characters in real time that literally look like you and I know on the screen. And that's the interaction they're having in the gaming world. So when they come out, you're right, they're going to look at us like, it's what kind of boring thing this? And so we have to figure out how to, if the brain has already been exposed to that, it's kind of something we have to deal with. And some teachers don't even know they're dealing with that. So there's all of that going on as well. Can we take a question, Ms. Bainbridge, from the chat? We can take a question or two now.
Okay, Dr. Brown Johnson, there are no questions. However, there are some comments. There are some comments from our attendees. So Shireen Fletcher stated that she loved technology in early childhood, where it's the foundation stage, but they need physical interactions. Miss Shernette McFarlane stated that technology versus teacher is a no-no for the early childhood level. However, technology plus teacher will work effectively. She goes on to say that gaming works well in early childhood education. The children learn best when songs, games, etc. are integrated in the lesson. And we have a lot of persons, stating that the discussion is interesting and they're enjoying it. They're agreeing with many of the points made.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you for that. So hopefully we'll have a question or two that comes up to pick the fabulous brains on this panel, because trust me, I'd love to see a think tank and what we come up with when we're done to make a proposal. This is what could be piloted. Yes, Dr. Carr.
I went to a school recently, and the class only came alive when the teacher got to assessment. She brought out quizzes, and the students were so excited. It's like a light bulb went off. Everybody was so excited. Quizzes time. And I think that the schools that integrate and infuse technology into teaching are doing better than other schools. There's schools that are basically using technology as a PowerPoint. They're using technology to discuss questioning. Those who infuse technology into assessment, into the engagement activity, all these music and games and all of these things are going to be very important if we want to make wave in this education field.
Agreed. We're at a pivotal, well, we are beyond the pivotal. We're kind of in that place now where we have to find the solutions and quickly to bridge the gaps, because there have been gaps created. We have gaps dealing with now that we're trying to fuse and fix. And so we do need some technological solutions that can help us quickly.
And last, my other pet peeve is that many of the schools I have been to have no internet facility, no Wi-Fi. Many of them data, they can't afford the data. Technology is missing from many of our schools.
Yes, it's rough. It's rough out there for sure. I mean, I've reached a point now where I have to think about if I'm moving into a session, I have my phone. I mean, there may or may not be a student on Zoom, but we try to ask for things that you have to well, sometimes I leave it to the grade sixers. They put my phone, put it on the smart TV thing, Mr. Miller, you know that thing. And what you call it, display. And so I go on, I can literally do a session from my phone, and they are in the process assisting. And so now it's almost, when you go back to, like, I definitely sometimes need to have a session without anything. And that in itself becomes a challenge, because you have to rein the minds back in to say, listen, we have to deal with this, we have to focus. So again, it's a balancing act, but it is a real valuable tool, I do believe.
And if I may.
Sorry, I think Mr. Miller was first, Mrs. Brown.
Okay.
Or you want to allow the lady to go first? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Miller. I'd like to add that it is it's necessary, because we are in the in the fifth industrial revolution. Fifth, right? Which is fourth industrial revolution,
right? Which
is the use of technology. And so everything is online. Everything is on your phone, your banking, your basically your life is on your phone. Everything now incorporates technology. So you have to become comfortable with using the technology, with knowing the technology. You have to be able to integrate it into the teaching and learning process, because this is the world that our children are going into. And so we have to start to equip them to be able to use that technology, to be comfortable with that technology.
Right.
So it's necessary.
Absolutely. Mr. Miller, thank you, Mrs. Brown. And can I, before you speak, Jovan, can I ask if we are to provide like a mini template for even the people listening in their classrooms, island-wide, Caribbean-wide, because this is live, worldwide, a mini template of things to do if we're looking at bridging this gap, things we can do, suggestions we can make past the discussion, real applicable things. Go ahead, Mr. Miller.
I'm very happy that you brought that forward, actually.
Okay.
That's brilliant. For the teachers out there that are listening to this, some of us are afraid of technology, and I can understand. Again, I say it's because we kind of had a bad shake. What I believe, and this is my personal belief, is that we have unique problems here that can only be solved with the thinking that is here, right? So don't feel bad if you don't really get Zoom or you don't really get certain stuff. It's from somebody else who built it. Yes, it was meant that everybody could understand it, but don't feel bad, right? You kind of got a bad shake. All of these right now, it's kind of like the Wild West with technology. Some people using IXL, some people using ABC Mo, some people using all of these different stuff. I think what needs to be done is that you have one integrated system that I would say a Caribbean system that speaks to the needs of all the interested or the invested parties, right? So every grade one teacher throughout the whole Caribbean using one general system, and everybody understand what this one thing means altogether. But ultimately, don't feel bad. Technology is hard. I went on a chat the other day using this new web portal. I program, right? Web something, and I could not start the mic for the love of God. And I program, right? Could not find the mic. Somebody had to guide me through it. It was so embarrassing, but we all have our problems with technology. So just letting you know, we're all novices in a way.
Right, and sometimes it's troubleshooting on the spot. You just say, well, students, give me a second, or allow a moment or something, because the reality is we can't always vouch for the technology, the light to be on, the internet to be up. So it's always good to have that. If I can offer that, once we understand and are clear that the technology is not going away to make us comfortable, it's a part of this process now. And so just like when you're doing a plan, you should have a tiered plan with the technology use integrated in that to apply to whatever lesson or process. because you now have to be thinking in those terms to understand that, okay, even if a student may or may not have a tablet, there is exposure. Just driving down the road with all of those signage that you see, advertisement, that's there. So the stimulation is there. If something international is happening, it's broadcast from half a tree square. So we know that we're using the technology in our social and daily lives. Yes, and Mrs. Brown, Dr. Carr, you want to add the template we're building to share?
Let me tell you about my template. Meaning I actually done something for this particular presentation, and a number of things that I wanted to state. So one of the things that we found was that in the US, a study done by Harvard University Center for Educational Policy Research showed that there were learning loss, even among those schools that had high technology. Right. So understand this to say learning loss is going to be something that we have to deal with, even so in Jamaica. And I've seen it in schools. Kids forget 3 times table. Kids who ought to know 3 times table. And so understand this to say that there's going to be need for some catch-up intervention. That how we bridge that gap between 2020 and 2022, there has to be some schema that looks at how we catch up, some catch-up intervention, either summer school, early morning school, evening school, but some way with some recognized, suitable, qualified staff to help students to bridge that gap. And that gap is right across the world. And so that's one of the things that I wanted to look at. The whole idea of technology also, that we tend to think of technology as WhatsApp, PowerPoint, Google Meet, the regular, Zoom. But within the almost every single subject has a theme of applications that we could borrow from to help us. And I had a whole slew of them, Quizlet, Quizzing, you name it. There are a number of programs that we could actually use and to engage students. And then you know about the JTC. The JTC went around this country and trained teachers in how to use Google Meet and Zoom. Here's a schedule that they would go in to teach all of these applications, all of these advanced infusion of technology to enhance the learning process. That could be another segue. The other thing is professional learning communities. There is a program in Jamaica called QECs, Quality Education Circles, how we get more of those going to help teachers at varying levels to interface with technology. And I don't know if you know, in Jamaica, we had an education reform report led by, what's his name? Professor
Patterson.
And there's some recommendations coming out of that report that needs to be implemented speedily if we're going to make any headway in Jamaica, especially with early childhood, at the early childhood level. And I know for kids with special needs, there has to be interventions to get coaches, what they call them again, not helpers, shadows. How we get more shadows in our school.
And shadows, yes.
Right, because there are kids in our school. I went to a school recently, I saw a kid come alive with a shadow beside him, helping him to say ABC. That's all he knew. But the fact that he was able to say it, his face turned red, turned blue. And so here is it now. We think that there's a space for suitable qualified staff, the catch-up intervention, customized tutoring. And even the same computer, the same technology could provide an opportunity for some customized tutoring. Because the assessment will tell you what went wrong, but the assessment will not tell you how to get that thing corrected. I don't think technology can do that. And so what we need to look at is for every child having some sort of, what they call them, special education plan that would bring that child from where they are to where they're going to be. Thank you very much.
Right. So thank you, Dr. Carr. So like an IEP.
Right.
Which is an independent, right. So after the assessment, when you're getting into special needs, so you have an independent educational plan. And so I'm actually literally involved in processes like that now, bi-coastally. So you have tutors in the US who are helping students here. And the tutor, after the student comes from school, we have a local tutor who is online with that particular student, who assists with homework, and this student already have self-regulation and behavioral issues. So when you're talking about a shadow, sorry, you're talking about sometimes we have to train. And so usually we take people who have some ABA, applied behavioral analysis experience, or some early childhood education and training, because that helps to make the training process in terms of application. So that's something that's literally happening right now because of the challenges that are created from the same thing you talked about earlier, Dr. Carr, which is that when the student who doesn't self-regulate well, have no sense of boundaries with that, and then we say, go, it's time to go face to face, and it's now a whole plethora of socialization plus that they have to deal with, and the behavior goes completely awry. So you have to try and rein that in. And so I totally agree with that. We really need to look at how we train support systems to assist. I also want to share that recently I had a hearing impaired, a deaf student, in one of the movement therapy classes that I lecture in. And that was also another phenomenal experience. When the interpreter wasn't there, Mr. Miller, I had to try to go to Google Apps to download something that's while I'm speaking, I'm speaking, and then I'm trying to show the student what I'm saying. And then all the students in the class were acclimatized to signing for the student who was hearing impaired. So the possibilities for the integration of technology, it's vast. And I'm talking about in real time now, having to deal with that. So Dr. Carr, that's a very poignant point we want to send home. Mrs. Brown, you wanted to say something? Sounds if you just looked like you were our Mr. Q for you to say something.
I had a few thoughts.
And then we have a question from the viewers. Go ahead.
Okay, I had a few thoughts about the template and how we're gonna approach the integration of technology. Maybe it's a little devil's advocate, I'm not sure, but I wanted us to think about looking at what we teach and how we teach. And also in that process, to look at countries like Finland and Japan, who focus heavily in the early age on teaching children social skills and, just how to live in the world, how to be a person, practical, applicable things. So I think that's something that we could also take into consideration. What is important for our children, especially our children 0 to 6, to know, to give them a real solid foundation for when they move on to the next level.
Right, absolutely, absolutely. And can I just repeat that word for word and quote Mrs. Brown? What is it that our 0 to 6, well, they're in school at about 3, need to know? And that need to know flips into social, emotional, educational, all of the L's in terms of a whole view of this child, what they need to know. And then we have to also apply our own cultural setting that filters into the international setting, because in Jamaica, 0 to 6 is not as 0 to 6 in another country. And so we also have to put that in. So totally sold there. Dr. Carr said, play, play, play. Is that you, Dr. Carr? Dr. Carr, you're saying play, play, play.
Play.
And play with structure. Play with structure. Integrate. Play. Okay.
Play.
Miss Shireen Fletcher has a question, Miss Bainbridge.
Yes, she does.
But
so
go ahead, please.
So Miss Shireen Fletcher is asking, what should a teacher do to not let her children feel that anything is wrong with using technology to learn? Yes, that's the question.
Co-facilitators, anybody? I will be silent on that one and allow. Thank you, Miss Bainbridge and Miss Shireen Fletcher for that question.
We have a culture in Jamaica that says that technology shouldn't be in the school. We have schools that confiscate technology at the gate. I've been to many schools where kids can't. I've been to a school yesterday where kids were actually looking at homophones in the classroom using their own device. The schools that encourage technology won't have any problems with this because it's a way of life. Technology is encouraged.
So it's modeled.
I was just about to add that.
Okay.
You have to model the appreciation for technology. So as a teacher, you yourself have to begin to incorporate the technology and in order to help the students to know that technology is important, because children they respond based on our cues.
Absolutely. Mr. Miller, anything to share?
I would ditto what Mrs. Brown said. I go off the bat of just children just love technology because it's there. It's just always going to be there. I think the difficulty is reining them in. Again, we do not have a child. But what was guided me was that to always just have a conversation with them and let them understand that, yeah, this is fun, but time and place. Like time and place. Like you don't need to be on this all the time, you know. And I'm saying this as a game developer who wants it to be on the device, but time and place. So yeah, this is just how you rein them back and to have a conversation, not straight up tell them no and then have them question, wait, why? I don't understand. But again, to speak, dialogue. And I think, yeah, that would help.
One of the approaches I take is what I would like to coin informed empowerment, in quotes, because you have students who are interacting with certain social platforms and they don't even know the legal age to be on there. They don't know that their parents should know or be privy to seeing what they're doing. And so as a teacher, this is a discussion, like Mr. Miller just said, to have, because I think if we inform our students about what they're using. So for example, TikTok, I mean, I don't use TikTok right now because it's a production to go on TikTok. It takes time, right? And so a lot of these social platforms, the legal age of interaction is 13 years old. Do parents know this? Do our students know this? Because again, if you are on a platform and you're not 13 and you're 6, 7, and 8, there is risk. And so responsibility comes in as you're modeling. So, you know, you're a teacher in the classroom, you have your phone. It's not expected that you're on the phone while you're trying to teach. That's a type of modeling as well. You're, like Mr. Miller said, restraint. You're teaching responsible behavior as you are interacting with the device and having these conversations. Because I will say, so who is on TikTok and who is on WhatsApp and who is on, and you'd be surprised to know who has a YouTube channel. And when they have time, they go home and they're interacting. Some have their own Zoom meetings. I was privy to that. Yes, students having their own Zoom meetings without parental or teacher involvement. So it's a conversation, it's modeling, it's helping them to understand. So like, for example, another conversation I was having was, do you know your address? When you're online playing Roadblocks, do you use your real name? Some say, well, I use, no, not my real name. Do you put your address in? How do you sign up for these things? You need an email. What you doing with email? Who talks to you? These are the types of, because this is really what happens. And so somebody might say, my mother signed me up and my mother is on it. Okay, as long as mommy and daddy knows, somebody responsible can be monitoring that. But to sign up for these platforms, you have to input data and information that a child's 0 to 8 should not really have access and be privy to. And so this type of thing Sorry?
I'm agreeing with you.
Yes.
I have a 12-year-old. If I don't rein him in, he'll spend the whole day.
Yeah.
TikToking, you name it, he's everywhere.
So play still important, Dr. Carr. Play outside too if you can. If you can,
right.
Do something physical, you know, because you still are developing and you don't want to lose that side of the health structure. Yes, Mr. Miller.
Let me just say though, I understand the concerns as I made them, but I like to see the positive in everything. The fact that they can sign up for TikTok is good. Not that they do sign up for TikTok, but they have the understanding of username, password, your age, because usually they have to lie about the age because it has this wheel where you have to be born. So I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying let's see the silver lining here. And again, technology is
not
good.
Killing the silver lining. Just answering the question to say.
No. I just letting it be known that the good thing is at a young age they can navigate the internet. And I commend the ECC for doing this because if the children can navigate the internet, but we can't, we're going to be taken for fools easily. They're going to outsmart us, right?
And they look at you like, yeah, man, or they flip the page quickly. Yes.
So, I mean, it's really important. Again, great job, ECC, for doing this. Diaspora, great job. Because we, I'm not as profound educators as you guys, but as kind of educators, we need to be on top of stuff because if we're not, they're going to take us for fools easily. Quickly.
Yes, and who are they? I always said to the 8-year-olds, you're going to be 18 in 10 years. What type of adult are you going to be? You know, and then if you have the students who are highly exposed, they need better self-regulation or we're going to have criminals on our hands. So there is that. So you want to be modeling and teaching as you're going along to not, as you're saying, to instill fear, but to say there's value here, but there's also responsibility. And people who are under 18, somebody is responsible for you, and you can get that person in trouble if you do foolishness online.
And so what Mrs. Brown said, that, I mean, again, I think it is the thing of what Japan does and Finland does is that they don't really look on the world, they kind of do their own thing, which is what I think we should do. From that age, from this early age, to instill what is right, what is wrong, ethics, extremely important. I just needed to big up Mrs. Brown again for saying it. It's extremely important. I digress, Ms. Brown, please continue.
I have a question. Who are the young minds with the technical knowledge? Because in terms of our social cultural environment, locally and Caribbean wide, and it's a question because you're one that I'm aware of now, but who are the people, the go-to people? So for example, if a school wants to set up a particular type, like what we're talking about with the sheet, how does a school at the varied levels transition from no internet, like Dr. Carr has raised the challenges there, to a space that integrates on some level, any level, the technological approach that we're talking about. And so it doesn't become a teacher versus, but a teacher plus, as somebody had said, and we were alluding to earlier. Who are the go-to?
Can I, to answer that question, make the application offline. That's it. The only problem is having a tablet for each teacher, or having a tablet that you can share.
Can you say that again, Mr. Miller? My brain missed that piece.
Your brain missed it?
The application
offline.
Yes, just break it down.
Okay, so you can have I'm giving you company secrets. You can have two types of applications, right? Yes. You can have, it's fine. You can have applications where it's online, right? Where you have access to the internet, because what the internet is really everybody's computer connected to one thing. Cool? And you can have offline where you are not connected to the internet, but activities still go on. A lot of us don't have data, but our phones still work, right? A lot of us don't have SIMs, but we're not SIMs, but our SIMs are cut off. But and our phones still work. Just have an application that is similar to that within schools that they can use. So just as what Dr. Kerr was saying, yeah, that quiz thing, have it.
Quizzes.com, right?
Right, just have it offline. So just have a system within itself that, I'm going into code mode right now. You can create a system in itself that has something where you can count the amount of participants, maybe 4, and then for those 4 participants or those 4 teams, you divide the class into 4, and then you have them have it works within that setting. It's not rocket science. The thing is, what I was saying, we interpret everything from Big Brother. Big Brother has internet, right? United States have internet. Everybody over there, well, not everybody, but most people have internet. What we need are solutions built by us. Right. Not self-advertising. I'm saying this for anybody who's can build stuff. Teachers as well, because you have the key for us to build these things. Solutions that are built by us for us. So just build the application offline, right?
Okay, so from a layman's term, I'm integrating as you're speaking as well. For a teacher who may have a tablet or a laptop and they don't have access to the internet, I guess they would have to download the application from the internet prior to, is that what you're saying? And
right.
Then use it offline. They can even use it in the classroom, maybe project on a projector or something. Or if the other students have devices or not, there's still the ability to run that program offline.
Right, exactly. So what would happen is the teacher, the only thing is that the teacher has to do I'm not going to say extra work, but the teacher is the controller of the game. So if the group number 1 gets it right, teacher says, okay, group number 1 gets it right, and it goes up on the board and everyone sees it. So yeah,
that's one thing. So is this applicable like for a class dojo, or you have, I've had some written down, they're not coming. You have quizzes, class dojo, word quiz with audio. That's one I use to just get, like a screening with kids to understand if they're hearing the words and articulating it properly. So you're saying these programs that are available can be adapted to run offline?
Yes, okay. Yes.
I didn't know that. Just so you know, I just used to think you need the internet.
No.
More interactive online. And, you kind of, so I never even had the perspective that you could run quizzes offline without the internet per se.
You see, and exactly. And this is like what I'm saying. There's a lot of stuff out there that we have, I'm not going to say access to, but that we can do. But because we are just receiving information from, other sources, we're just like, oh, we have to do it like this. We have to teach like this. So when you say quizzes and stuff like that, we don't really use quizzes in the normal sense. We use like, you have to run around and jump, find something, and then you have to answer like which number is missing, and it gives you a list of numbers with no one missing, and you have to something there. So it's a quiz, but to the child, it's not really seen as a quiz. It's like I'm playing a game, right? So again, it's just like your imagination, let it go wild, come up with something, and then the problem is that's what you said, who can build it?
Person. Right. So you may not even notice that you're not online, or it doesn't matter because it's already downloaded and the process is there, and managed.
And then the application, it can work offline, but then when you get the internet, it just uploads everything once you have access to the internet.
Got you. Ms. Bainbridge, how are we on time, please? With this group of panelists, we can possibly go for hours.
We are
just warming up, and Mrs. Brown and Mr. Miller. So
yes, we're doing well on time. We can go for a few more minutes.
Okay, great. So that is very poignant. I really like that. And so is there anything else? I'm picking your brain, Jovan, without giving away company secrets, because again, in trying to provide solutions for a teacher based on even the challenges expressed, and it's a reality here in Jamaica and the Caribbean, I'm sure, so for example, if light goes away, we know that's a challenge. We can talk about solar and other stuff. But then this, what you just shared, is important, that as an option, you can take the process offline. Is there anything else that comes to mind?
Offline and also including play. It's very interesting how I say having a game that includes play. And when I say play, I mean running outside. So this is why I said, like, what there needs to be, what I believe there needs to be, is one central learning platform that everybody is onto, that everybody can just be like, okay, and I pick this for my class, and then everybody's good, right? Including play, meaning, and this is specifically for early childhood, is having a quiz, but actually having physical stuff, like having blocks outside and including technology with that. I mean, it could be as simple as the team of the 4 teams, and the team that runs outside and picks up in a responsible way, runs outside, picks up the red block, right? And then picks up the yellow sphere and comes back here and answers this question, gets a point, right? That way you're including technology, but you're also including play, right? Reasoning skills, you have to know shapes. Reasoning skills, you have to know colors, right? So just including all of that within, it doesn't, I think we get locked into technology as only like software, and not think about it as a tool to be used to do other stuff, right? So
so breaking that down, you have the program, let us say, well, just since we talked about quizzes, and then you shared another program that sounds like math. Was that math? Using like math application, missing numbers. So that's a program that doesn't need to necessarily run online, right? And then leaving the classroom now and have a simulated setup for application of what was just experienced technologically. That's what you just described, right? Just
essentially. I'm just saying, like, technology doesn't have to be totally on the device. It can be, them running out and using technology as what it is, as an aid to the teacher, but just making it more fun, letting them use the muscle, because muscle memory is actually, I think, like, if you sit down in class all day and you read something, it's hard, but if you stand up and you dance, you're going to remember it, right? So to just have that movement along with it. It goes a long way, and it is definitely possible. It is, and when I say teacher, what I would like to see is teachers as facilitators, is teachers facilitating this, thinking outside of the box and thinking about what can I do, rather than thinking about my class passing or failing and administrative work and all of that jazz. Just having technology take care of the teaching aspect, and you take care of everything else, and having more time for everything else that really impacts the child in a meaningful way.
Great. That sounds so awesome. You're setting my brain on fire, because I'm just seeing like, okay, that being applied in our process. And then, the book, well, not that the books are not important. We can try to pull some of that information and apply it. And can you imagine, like, just having a hub, which is a class of students interacting like that, and just a teacher facilitating? We have a question. Sandra White wants to know if these apps or things we're talking about, like quizzes, are downloadable for free. Anyone wants to share? I know quizzes, you just type in quizzes.com and you sign up for it, and you can manage your students' interaction from there. So that's quizzes.com, QUIZZES, if that's how we pronounce Z or Z, .com. We have Class Dojo, which I know is a tool. Classdojo.com is definitely a tool I know a lot of schools are using now to manage their student population, because it allows you to do that. And each teacher has their own class, and you can actually give the students token based on work, and you can send homework on it, and actually even upload PowerPoints and different things. So it's very effective for a school management system and a class management process. Any other apps or data anybody wants to share? I talked about word quiz with audio. You can just type in word quiz with audio. What it does it's pretty much, it has grade levels and it vocalizes the word for the student. So it can be a reinforcement tool. Any other?
I saw a couple and I've sent them to the ECC already. One is called Playground 1. One is called Scavenger Hunt for Kids. One is called Story Dice. And one is called Community Helpers. These are all free apps that can be used. When I teach a class of social studies who are community helpers, this app called Community Helpers help.
There you go. Thank you, Dr. Carr. And you shared that you saw a game recently where bowling was twinned with
so the kids
were
bowling in the classroom. So their pins set up, the kids bowl. Based on the number of pins they hit down, they'd come to the board and identify 2 words on the board, spell the word, give a meaning for it, and put it in a sentence. But I thought it was fun.
Yes. Any other apps come to mind, Mrs. Brown or Mr. Miller?
IXL is one that is free, to my understanding. I don't want to advertise mine because it's kind of buggy. But the IXL is the main one that I can think of right now that has that kind of gamification type of thing going on.
Right. Anyone you know of, Mrs. Brown? I'm trying to see. I have some on my phone that you want to share.
None comes to mind right now, but I did have a point I wanted to add.
Sure.
That relates to the point of discussion that we were having in relation to children using apps that they are not age appropriate for. I just wanted to add that most of the apps have the age requirements, and so one of the things that's important is for parents to know what apps they can use to manage their kids' devices. Google has their own family link that can be used to manage the app. And when you use family link, it restricts all the information that the child has access to based on their age. So the majority of apps do have an age restriction, and if parents know how to properly use them, it's very simple. All you have to do is create an email for your child and put in that child's age, and the rest of things is easier because it will ask you to approve apps based on the age limit. So we have to also teach parents their responsibility in managing the technology and how to use the apps and the programs in a way that is age appropriate for their children.
Right. That's an absolute must. Absolute must.
Okay, so I'm gonna mine is a little bit buggy, but it's homework club, like not homework, check out the R, but it's homework club. It's for 3 to 7, but it's not finished. So if you play it, if it crashes, it's fine. You're not going to destroy your phone or anything. It's just that it
homework. Say that again. Home.
HOMEWOK.
Okay.
Homework.
Okay. Homework.com.
Yeah, club. Yeah, and you can have a. There are a few ones that are there that you can play well. So have fun.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Carr, please some others. I see Kahoot. No, Kahoot. You have Pear Deck, PEARDEC, Ed Puzzle. I know of Ed Puzzle that allows you to create puzzles and share puzzles. Quiz Maker, and we talked about quizzes for children before. And the quizzes.com usually can be managed by the teacher. I mean, if you do your own research online as well, you certainly can find free things, free sites, free programs that can be utilized with fusing the technological process in education. Any other questions? Okay, Lisa Ray has a comment. Is that Lisa?
Yes, that's Lisa Ray.
Okay.
She commented to say that children are already exposed to gaming. So it is important that teachers meet them where they are by providing motivating lessons through the use of technology.
Agreed, Lisa Ray. Thank you for that. I do think we're agreeing vehemently with that point from the beginning. And we're really trying to share ways in which that can be done. So absolutely agreed. I think, homework club. I think we shared that already. Mr. Miller, thank you. So looking at the template now, the template long, I think we're up to what, 5 pages? This looks like 5 to 7 pages already in terms of how to share, solutions that teachers can use even worldwide in different jurisdictions to help their students to bridge the technology gap and to create solutions in the classroom. And we're actually agreeing, I think we have all agreed, that we cannot totally get rid of the teacher at this point. The teacher is vital in the process, but the teacher plus the technology is where we would like to see the process evolve to, in terms of using the technology as a facilitator within the educational setting. And so we have reinforced that play is important. You can't leave out the play, especially at the early childhood level. That's very important. Learn to play to learn. Children learn a lot when we integrate play in their process. Enhancement, yes, Dr. Carr. Enhancement, not replacement. So we are all agreeing that there's no way we can say no to the teacher and just leave the children in a classroom with the technology and say, okay, do your thing, do question 1 to 10 or learn the ABC here. I'm not sure what that room would look like when we go back, especially if they're totally unregulated. We'd probably have to be watching and giving cues from outside, which again means that somebody has to be there and the teacher is vital to that process. Any other final comments, final gems of knowledge and information to share? We have a few minutes left. Actually, 7 minutes, 7 to 8 minutes that we'd like to close out the discussion. If there are any more questions from our viewers, that would be great before we close out. Any other comments to share, great as well. So yes, Ms. Bainbridge.
I am not seeing any more in the chat, not as yet.
Okay, thank you. All right, so esteemed co-facilitators, please, going to my right, Mrs. Brown, you want to share any final poignant and parting comments?
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. I really this was a very rich discussion, really loved and appreciated it. And it just brought to the fore the importance of us embracing the technology in a way that helps us to understand that it's when we embrace the technology and get our teachers to effectively use the technology that we benefit the most, because again, technology is here to stay and our children are going into a world that is just characterized by the use of technology. So we must embrace it and recognize recognize the importance of teachers. You can never replace that human interaction. When God created us, he saw that Adam needed that human interaction. And so he created someone to do that. In the same way, we do need that human interaction in the teaching and learning process.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Brown. Totally agreed there. Dr. Carr?
I think that what we're trying to do is possible. It's going to require resources, enabled resources, either from the private sector, the government. I've been to a number of schools where the past students have taken over. Past students are donating all kinds of technology, getting internet into the schools. They're so caught up with getting the school placed on the technology map. And as such, I think that with getting those resources, enabling those resources, is going to be critical if we want to enable technology in all our schools. And that's not a reality, I can tell you, in many of our schools. And so the government, the private sector, the past student association, the boards of these schools, how can they impact the resources, the technology? Training of teachers is going to be very important. I think the teachers are trainable. I think the applications are out there. People just don't know about them. And so how we get technology into the classroom, how we get technology infused in the classroom. The school that my son goes at, I can tell if he's in a class right now or not by going into an app that tells me he's in a class, he's in the back of the class. I can see him in the back of the class. That technology, infusing technology in our schooling system is going to be very important. And so those are my few thoughts, how we get resources into the school. And there's a concept I have, it's called, it's more like a moral purpose. Somebody has to see that moral purpose, that things are not the same. COVID has changed the landscape. And how somebody with a moral purpose understand that the requisite resources have to be put in place, teachers have to be trained, and we can do this one school at a time. That's my thought.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yes, Mr. Miller, you have the floor. Thank you,
I'll make it
Dr.
quick.
Carr. No, you don't. I'm not rushing you. We have like 4 minutes.
I feel like, oh, okay. One, I'd like to point out, ECC, thank you very much. You guys are awesome for having this. Two, teachers, you guys, during the pandemic, you're brilliant. During the pandemic, you all came up with a system of using WhatsApp, which was not used anywhere else in the world, right? You all came up with a system like that. So I think the problem that we have, yes, are resources, but also out of the box thinking, right? Unfortunately, we've been formalized to think in a certain way. You all have proven that you don't have to be in that box anymore. Y'all rip it up, right? So it's just to come up with ways to, well, as I Caribbean people fixing Caribbean problems using Caribbean stuff. You all can do it. It's just to think differently. And once you think differently, I feel as though sky's the limit. Two, so please understand that everything that you do is being monitored by kids. Everything, they look up to you like almost mini gods-ish in a way. So if you do bad in something, they're gonna probably be like, it's okay. So just be a little bit careful around them. Thank God I'm not you guys, because y'all have so much. I don't even know if you understand how much of a responsibility you guys have. Be careful about what you do and about what you say, because it really gravitates to the future. Again, I remember my grade 1, grade 2, grade 3 teacher easily and everything that they taught me. So keep up the good work. Thank you all so much. You guys are so smart. I digress.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. And you're just, you keep saying we're smart. I think you're just as smart to be doing what you're doing, you know, and thanks for that. And the word or the phrase, I tend to do catchphrases when, you know, I pull it all down. I hear you say flexibility with grounding, you know, having that flexibility of mind to apply the technology in novel ways, you know, and also to have the grounding, which brings in what Mrs. Brown said, the morals, the ethics, the values, as Dr. Carr talked about as well, in terms of its application, the modeling. So we're all saying and agreeing that definitely technology is here to stay. It's going nowhere. So we best teach our children to adapt, because the future that they will be in, we may not see. And that's another thing I say to my students when I'm teaching them. 25, 30 years down the line, there will be professions that we can't even think about now. 15, 20 years ago, there are things that now exist that we did not think about, being on the internet, live like this on YouTube from an ECC platform. Not something even myself, having dealt with the ECC in the past, would have conceptualized happening in a matter of like 10 years. So I too say thank you to the Early Childhood Commission and their team. Thank you for the invite. I really thought this was a rich conversation myself. I agree with Mrs. Brown. And it gives me ideas, things to continually go and think about in terms of applying. The one thing I would like to leave or teachers who are listening with is to move away from the fear of using the technology. Try to get some level of comfort or manage yourself with it. Not saying to allow it to take over your life, and because it can do that, where you don't want to put your phone down because you have to answer all of these messages and the parents are calling all day and you have a meeting to be in on Zoom, and it can, but move away from that fear and let us learn to integrate it in a way that benefits our students to the maximum level, because we're training them for the future. And this future will not exist without the technology. So thank you again to the ECC team. Thank you, my esteemed panelists, Mrs. Brown, Mr. Miller, Dr. Carr. I hope we can get a think tank, Lady Bainbridge, I don't know. Maybe we'll be a part of some of those solutions. So I hand over to you, and thanks for having me as well.
Thank you too. Thank you so much. I want to thank you, Dr. Brown-Johnson, for so ably guiding the discussion. It was quite engaging and informative. Some serious food for thought were highlighted. I also want to thank the panelists, Mrs. Tavina Brown, Dr. Stephen Carr, and Mr. Jovan Miller for thoroughly discussing that thought-provoking question. Can technology really replace teachers? I also want to thank all the attendees on track 5 for sharing your comments and questions in the chat, and just for being present on the platform today. The discussion highlighted that teacher and technology is an essential partnership requiring teachers to expand and maintain their knowledge of learning technologies in order to identify the digital learning tools which offer the greatest benefit to children in their care. And to that end, Mrs. Tavina Brown noted that for us to move away from that struggle of technology versus teachers, we must do 2 main things. And I just want to reiterate those 2 things. She said, 1, we are to focus on helping teachers to understand and appreciate the use of the technologies in teaching and learning interactions. And the second thing that we need to do is to help teachers develop better interpersonal skills among other technology-related skills. Thank you so much for being here with us today. To our attendees, we encourage you to tweet about PDI 2022 and technology in early childhood development using the hashtags #ECC PDI 2022, #YECD 2022, #12 Standards Matter. Tag us at ECCJA. Please remember to evaluate PDI 2022 by completing the evaluation form. To do so, visit pdi.ecc.gov.jm. Scroll down to PDI Workshop Evaluation. Click on the link and complete the form. Thank you so much for attending. We will take a short break and return at 11.
Thank you.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the first 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Good morning. The declaration of 2022, being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica, speaks volumes to the intended commitment of our country to realizing our development goal of quality education for everyone, especially our youngest learners. The Burrito Foundation fully supports this objective, and I greet you well on behalf of the entire Burrito Cornerstone family. We are pleased to support this year's Professional Development Institute Week of Activities, and in fact, the ECC's wider work throughout the year. Our firm resolve is that our children's education is everybody's business. The Burrito Foundation has a history of actively supporting the development of our children since 2004. Our numeracy and literacy program in early childhood institutions across Kingston and St. Andrew, established by our founder, Mrs. Rita Humphreys-Lewin, have seen thousands of children being adequately prepared to advance to the primary levels of their education. Therefore, it was not only an absolute pleasure, but also a further signal of our commitment in supporting our children that we became involved in the ECC's 2022 Professional Development Institute, in addition to our contribution of $2 million towards raising the standard within ECIs across the island in order that they may receive certification and enhance their capacity to serve our children. Burrito Foundation supports the ECC's efforts at accomplishing a positive process of change within the nation's early childhood development. We look forward to the gains that will be made as teachers expand their knowledge, enhance teaching practices, and we see better results and more positive outcomes for our children. The pandemic has taught us that we must adapt continuously and build capacity as we seek to close gaps and also prepare our future leaders for success. I urge everyone to come on board and be a part of this rebuilding and reinventing of our early childhood sector. We look forward to increased resourcing of our schools and greater accountability among those charged with responsibility for our children. In the meantime, active participation in this week's PDI is one way to reach teachers, parents, and other critical stakeholders in early childhood development. I wish for everyone a productive and meaningful week, and may we all together be empowered to do right by our children in their earliest, most fundamental stage of development. Thank you.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Good morning. The Declaration of 2022, being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica, speaks volumes to the intended commitment of our country to realizing our development goal of quality education for everyone, especially our youngest learners. The Burrito Foundation fully supports this objective, and I greet you well on behalf of the entire Burrito Cornerstone family. We are pleased to support this year's Professional Development Institute Week of Activities, and in fact, the ECC's wider work throughout the year. Our firm resolve is that our children's education is everybody's business. The Burrito Foundation has a history of actively supporting the development of our children since 2004. Our numeracy and literacy program in early childhood institutions across Kingston and St. Andrew, established by our founder, Mrs. Rita Humphreys-Lewin, have seen thousands of children being adequately prepared to advance to the primary levels of their education. Therefore, it was not only an absolute pleasure, but also a further signal of our commitment in supporting our children that we became involved in the ECC's 2022 Professional Development Institute, in addition to our contribution of $2 million towards raising the standard within ECIs across the island in order that they may receive certification and enhance their capacity to serve our children. Burrito Foundation supports the ECC's efforts at accomplishing a positive process of change within the nation's early childhood development. We look forward to the gains that will be made as teachers expand their knowledge, enhance teaching practices, and we see better results and more positive outcomes for our children. The pandemic has taught us that we must adapt continuously and build capacity as we seek to close gaps and also prepare our future leaders for success. I urge everyone to come on board and be a part of this rebuilding and reinventing of our early childhood sector. We look forward to increased resourcing of our schools and greater accountability among those charged with responsibility for our children. In the meantime, active participation in this week's PDI is one way to reach teachers, parents, and other critical stakeholders in early childhood development. I wish for everyone a productive and meaningful week, and may we all together be empowered to do right by our children in their earliest, most fundamental stage of development. Thank you.
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us here on Track 5, Technology in Early Childhood Development. Our first workshop for today is entitled Safeguarding Children in the Online Space. Working with children, we have a duty to safeguard and protect them from potential harm. The pandemic has caused us to utilize the virtual space to engage children in order for them to continue their schooling. This ever-changing landscape has led to many educators wondering what safeguarding requirements are there for children who they are teaching remotely. This workshop will help to equip educators and parents with the skills to effectively manage children's access to harmful and inappropriate content and avoid incidences of contact with such content. This session will be facilitated by Mrs. Diane Gordon Harrison. Mrs. Diane Gordon Harrison has been the Children's Advocate of Jamaica since January 2012 and has been Jamaica's National Rapporteur on Trafficking in Persons since March 2015, making her the first to hold such a post in the Latin American and Caribbean region. She is an attorney at law by profession with over 20 years experience and has practiced at the public bar since her graduation from the Norman Manley Law School. Prior to her appointment as Children's Advocate, Mrs. Gordon Harrison served as a Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions within the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Known for her advocacy skills, she states that her current roles provide a national and regional platform from which to promote the rights of children and other people in vulnerable circumstances from a victim-centered and rights-based orientation. She is also passionate about accountability frameworks through which persons who violate the rights of children and vulnerable persons can be held responsible for their actions. Mrs. Gordon Harrison is an associate tutor at the Norman Manley Law School, has also been an external reviewer of the British Council in Jamaica, and has been designated champion for CARICOM's regional sex guidelines for courts. In November 2019, she was certified as a global expert by the Geneva-based Justice Rapid Response Roster of global experts in international criminal law for potential deployment worldwide, with a focus on crimes against humanity, war crimes, and international human rights law. Since 2020, she is a serving member of the Board of Directors for the National Society, the International Society for the Prevention of Child Abuse and Neglect, a United States-based non-profit organization that works in over 200 countries worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, please give your rapt attention to Mrs. Gordon Harrison as she expounds on the topic.
Thank you so much for the very warm welcome and the kind introduction. It's always good to be with the ECC. And the simple reason is that the ECC, in my mind, is synonymous with good quality programs, innovative thought, and always pushing beyond to see what next is possible. So I like associating with excellence. And so in that stead, it is particularly good to be sharing with you all today. I know I'm taking you into lunch, so I'm going to ask you to bear with me and to ensure that we have a very rich discussion as we go forward. Now, you would have heard that I'm focusing on the whole context of social media, internet usage, and online safety when it comes on to our children. And in that regard, I have prepared a PowerPoint presentation that will guide my remarks to you. I'm going to ask the administrators to assist me with just clicking through that PowerPoint so that you are able to follow me without too much difficulty. All right. Is that in viewer mode there? Is that easy for the participants to see, or can it get any bigger?
Well, yes, it is. It is.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So we're looking at social media as I've contextualized it. And we're going to go through, next slide, please. And look at what really then are the guiding questions that will basically contextualize this discussion a little bit more. And I'm going to ask you, participants, to bear these questions in mind as we go through. What is social media? How relevant is it to our lives and to the lives of our children? And when I say our children, I mean both in our capacity as parents and in our capacity as early childhood educators and administrators. So children within that space. What does the scorecard say in relation to social media and online safety? What are some of the pros and the cons? Are there any concerns? And are these concerns well-based? If so, how can we address these concerns? And what are some practical next steps to help us all stay afloat as we navigate and try to protect our children in the online world? Next slide, please. I'd like to start with some social media definitions. And you'll forgive me, participants, if you notice, I've focused a lot more on social media because it is the interaction and the exchanges with the outside world that really introduce that component that causes the need for concern. The internet in and of itself really is just a connection that allows you to do certain things. Send emails, watch videos, download things from different online sites. But where we definitely have that concern area is once those exchanges now are not only directed to the individual, but are really going across the barriers of communication. So what then are social media definitions? I've referenced both the Oxford and the Merriam-Webster dictionaries. And the Oxford says, social media are really websites and applications that we, of course, popularly call apps that enable users to create and share content, or if they're not creating and sharing, to participate in social networking. So social conversations with people in the online space. Merriam-Webster, for its part, defines social media as forms of electronic communication, such as websites for social networking and microblogging, through which users create online communities to share information, ideas, personal messages, and other content such as videos. Now, on the next slide, if you could move to that for me, I've uplifted what, based on research, documents the 10 most popular social media platforms globally. These are TikTok, Instagram, Pinterest, Twitter, Reddit, YouTube, Facebook, WhatsApp, Snapchat, and LinkedIn. Those are the 10 most popular social media platforms based on membership and also active usage by persons across the globe. TikTok now is the greatest and fastest growing social media platform, having been launched in China just a mere 5 years ago. TikTok is now extremely popular, and so it has earned its place in these 10 most popular platforms because of the rapid rate at which growth is happening in terms of new users and the multiplicity of usages that they're using TikTok for. All right. Next slide, please. How relevant is social media to our lives and those of our children? The short answer is it's very relevant. And I'm going to invite you participants to engage in a moment right now of personal reflection. Do we all on this platform use social media? If not all of the platforms, some of them, and you remember what they are. Do we all have WhatsApp downloaded on our phones, and do we use it? I'm sure the answer to that is yes. How many of us have Facebook and Instagram and LinkedIn if we're professionals and use them? And then the other question is, how often do we use all of these or any of these platforms? Is it once per day? Is it that we're checking our messages periodically throughout the day? Or is it once per month? I'm sure none of us fall into that category. So we see that social media lends itself to the ease of communication and also the ease of getting information in a very timely way. Now, while we're reflecting on our own use of social media and how regularly we use the various platforms, are our children around us? Are we teaching a class and sometimes we need to get a quick note out, so we can't call to have a conversation, but we can send a quick message and we can receive a quick message? Or how many of us are part of WhatsApp groups and our, members in the group have different realities. So we're getting videos and jokes and all sorts of things at odd times throughout the day, which do not necessarily coincide with when we're off work. Are students in the classroom observing the checking of the phone? Or is it that we're checking it at lunchtime and you're checking it and a student comes up for something and you're distracted but still responding? Within the home space, are we sending messages or scrolling through Instagram while we talk to our own children? What this does is that it normalizes the behavior that social media is an integral part of our lives for whatever purpose. We could be WhatsApping for work purposes. We could be on Facebook because we're planning a family reunion. So it's very legitimate purposes. But the fact is, social media is now integrated into our everyday lives. And when we use it with that amount of frequency and almost natural approach to it being a part of our structured day or week, it means that we are normalizing the behavior and the reliance on social media to our children who are very much watching us, whether they be our own biological children, children with whom we're associated, or children with whom we engage within perhaps an early childhood institution. So these normalized behavior patterns are sending very loud messages to our children, because after all, children learn by example. Plus, children naturally gravitate towards technology. I mean, some of the apps are so exciting the way they present them. The material is so engaging that naturally a child gravitates towards a shiny device with pretty apps all over the screen. Naturally, if you think as well about children 20 years ago in comparison to children who are born now, children who are born now more easily navigate around an iPad screen or more easily navigate around a smartphone screen. So it's an intuitive thing that children now have naturally. And this intuitive natural inclination is emphasized and supported, if you will, based on the learned behavior that they're picking up from us as adults in their lives, who continue to normalize it as a part of everyday life. So social media is very relevant both to our lives and to the lives of our children. Next slide, please. Now, having established how relevant it is, let's look at some pros and cons. What's the scorecard looking like? Next slide, please. Let's look at some of the pros first. Because of social media and online platforms and the internet, we have access to learning material very readily and to a broad base of educational resources. There's a video for everything. There is information that we perhaps would have had to dig very deep within the annals of a library to access and expend very great effort in doing so. But right now, it's at our fingertips because of the access to learning material. We also have the ability of social media and online platforms to facilitate remote teaching and learning. The COVID-19 era was one which forced many institutions into the realm of remote teaching and learning, even those institutions that hadn't thought of it as a possibility in the past. So that definitely was a pro, because for those children who had connectivity, it certainly assisted them to keep abreast of the curriculum and to have some stimulation from their educators within the context of social distancing and quarantining and school closures and so on. Another pro is the ability to get general information about current affairs quickly. Man, news travels fast with social media. By the time it happens, we have the information within 2 seconds. And that information can be shared with interested parties just as quickly. Another pro is that it makes it easier to stay in contact with family, relatives, and friends, whether they are overseas or locally. And this is very important because, especially for us as in our social capacity, human beings are social beings, and children are no less. When children can have a close relationship that is fostered through video calls every week to grandma, or if mommy's away, video calls every night for the bedtime story to be told, for the lullaby to be sung, or just to hear about the day, to check in with daddy every day if daddy is not around, to find out how daddy's day went and to see daddy and to interact with daddy. Those things, emphasize and underscore positive familial connections, which are a part of grounding children and giving them that context of love and security that they need to thrive. Another pro is the exposure to different cultures, experiences, and people. You can travel to 5 different continents within the space of 2 hours because of the access to online content and through various apps. So of course, that helps to ground people. You become more rounded, you become more tolerant of people with different cultures, and it tends to break down social barriers sometimes that are constructed because we fear people who are different. We think they're odd, and sometimes that can lead to discriminatory attitudes and approaches. Another pro is that social media and the online spaces help with promoting digital literacy. And of course, we all know that this is a key tool in an increasingly digital world. If children, for example, can hone their skills by using devices, exploring internet platforms, exploring applications and manipulating those successfully, whether it be for pleasure or not, just this active kind of hands-on practice helps to promote digital literacy, which they will need to navigate Bitcoin and online communication for work purposes when they become older, and even for enhancing their learning. They can interact with students in different countries, different backgrounds for the purposes of exchanging educational information, and they can feel confident in doing so because their prowess is at such a level that they're comfortable with the technology. So these are some of the pros. Next slide, please. So let's look at the cons now. The cons are great, and some of them that I have encapsulated here for our consideration are that sometimes there is a skewed appreciation for other people's lives. What do I mean by this? On social media platforms, people tend to show the nice, shiny, bright images of their lives that they want us to see. So it's not reality, because reality is the complete component of the good, the bad, and the indifferent. People, however, typically don't wash their dirty laundry in public. So you're not going to see the struggles. You're not going to hear the very real conversations. And sometimes you won't even see the reality of what happened 2 seconds before a photo was posted or a video was posted. Why? Because people are putting out there the facade of complete happiness, contentment, and just sheer pleasure, right? Now, for persons who can't appreciate that, they are imbibing within their consciousness that, oh, this is what's happening with that person, and they have the perfect life, and my life is in shambles. When persons start having that skewed appreciation of other people's lives, that it's all shiny and glory and they're all beautiful, because you know your own reality, it sometimes leads to self-image problems. Sorry, self-esteem issues, where you feel as if you're not good enough because you don't measure up. Your life is not as good and shiny as their life. So what's wrong with you? And when you start valuing self a little less it creates psychosocial issues. So that's a huge con of social media, and it applies to adults as well as to children. To children, what they normally see is the glitz and the glam, and they think that that's reality. And sometimes they have conversations with their parents, trying to push this reality as their own, to ask, Mommy, can we go here? Daddy, can we go there? How come so-and-so is able to do that and we don't have that? So that's something that we have to watch. Another con is the issue of cyberbullying, where there is an inherent meanness to some individuals who want persons to hurt, who want persons to experience pain, who want persons to become sad, who want to tear down persons. And so these cowards hide behind a screen and really spit venom through their words if they have such a target. So that's something as well that is a huge negative of social media, because it almost tends to empower coward people who can't say things to you to your face to do it because they have the protection of anonymity behind a screen. Another con, especially in children, is that it promotes self-centeredness. It's about me, it's about my tablet, I'm not interacting with people. What I command this tablet to do now, it will do. And that kind of thinking and mindset sometimes translates into the real world, where the child thinks, I've asked you for this, I need it now, because they get so accustomed to directing all the bullets and the gadgets and all the commands and having that response that they think that this is real life. Another con is the development or the contribution to a limited attention span. Reading, for example, has been touted and continues to be one of those leading avenues through which to spur the neurons in the brain on to become very attentive, to want to ask questions, dig deeper, and just that curious power of exploration. Social media, especially if it is exposed to children for very long periods, can develop limited attention span in them. So they're doing something pops on the screen, oh, download this instead. They can't even finish the game that they're playing. They jump to that because something new and exciting has come. And so it's almost as if you're being pulled in different places, and that excitement, continuous fast pace and flashing of the screen tends to make children think that this is what life is all about. I'm doing this for 2 minutes, something else pops up, so I'm going to switch to that. And then something else pops up again, and then I'm going to switch to that. And it just keeps going. Another con is that it feeds the need for instant gratification. Again, you touch the screen and something happens immediately. If there is even a delay and some buffering, it's almost as if, this thing is not working. And that approach is translated again into real life. I'm working on this problem, I'm not getting it, I'm just going to leave it alone. I want to try out for the basketball team in high school. I didn't get on first try, I'm going to walk away. That means it's not for me. So this instant gratification chip that it must happen now is fed by social media exposure. Another con is the decreased social skills in the non-digital world. So when you have a device, it's you and the device. You don't need to speak to it, you just need to touch it for it to respond to you and for you to be occupied for hours on end. How then does that decrease your social skills in the real world? How many persons have noticed that children are increasingly having less and less conversations? If a youngster wants to communicate something to somebody who is right beside them, they'll send a WhatsApp or a text. They don't make phone calls anymore. And so the art of developing conversation and interacting with people outside of a device is almost a dying reality. The issue as well of boredom, if they don't have a device or they don't have access to Wi-Fi, it's almost as if it's the end of the world because they're going to be bored beyond reason. And it's because of the decreased social skills to entertain yourself, to interact with those around you, to engage them, to use some of the things in our environment to keep us occupied. So social media is a contributor to that. And then, of course, the huge elephant in the room, social media provides increased opportunities for online abuse of all types and exploitation by predators. Now, this continues to be a very huge problem because many times there are people who use social media platforms and who target applications and sites that they know are visited by children because children are there and they have a ready population to exploit. This is where we have the inappropriate pictures being shown. This is where we have, invitations to click on little links that perhaps lead children to pornographic material. This is where we have sidebar conversations in games that our children are playing with persons who are posing to be children, but in reality are not children. So this is a huge concern. And in fact, there's a global alliance now of engaging social media companies around the world and different applications to have this dialogue about how to keep children safe when using their products. The other type of opportunity that is increased are the exposure to other safety concerns. Sometimes children are not targeted for sexual reasons or other forms of exploitation, but they're targeted because of their trusting nature and their willingness to share information. So sometimes parents' privacy can be compromised by children oversharing with persons in the online space. So people's addresses could be, a part of the discussion, what mommy or daddy does, what kind of car they drive, and so on. And in this day and age, given our concerns, certainly in relation to criminal activities, nobody wants that kind of information being shared casually with someone whom a child has met in a chat room online. So there are safety concerns that abound in relation to social media and the online platform. Next slide, please. How does all of this relate to the Jamaican context? The next part of my presentation will focus on an initiative called Be Social, Be Smart. I'm going to go through that because that, in fact, is a Jamaican initiative, which I think taught us some very important lessons and contextualizes very well this discussion that we're here concerned with today. Next slide, please. So the Be Social, Be Smart initiative was conceptualized by the Office of the Children's Advocate. Now, for those of you who are not aware, the Office of the Children's Advocate is a creature of statute. We were established under the Child Care and Protection Act as an independent commission of Parliament. This means that we don't fall within a ministry and we rarely go wherever there is a need to provide support to children. And that support can take any form. Our mandate, as per the legislation, is to protect the rights of all children in Jamaica. So that means whether they're here on vacation or not, and to safeguard their best interests. Now, children, based on our interpretation and that of the statute, is anyone under 18 years. Next slide, please. Now, what are some of the duties of the Office of the Children's Advocate? We provide legal services to children before the courts. We investigate suspected cases of abuse and child rights violations. And then after investigating, we take active steps to seek to correct the problem. So we seek redress on behalf of children who have had those rights violated. We educate children, those who work with them, and the general public about children's rights. We advise ministers of government, the Parliament as a whole, as also the heads of relevant authorities on laws, policies, and practices that could impact children. We review legislation to ensure that there is nothing in the law that is offending the rights or best interests of children. And we issue guidance on best practice on any other matter involving children. So the Be Social, Be Smart is an example of that issuing of guidance on best practice on any other matter, because we form the view that because social media occupies such a huge part of our lives, there was the need to wade into this space to issue some guidance. Next slide, please. What is the mission of the OCA? We're committed to promoting and protecting the rights and best interests of children through vigilance, strategic partnerships, and the provision of timely, efficient, and quality service to all our clients. Our vision is that children in Jamaica enjoy their rights to survival, development, protection, and participation, as well as consideration of their best interests at all times. Next slide. Well, the next slide is really just a visual, because we're going to dig now into the Be Social, Be Smart initiative. Next slide, please. So the campaign was birthed in 2015. And that simply was because the Office of the Children's Advocate noticed not only in the news the proliferation of social media platforms, but we uncomfortably noticed that social media and different online platforms were now featuring as a component in cases that we were investigating. So we had a case, for example, of a teenager who was recruited through Facebook, developed an online relationship with someone who she swore was the love of her life. And after about 4 months of courting that girl on Facebook, they agreed to meet, and it resulted in sexual exploitation. And that was one case. We saw other cases where parents were contacting us because their children were visiting inappropriate websites in terms of very highly charged sexual content that they should be exposed to at their age. And we saw the conversation continue. And of course, because we live in a regional and global world, we too took note of the different instances where social media came up as the bad guy. And so within our office, we said it was time for us to do something to understand what the Jamaican version of the situation looked like. Next slide, please. So the objectives of the campaign were: one, to review and assess the way in which children in Jamaica used the internet and social media. Two, to undertake a countrywide school tour that was focused on the work of the OCA and to have discussions with children about safe and responsible social media habits. And the third objective was to administer the OCA's Adolescent Internet, Social Media, and Smartphone Application Usage Survey. A very long title. Simply put, we wanted to see how teenagers were using social media and how they were using their smartphones. And I pause here to make the relevance to this presentation today. Though we focused on documenting through the survey instrument the experience of adolescents, there were some key observations which indicated that the seeds for how they interacted with social media and the online space as teenagers, the seeds were planted much earlier. And so my reason for sharing this with you today is for you to see what our teenagers were doing and to see whether or not we can just step back and look whether there are some practices that we're seeing emerging with the youngsters who fall within the early childhood cohort that could really be forming the foundation for how they too will react with social media when they get to the teenage years. Let's always remember that the habits that are formed in the early childhood years feed the habits that are pursued and become the norm in the teenage years and beyond. Next slide, please. So what then were these few observations that I'd like to share? And I've really uplifted only a few because it doesn't really, I think, for the purposes of our discussion, warrant us going too in depth with what the teenagers were saying. But what were some of the key things? Next slide, please. When we were doing this survey, we had more female participation than male. So we had 66%, sorry, of the participants being female and 34% being male. The age distribution chart on the right shows you that the 15-year-olds were the ones that responded the most, followed by the 14s, and the 16s and the 13s were just about even keel, right? So that's a distribution of the children who participated. Next slide, please. The question about whether they had personal device and access to Wi-Fi, we see on the left where overwhelmingly the answers to those questions for both male and female was yes. So yes, they predominantly had personal devices. We saw over 90% we saw over 80% tending towards 90% for both male and females, and they had access to Wi-Fi. For those who didn't have access, it was less than 10% for both male and female. Whether or not they use social media, you see on the right that overwhelmingly they did use social media all the time. And then a few in the darker blue said sometimes they used it. And then even less said no, they didn't use it. So what this tells us is that children in Jamaica within the teenage years are definitely on social media. They definitely have their own device and they have access to Wi-Fi. Next slide, please. When we looked at the privacy settings by gender, we saw that quite a number of our children had their settings on private, just around 40% in relation to both male and female. But equally troubling is that about the same number, 40%, had their settings to public. And so when you look at that and you marry it with those who had their settings on semi-private, which really means semi-public, it means that the publicity of material that they were, viewing and information that they had, it was weighing more on the let's share with everybody who logs on to my paid site. So there is a concern about the privacy settings in relation to both boys and girls. If you look at the chart on the right, some of them went on to meet people who they had only met online. We're seeing that the boys did that more frequently than the girls. But the problem is that one child going to meet someone who they have only met online is in fact cause for concern. So it means that we need to be thinking from now in the early childhood years about having those conversations about strangers. So it's no longer just somebody who comes to your front door and knocks, but it is somebody who knocks on that game that you're playing in and they want to play with you because you want to see who has the better score. Or if there's a game chat room and they want to chat with you because you both love Roblox so much. Or they want to share information and become your special friend over time. These conversations about seeing all of those persons as strangers need to go into the online space. So we're not just preparing them for strangers who come to their front door or who they see on the street. Next slide, please. So the research findings, once we had finished our island-wide tour, were compiled in a manual known as the Be Social, Be Smart Social Media Manual. That was really very academic, and it was purposely done that way because we wanted researchers who had an interest in this area to have a bird's eye view as to what the metadata was showing and to see whether or not there were aspects that they wanted to dig into deeper so that we could properly understand what was happening within the Jamaican context. Next slide, please. We also had the publication of social media guides, which were not as academic, but much more practical and user-friendly. Because after all, the purpose of the Be Social, Be Smart initiative was not just for academics to have a bird's eye view as to what was happening, hence the research findings, but it was also very important for us to put into the hands of the users of social media and those who have to navigate that space and try to keep them safe, practical tools to really survive the storm. Next slide, please. So on this slide, you will see images of 2 of the 3 manuals that we published. On the left, you will see the social media guide for teens. And in that one, we go very in depth in building teens' awareness of this is what we saw when we interviewed you guys as to how you use social media. Based on what we saw, these are the positives, these are the concerns, and these are the things that you need to do to ensure that you're using social media in a responsible way. Because we're realists at the Office of the Children's Advocate. We recognize that social media is here to stay. And even if a parent doesn't allow a child to use social media, so there's no device, there's no access and so on, as far as that parent knows, that child goes to school. That child has friends. That child can get online using someone else's device. That child goes to a school that may have internet connectivity. And that child, even if not navigating the space themselves, is in a world where there are always conversations about what's happening. So our approach was, given that reality, how can we equip our teenagers to navigate the social media space in a very responsible way? Not to be left out are the little ones. So for children under 12, we have also issued a social media guide using very child-friendly and appropriate language to explain what social media is, to talk to them about some of the platforms that they use and the frequency with which they use it, and to help them understand what's positive behavior on social media, what's negative, and how they can be positive social media citizens, whether it is just for the purposes of playing a game, or they have free time and mommy says, yes, you can go on and you can watch YouTube, you can watch a show on YouTube that you like, or whatever it is. And you'll notice that on the one for the younger children, we have 2 little cartoon characters. Now, those characters are actually our mascots for the purposes of this initiative. And I wish to introduce you, therefore, to Sam and Sally Social. And we use the narrative, of course, being very predictive. We have Sam as being the one in blue, that's the boy, and Sally is his companion and good friend, and she's the pink icon. And through the engaging of these 2 cartoon characters throughout the book and their conversations, we use that to teach our youngsters, the little ones under 12, about what to do, what not to do, how to do it, when to ring the alarm and get a trusted adult involved because there's something that makes you feel unsafe or uncomfortable and so on. Next slide, please. Now, on this slide, you will see the social media guide for adults. This should really read for teachers and parents, right? We understand that it is administrators and parents who are still being looked to help keep this space that we know is larger than life, without borders, but still yet there's that expectation and that desire to keep children safe within the social media and online landscape. And so in our 3rd manual, we developed a guide for teachers and parents and administrators of institutions as to how they can go about doing this. So there are very practical pieces of information. For example, we talk about conversations that can be had and the nature of those conversations to inculcate safe approaches and healthy behavior in the online space by our children. We also have, very importantly, if the conversations aren't working and there's that lingering fear, practical tools that you can use to block certain websites that you can profile and realize that the content is really not the most appropriate. And then also, very importantly, is we touch on social media policies for institutions and perhaps how to develop these so that you have a workable solution. Next slide, please. The starting point then, in summary, is the innovativeness of the internet and social media. There's good stuff happening there. It continues to grow and it's going to continue morphing and changing, but it's never going away. So it's here to stay, we agree, but there must be responsible usage by all parties. We share in our approach under the Be Social, Be Smart initiative, how children use the platforms, as I said, through our research findings. We have highlighted the positives, and we've also highlighted the negatives and issued some caution in relation to that. And we offer alternatives for safer navigation. As I said before, the research findings are more academic, but taken together along with the 3 social media guides, which have disaggregated the information based on our target audience, you'll see that practical tips are given and there is very good information to be had. Next slide, please. So Sam and Sally Social are our little mascots for the under 12 and our cartoon characters who are featured in those manuals. The manuals together are culturally relative and the narrative is appropriate to our teenage population. We have conversation and tips for parents that they can use that to guide them and their children. We also have protective software that we have included in the manual for the adults. And we have social media policies for schools that we encourage be developed. Now, the next slide will show 2 of the accompanying videos that we developed as a part of the Be Social, Be Smart initiative and as a part of our OCA school tours, where we went in to sensitize children about the ills that exist and then to use that as a springboard to have discussions as to how they could keep themselves safe. So I'm going to ask the administrator who's assisting me to play the video on slide 26 and then right after the one on slide 27, please.
Mrs. Gordon Harrison, are we on the correct slide that the video is on?
Yes, that's the first one that I'm asking.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, Prissy. I'm here to pick you up. Your mom asked me to give you a ride home from the movie.
But I don't know you. How do you know my name?
I'm a friend of your mom, Angela. She even gave me a number. Isn't it 1-876-123-4569?
Oh, okay.
Did you know in the OCA's Be Social, Be Smart survey, 53% of the students interviewed posted online places they frequently visited? Be private. Ensure that your social media accounts are not accessible to everyone. Never post any personal information about yourself. Be social, but be smart.
This message is brought to you by the Office of the Children's Advocate with support from UNICEF.
And if you could go straight into the next slide and play the other video, please.
Did you know in a recent survey done by the OCA in schools across the island, 43% of the students received inappropriate messages from strangers? The OCA wants you to be smart online. Parents, encourage your children to be social but be smart.
This message was brought to you by the Office of the Children's Advocate with support from UNICEF.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, if you pay attention to the messages that were coming from those videos, In the first one, it clearly was a case of oversharing. It was a case of putting out way too much invitation so that your child's name was out there, the school that your child attended, so posting of the child in the uniform and so on, was out there for someone who clearly had a negative motive towards Chrissy. So again, that has to do with your privacy settings, because if your settings are not set to private, you are really advertising a lot of information that causes someone to profile you and to infiltrate your life for whatever reason. And of course, in the second video, it kind of hinted on persons who use social media and pretend to be someone else and, encourage children to become involved in all sorts of activities. So these conversations are conversations, unfortunately, that we have to be having with our little ones so that from very early, they don't think, oh, this is somebody who likes Roblox. So, they just want to talk along with me and I'm going to go ahead and share whatever I need to share. So it's a very important conversation to have. Having shown you a bit of the risks, however, and spoken about the cons, are there any opportunities? What can be done? So as we see from this slide, opportunities abound. And I'm going to ask you to move to the next slide so we can look at some of those opportunities. Now, educators, parents, and other adults still occupy a meaningful space in the dialogue. Children who are in our circles still see us the authority on many things, even if we don't believe it, and even if sometimes we despair that there's a lot of noise, there's a lot going on, there's so many things competing with parents. Yes, that's true, but parents should never hold up their hands and take their hands off the steering wheel, because the moment that you do that, you make those other things take over the role that parents have. Equally, educators really hold a lot of power, a power that dictates that they have influence, a power that dictates that they can be positive mentors and examples in the lives of the children whom they interact with for most hours out of any particular day. And again, educators should recognize that despite all the competition, despite having to fight against social media, parents who are not as cooperative as they need to be, so sometimes there's a tug of war in that homeschool space. Despite all of that, the challenges that the children present and so on, the most challenging child still sees their educator as a person of influence and who is in a position of authority in relation to them. So let's use that powerful space that we occupy in the dialogue to become very meaningful in terms of how we set the tone and really hold the parameters in place when it comes on to social media behavior, just as we do to in-person behavior. What's another opportunity? There are general rules of engagement that we can share with children. I spoke about the privacy settings and the importance of that we can tell them that information. And they're young, but they'll understand, they'll get it. And, especially for the older ones, when you link that to what has been happening to some college admissions and even people who are looking for jobs, increasingly, persons in the admissions department of colleges and universities, and also HR officers who are dealing with recruitment for their staff, they're looking at your social media and online footprint to see what kind of individual they're getting. So it's no longer just an interview, for college admissions or an interview to get a job. It's all right, we see this part of you, what's your other part looking like? Also, very importantly, we need as a part of the rules of engagement to include age-appropriate information in relation to online exploitation. What's happening? What are the risks? And how can you put yourself at risk? Or be in a situation where you feel unsafe, and if that happens, what do you do? Also, another opportunity, and I urge persons in this space to do it, is to set boundaries. How much time per day do you allow youngsters who are in your lives, little children, to be online? Are they mindlessly watching YouTube and whatever else they watch, or playing games to the exclusion of other activities? Time to go outside and play, time to read a book, time to practice your little addition, time to count, time to play ring games with those around you, or just time to hang out with mommy and daddy and go outside in the garden, see what are some of the opportunities that are there. So are we setting time boundaries to limit the exposure so we don't have socially awkward children who only know how to relate to a screen? So we don't have a population of children who are all wearing glasses by the time they're 4 because of the exposure to the blue light and so on. And also set boundaries in relation to the types of content that they can view. Let's use some of the digital opportunities to, ban or limit certain websites that can be accessed. Another opportunity is that we have the power to be conscious of our own behaviors in light of the social learning theory, which simply says, if you do something over and over again, children who are within your scope of influence are going to see that behavior as normal, and over time, they're going to pattern it. Sometimes we're so subconsciously scrolling that we are completely ignoring that child who is talking to you, trying to get something, trying to get your attention, because we're scrolling through. By doing that, we're telling them that when you're doing this kind of mindless activity, people are less important right now. Also, let's look at the frequency with which we visit social media and online platforms. Frequency results into habit, results into an understood pattern of behavior that we may be saying to children, it's perfectly normal. And of course, they are going to pattern our behavior in accordance with what the social learning theory tells us. Another practical approach is I'm going to invite you all to plug into the Office of the Children's Advocate's online safety public education campaign that is run primarily through our social media pages, in particularly Instagram, and also through our website. The Instagram is a lot easier to manage in terms of updating the material because of how quickly you can post. And so if you go to OCA Jamaica 1, you'll get very practical tips for the full range of the age spectrum that we're dealing with. And also, since we're early childhood institutions, I'm going to invite you all to have Sam and Sally Social pay a visit to your facilities so we can kickstart some of these child-appropriate conversations that will inculcate responsible and healthy behaviors from this stage that will follow them into teenage years and beyond. And with that, I'd like to thank you for having me and for affording me the opportunity to share with you today.
Thank you too, Mrs. Gordon Harrison. There is a question that Miss Jodian Ragbar and Miss Trevelly Williams asked. How do we access the manuals?
Okay, so you can access the manual by sending an email to info@oca.gov.jm. So info@oca.gov.jm. And we're also working to digitize the manuals. And once that's complete, they can be accessed through our website, which is oca.gov.jm.
Thank you, Mrs. Gordon Harrison, for that response. We want to thank you too for so ably highlighting, why we must and how we may safeguard our precious young ones while they're being engaged and entertained online. I am certain that the parents and the early childhood practitioners who have listened to your talk understand the urgent need to keep our children safe while they are online. I too am a parent, and I really do appreciate the discussion, the pros and cons of social media and how children are ensnared, so innocently they get trapped. So we as parents, we really have to be very vigilant as we try to keep our children safe. Thank you for the knowledge that you gave us, and the information about the manuals. I really need to get a hold of those. I really do need to get a hold of those. Thank you so much. We are appreciative. I'd like to thank also the participants, the attendees for joining this session. Thank you for coming. Thank you for staying with us. And we hope that you continue to stay with us for the rest of the day. We are now at our lunch break. We're going to take a break and we will return at 12:30. Before you go though, please remember to evaluate PDI 2022 by completing the evaluation form. To do so, visit pdi.ecc.gov.jm. Scroll down to PDI Workshop Evaluation, click on the link, complete the form. Thank you.
Good day and welcome to ECC Connects, where we connect over everything early childhood development. My name is Michelle Campbell, and today we'll be talking about learning centers. We'll be looking at the Art and Sensory Center, what it is, what children learn from visiting the Art and Sensory Center, the types of materials for the center, and then we'll leave you with some tips. So Art and Sensory Play looks specifically at activities that fosters a child's sense of smell, touch, sight, hearing, and did I miss anything? And taste. So by providing these sensory play activities, children begin to naturally learn to explore, investigate, and be creative. So when I say we're getting ready to play in the Art and Sensory Center, what really comes to mind? 1, we're going to be using our senses, and 2, we're getting ready to get really messy. This means children are self-directed, right? 1, they are self-centered around that activity that they're going to be exploring, and we really encourage their development through exploring the material as well as appealing to a child's learning style. That's all happening once we prepare to go into the Art and Sensory Center. When we begin to look at the art materials for our Art and Sensory Center, we have to keep in mind that it's about the process and not the product. So we have to ensure that we have materials that are open-ended, that supports creativity, that are meaningful to the creations for the child. And also, we want to keep in mind that they're in charge of the process and the materials that they use. So they have to be able to select what they're using, because keep in mind, once they decide on what they want to create and what they want to develop, they're going to be focused and they're going to be on task. Now, when we look at these sensory materials, it's all about the 5 senses. So we know that it's going, again, to be messy. It's going to be something that we have to be hands-on about. They have to have the material at hand, and they have to be free to explore the material. So this particular center, you have to keep in mind, we want it near a sink or near a bathroom so that a child would have access directly to begin cleaning themselves up in this particular center. This is a very popular center, as you know, so we have to keep in mind the number of children within the center, the materials available, and we have to keep replenishing material. Consumable materials is what we call it, and then from there, observe and let the children create. Here we have our Art and Sensory Center. And I want you to keep in mind that not every center looks the same. All centers are different. It all depends on the size of the classroom and the material that you have at hand. So within my center here that I've set up, I have an art easel, and I have paints, and I also have paintbrushes and paint cups. So we know that the easel, it's a time to really explore and get messy. So we have to ensure that the children have access to paint. So every day we should be setting up the paint cups. So at the easel, I do have paint. A child might be able to squeeze the paint into the paint cup depending on the color that they might want to work with to begin the process. But through modeling, through practice, we'll be able to set this center up along with the child so that they're able to freely move about with the paint, the paintbrushes, the cups, and of course the paper that we would have to affix to the easel. We also have labeled the paint bottles so that children are aware as to where things are to be returned to. So everything in all of our centers should be labeled with a picture and of course the word. If it's a BBC, it's going to be just a photograph of the item itself. But because we're looking at our 3-plus-year-old children, we want pictures and words within the Learning Center. Now we're going to take a closer look at what is on the shelf itself. As you can see, I have contained everything. Okay, so now we're going to look a little bit closely at what is on the Art and Sensory shelf. Again, everything must be contained, and not all containers can look alike. So this is a good time for us to collect containers, recyclable pieces that we can use to corral our art and sensory materials. For me, I have contained everything here. I do have a shoebox at the bottom, but as you can see, my containers are labeled with the item and the word so that a child, if they need to take the container off of the shelf, they know exactly where to return it to. So I have a container with books. And it's important that we have books in as many learning centers as possible that relate directly to that learning center. So within that container, I have a book about Harold and his purple crayon and where he takes his crayon. I have mouse paint that looks at mice that mix colors together. And I also have a book about museums and art museums. So those are the books that I have displayed. So a child at any time might be able to look at a book before they begin their activity or after. Next to that, we have in the middle, we have a caddy with 3 different compartments. So I've taken the opportunity to fill the caddy with scissors, colored tape, and popsicle sticks. And again, the container is labeled and the shelf is labeled. So a child, again, can take that container to a table and return it and know exactly where to put the tape, the scissors, and the popsicle sticks based on the photograph. So that helps with cleanup. It helps with self-direction. It helps with just learning that life skill of we clean up after ourselves within our classrooms and at home throughout the day. Next to that, I have another caddy that's filled with sensory materials. I have pom-poms, I have glitter shapes, and I have, what do you call that? Felt, and those are pipe cleaners. So a child can use their imagination, take that pipe cleaner, form it into any shape, glue it, cut it, whatever their heart's desire. Again, with the pom-poms, they can glue, they can create, and with the glitter itself, with the confetti, they could also glue, they can put them in bottles and make sensory bottles. So their imagination, we're there to foster their imagination and to allow them to create while they're in the Art and Sensory Center. On the second shelf, I have a container for glue, I have a container for markers, and I have a container for crayons.
very clearly outlined for a child to be able to know what item is on the shelf, where to go, how to remove it, and how to put it back after they're all done. Because remember, there are other children that are going to be using the same center. So we want to keep the center as organized as possible. And then on the bottom shelf, I have a container for paper. Very important. This is something that we have to keep filled at all times because we have children at the easel and they might want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sheets of paper because you never know. An artist, you know, you make one stroke and that's it. You have to start all over again. So we have to ensure that we have ample paper for all children, not only at the easel, but for those that want to glue, cut, color. And then I have a sensory box, my black box, and that's a shoe box that I would have saved, and I filled it with shredded paper. Again, at no cost, the shoe box and the shredded paper, and within that, my sensory box, what I put into the box are seashells and stones and different things out in nature that I think the children might be able to use depending on their interest. Now keep in mind that this is something that I would change on a regular basis because you want to keep children going back to centers. You want them to be able to say, yeah, I want to go to art and sensory because I don't know, Miss might have something in there in that sensory box that I want to know what's in there today. And once they pull the sensory box, you know, you evoke conversation. From that box, what can they do with the items in the box? They're feeling, they're touching, they're looking, they're smelling. But then they might want to be able to do something else with the items within the box. So these are just the items that I have in my art and sensory table for today, but there's a host of items that you can have in that particular center. So we talked about the crayons, we talked about the markers. I know many of you have colored pencils. We talked about the paint. And remember my paint cups. I don't have paint cups. I just have regular cups that I'm using and I'm reusing to fill my paint with. Also my paint brushes. I did not show you Play-Doh and clay and molding clay because guess what? There's no space on my shelf for that today, but that is something else that we normally have in this particular learning center. We talked about the collage and craft materials. So I have craft sticks, you could have feathers, we have the pipe cleaners, yarn. I know many of you use yarn within this particular center as well as glitter sometimes. Stencils, we have the pom-poms, felt sheets. Oh, I have some of those, but I didn't have room on my shelf. But guess what? I can bring that out next week possibly. Or if there's a group of children working at the table, I might say to them, hey, I have some felt sheets. Do you want to feel them? Do you want to possibly use them with what you're doing and creating? And they might say yes. So you might have to run and go get that felt sheet just to bring that added layer to the experience for them. So we're scaffolding as we go through the activity itself. Beads, we might have beads that we want to give children to be able to use and manipulate. We might have different types of textures. What about stamps and a stamp pad? You know, this is great for shapes and letters and numbers and different types of images. So getting that stamp pad, having them stamp and then stamping their paper. We talked about the tape. I love the colored tape. This is also great for them to rip. So they're using their fine motor skills to rip the tape, to create what they want on their paper. And also you might have a child that might say to you, can they hang their artwork on the wall with using that same piece of tape? And that is also something that we have to keep in mind as we go through the learning centers. Trays, it's really great to have a tray because it can contain what a child is working on. For example, if you have shaving cream and you want to drop food coloring in that shaving cream, it's good to be able to have a tray to place that shaving cream on. Many of us, after the artwork is painted, we have to hang it somewhere. And I've seen many drying racks. I've seen clotheslines in the classroom where you use a clothespin to hang the art. Beautiful, continue to do that. We have our glue and our scissors, aprons. Oh my goodness, it's good to have an apron because we know we're going to get messy. Being messy is fun when we go into the Art and Sensory Center. So an apron could be an old t-shirt, an oversized t-shirt, right? A parent can bring in an old shirt, something that can really protect the uniform or whatever that child might be wearing for that particular day. Bins are very important. Sometimes when we buy a product, it comes in a nice container or box. Hold on to those containers and boxes and bring them into your classroom, recycle them, because when the items are contained and labeled, it's easy on the eye. It's easy for a child to say, wait a minute, this is at my eye level. I know exactly what's in that container and I know exactly where to put it back. So we're teaching children that this is their classroom. These are their materials. We're just there to facilitate and ensure that we're ready for them to begin learning. And then from there, you have funnels, you can add measuring cups and bowls, you can add tweezers. Actually, I put my tweezers in my Science and Nature Center because I didn't have enough materials. So we have to sometimes borrow and rearrange because you might have a center that's not as popular, but when you remove an item from a popular center, and then you might say, okay, Michelle, guess what? The tweezers are in the Science and Nature Center this week. So I know you love working with those tweezers, so I want you to try and go into Science and Nature and work with those tweezers today. And that's about it. So if you have any other ideas as to what else we can put into our Art and Sensory Center, I would love to hear from you. So please drop me a comment or a question and let's work on together ensuring that our Art and Sensory Center is ready for play each and every day. In terms of the Art and Sensory Center, we have to keep in mind that safety is the most important. So when we look at the materials that we have in the center, we have to ensure that we teach our children how to use the materials before they actually begin using them. So circle time is my favorite time of the day, where you not only talk about what you have planned, but there might be some situations that you really need to discuss with the children for them to be able to understand the rationale, to be able to practice using whatever material you might have in place. So safety is quite important when we're looking not only at Art and Sensory, but all 5 of our learning centers. We talked a lot about the labeling today. And I know that many of you are already labeling your centers. I just want to encourage as many of us to continue that process with the picture and the word along with the material and the items on the shelves. Also, use child-safe equipment that is free of sharp edges or other types of hazards. So no matter what, child-sized scissors and other materials must be in the classroom. One and only, the tip that I love is to ensure that when you're designing your classroom, when you're laying out your classroom, this is just a reminder that the messy centers really should be near a bathroom or a sink so that that child doesn't have too far to go to carry, to wash, to clean whatever material or their hands at hand. So I want to thank you for joining me today, and I look forward to our next ECC Connects. I'd like to hear from you, so please comment, ask questions, share with me your best practices, because that's how we learn from each other. And until next time, remember, play matters.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I do hope you had a refreshing break and that you're ready to souse yourselves in the remaining sessions today. You can look forward to listening in on the following topics: computer skills, getting started, engaging children in technology, integrating ICT for different learning styles, and let's get animated. Ensure that as you listen in on the sessions, you take note of the main points or the points that are most notable to you. Ponder on these things to discern how you may apply it in your professional practice or even in your home with your own children. We encourage you to tweet about the remarkable sessions you have attended on Track 5, Technology in Early Childhood Development, in this year's Professional Development Institute, using the hashtags #ECCPDI 2022, #YECD 2022, 12 Standards Matter. Tag us at ECCJA. Also, remember to evaluate PDI 2022 by completing the evaluation form. To do so, visit pdi.ecc.gov.jm. Scroll down to PDI Workshop Evaluation. Click on the link, complete the form. How proficient are you in manipulating computer software? How comfortable are you using the elements of Microsoft Office or other related software? Our next workshop, Computer Skills, Getting Started, is a video recording presented by Ms. Antoinette Brown. It will help you to enhance your computer experience and to allow you to feel empowered to use Microsoft Word and similar software. Ms. Antoinette Brown is a local college instructor at ASA College and an IT project manager at ArchCare in the New York City metropolitan area. She is also a member of the Jamaican Diaspora Task Force Action Network.
specifically the Technology and Entrepreneurship Task Force. I trust that you will find this presentation extremely beneficial. I'll now hand over to Ms. Antoinette Brown. The presentation will begin shortly.
Good afternoon. My name is Antoinette Brown, and today I'm going to give you a pretty much a basic overview of Microsoft Word, and as the title here, it's Microsoft Word 101. So we're going to go through some of the basic functionalities of Microsoft Word. I will be utilizing Microsoft Word 2016. Just to let you know, there are different versions of Microsoft Word. So we have Microsoft Word 2019, we have Office 365, we also have the newest version that is currently out now is Office 2022. So the version I'm looking at is basically Office 2016, which has some different components to Office 365, if you've ever been familiar with Office 365. So what are we going to cover in this objective? We are going to look at word processing, understand what the word processing software is, which is Microsoft Word. We're going to basically explore the Word window, and I'll walk you through some of the basic setup within Word window. We're going to talk about how to start a document, how to save a document, selecting text, how to set up or use your mini toolbar, and I'm sure many of you may not know what the mini toolbar is. We'll talk a little bit about the ribbon. We'll talk about how to view and navigate a document as we go through it. Second to that, we are basically going to look at how to cut and paste text, copy, format using fonts, how to set document margins, add in bullets, numbering, how to insert graphics, and applying a theme to your Word document. So let's dive in and take a deeper look, and let's get into this. So one of the things, as I'm exiting here, one of the things I want you to understand is that Microsoft Word itself is what we call a word processing program, okay? And the object of Microsoft Word is that it allows you to basically enter text, edit the text, format the text, and apply any type of graphics that you would like to add to your document itself. When you're dealing with Microsoft Word, we typically use the term document, okay? So when you hear us say, can you open your document, we're specifically talking about Microsoft Word. And the reason why it's very important to know this is because there is some interchangeable wording that we use with the Office suite. So Microsoft Word is a part of the Office suite. And so when we talk about PowerPoint, we'll say, open up your slide. When we talk about Excel, we'll say, open up your workbook, or let's take a look at your worksheet, okay? So the term that we use for Microsoft Word is documents. And I'll show you this, where exactly it's located. So one of the first things we need to do is to go ahead and open up our document itself. So I'm using here Windows 10. So in Windows 10, the way we can get to Microsoft Word is by clicking on the Start menu that is located here. Once I'm in the Start menu, I could go ahead and open up the application itself from my most recently added document. I should say added application, which is Word 2016. So let's go ahead and open that up. When I open up Microsoft Word itself, it is going to bring me basically to a landing page. On this landing page, I have the ability to open up what we call a blank document. This is where I mentioned to you earlier about the term document. Another thing that it will allow me to do is, if I'm not exactly sure what type of format that is needed for my document, I do have some options here within the application to go ahead and choose different type of templates, okay? And what a template basically is, it is a pre-designed document for you. So for example, if you are working on a resume and you're not exactly sure how to format your resume, you could simply come in, go into the search section, type in resume, and what the system is going to do for you, it is going to give you a listing of various types of resume and so forth, okay? So in this case, as I typed in resume, it brings up a listing. If I was doing, let's say if we wanted to do something on a cover letter, I can type in cover letter in the search section, and I just have to scroll through until I find where the cover letter is. So for example, I scroll through here. Here is a couple of cover letters that are located here. And all I simply would have to do is click on the template itself. It will, once I click on the template, it will give me this process here where I hit create. And once I hit create, it will go ahead and download the template for me. And now I have this template, okay? So I just wanted to give you an idea of what happens when you open up, Word for the first time, that it does give you a setup, and it gives you some items that you can work with that. If you're not exactly sure which way to go, it will help you with that. Okay, so let's talk now about, let's go into some basic details now. So I went ahead and so I'm going to go back and open up my Word document. And then I'm going to start off basically with a blank document. So customary, when you are starting off writing a paper or you're going to write a letter and you're not sure exactly where to go, you start off basically with a blank document. When you open the blank document itself, it is going to basically land you in the section that we call the Word program window. And what the Word program window does, so this entire area here is what we call the Word program window. And when it opens up to a blank document view. And it also gives you a view. So to get to the view section, just to show you something here, it brings you to what we call the print layout view. And what the print layout view basically is, it is an exact replica of what your document is going to look like when you are ready to print it out. So this is why we call it the print layout view, because it basically gives you a layout of what your document is going to look like when you decide to print it. So in the Word program view, you're going to notice a couple of things here. And just to point a few things out to you, just so you could get an idea. So one, we have in this entire section here, starting from the file to around this section right here, this is what we call the ribbon, okay? The ribbon is basically where you contains all your tabs. Your tabs are these: your home tab, your insert tab, your design tab, the layout tab, the reference tab, the mailing tab, the review tab, and the view tab. Each of these tabs are then broken down into groups, okay? So within the ribbon, this entire section here is the ribbon. On the ribbon, you have tabs, and what the tabs have, they have commands that are basically related to editing and formatting your document. So for example, in the home tab, you will find the clipboard group, okay? So the commands are broken down into groups. The groups are pasting, copy, cut. These are all in the clipboard group. Then you may have the font group. Inside of the font group, you have basically the type of font, you have the font size, you have the ability to bold, italic, underline. You also here have the ability to do increase your font size, decrease your font size. You have the ability here to do change cases, change the color of your font, and highlight. So as you go through each of these tabs, you're going to notice that the groups are broken down in various ways. So let's, for the sake of it, we go into the insert tab also. If you look over here, you have the header and footer group. Inside the header and footer group is where you have your header, your footer, and you have the ability to do your page numbering. Also in the same area here, you have the illustration group. And the illustration group is where you could go ahead and insert pictures. You could add shapes, you could add charts, you could add smart art graphics and so forth to your Word document. So this is a quick overview so far. Just remember, you have your window, your ribbon, I should say, and then the ribbon includes your tab, which is your home tab, your insert tab, the design tab, layout, reference, mail-in, review, and your view tab, okay? The only one that I did not mention to you that is excluded from this is what we call the file tab. And suffice it to say, the file tab is basically what we call the hood. It's the hood of Microsoft Word, okay? This is the back end of the system. This is where you go ahead and make certain changes. This is also the back end where you go ahead and print a document, save a document, and so forth. So another term that we use for this is the backstage view, okay? So the way it occurs is you click on File, and in the File section, you have the ability to create a new document or pick from the pre-designed template. You have the ability to save. You have the ability to save as, print a document. You could share a document basically electronically, whether by email, whether by an online presentation. You could export. This is also, if you go into the options section, the options section is where you could definitely go ahead and make some changes to the application itself. I always tell individuals, be very careful in this section because you can, make a mess of your application if you end up clicking something wrong. But for example, just to highlight a couple of things that you can do in here, let's say that there's a second language that you may speak and you want to insert or you learn to use the application using a second language. You could definitely go ahead and basically enable different language functionalities here. So you could go ahead and do it in here. You also have the ability to customize your ribbon. So as I mentioned, this is your ribbon right here. So you could come in here and determine what you want to remove from the ribbon or add to the ribbon and so forth. So this is your File tab, which is also known as the backstage view. The next thing that I want to point out as we're going through this is what we call the quick access toolbar. So the quick access toolbar, if you look right above your ribbon right here, you will see about typically 3 items by default that will show up. It is your save button, your undo, and your redo button will show up here. And what the quick access toolbar does, it allows you to access your most frequently used commands. And you also have the ability to customize the quick access toolbar. So by default, in Office 2016, the system is going to give you the save button. And if you see the save button, it looks like the old-fashioned floppy disk. You'll have basically here your undo, and basically right here you have your repeat. If you want to customize your quick access toolbar, this little caret here, if you click on it, then you'll get this dialog box that will appear. The dialog box is called your customized quick access toolbar. And from here, you could go ahead and check off the items that you would like to appear on your quick access toolbar. So in this case, you'll see by default, the save, the undo, or the redo, which is also known as the repeat. So all you simply have to do is check the item that you want. So I went ahead and checked new. I went ahead and checked open, and I went ahead and checked quick print. okay? So if I wanted to open up a new document, I don't have to go to File and then go to New and pick the blank document. All I simply have to do is come up top to my document, open right here, click on it, and the system is going to automatically generate me a new document. But it's only going to generate me a blank document. It does not give me the option for a template, okay? So that is a quick access toolbar. And it overall, like I mentioned, you can go ahead and customize your quick access toolbar. The next term that I want to bring to you, and I think Microsoft did such a great job when they added this functionality in when they came out with Office 2010, is what we call the screen tip. And the nice thing about the screen tip, what it does is, if you hover over any of the commands that are within the ribbon itself, for example, if I hover over the increase font size, you're going to see that the system is going to bring up a small box. And what that box is the screen tip. And what it basically is doing is basically describing what the functionality of this little increase font is. So if you're not sure what something means or what it is, all you simply have to do is take your cursor, move the cursor over to any of the commands, a box will appear, and it will basically tell you what it means. So in this case, the double A uppercase A and the lowercase a basically means change case, okay? And it gives you a brief description. The next cool thing about this also is it has a section here that says tell me more. And if you click on the tell me more, normally what will happen if you do have a connection, that it will open up, it will simply go out to the web browser. So in this case, if you give it a minute, it's basically connecting out to the web itself, and it's bringing in the help functionality. And as you can see here, it explains to me basically what a change case is, and it basically gives some examples of how it, how it's used. So in this case, to capitalize the first letter of a sentence and leave all other letters as lowercase, select sentence case. So it tells you what each functionality within this specific command does, okay? So this is a very useful component that you can use. So if you ever hover over something and you see where it says tell me more, go ahead and click on that, and it will give you some more, basically some more details of the system in general, okay? So we talked about the ribbon, which is this entire section up here. On the ribbon, you have the tab, which has your all your commands, and then all the commands are basically broken down into groups, which are below here. And then we also looked at the quick access toolbar, which also sits on top of the ribbon itself, okay? The next thing I want to point out to you is what we call the title bar. The title bar is located right here in the center, right up where the ribbon is. And every time you open up a document, the title bar is going to basically give you a document name. So by default, because we have not given this document a unique name yet, the system is going to call it document. So in this case, because I've opened this document about 6 times without a name, every time it opens up, it will say document 1, document 2, document 3, document 4, document 5, and so forth. But once I give it a unique name, it's going to change this from document 6 to a unique name. And what I also want you to notice, it says Word right here. Okay, and this is, to help you and tell you that you are using Microsoft Word. So let's give our document a name, and this is going to kind of transition us a little bit into the save as functionality. So to save a document, you go to File, you go to Save As, And please note, the save as functionality, save as, you use this functionality when you are saving a document for the first time, or you are saving a document where you are renaming the document. You're giving the document another name. And this is another way for you to use the save as functionality. So when I'm saving the document, I click on the save as functionality. And then as you see here, I have a couple of options where it says this PC, meaning that I can save the document locally to the computer. Also here, I have the option for OneDrive, which allows me to save the document into the cloud, okay? So, but for now, for today, we're going to stick to saving the document locally to the computer. So what I will do is I will click on this PC. Once I click on this PC, or the other option is I could click on browse just to make it easier. And when I click on browse, at this point, I can navigate to anywhere in the File Explorer section. So let's say that I want to save it in my document section. I go to document, and you'll see that it will say this PC followed by document. And I'm going to give my document a name. I'm going to call it one. I'm going to go ahead and save it. And what you're going to notice now is that once I save the document, it has a unique name, and it's also still telling me that this is a Word document, okay? So the title bar, which is right here, will always tell you the name of your document. I kind of pre-alluded to this before. The next thing we have here is what we call the File tab, which I mentioned, which is also known as the Backstage view. And within the Backstage view, as I mentioned, you have the ability to open up an existing document, open a new document, save an existing file, save as, which is to save a new file. You have the ability to print. You also have your option here to make any backend changes in the system. And we do this all through what we call the File tab, which is also known as the Backstage view, okay? Then another unique feature that I would like to show you here is what we call the Tell Me box, okay? And what the Tell Me box basically is, it basically is a way to find how to do a command. So remember, all these items in here are what we call command, okay? So if you're not sure, let's say you want to do, let's say you want to insert audio, not exactly sure how to do audio. You could basically come in a section that's called the Tell Me box. You can type in, let's say, insert audio. And if insert audio is not there, you could type in basically audio, or just remember, there's just different measures that you could go ahead and insert, or you could go ahead, let's say you want to do a picture. You type in picture, you get some options. You click on insert a picture, and the functionality will automatically come up for you, okay? So the Tell Me basically is a great functionality that you could use when you're not exactly sure how to use something in the system, okay? The next term that I want to talk to you about, as we're still talking about basically the Word program window, is what we call the document window, okay? So the document window is this section here, okay? And the document window displays basically your current window. So let's say, for example, if I had multiple pages open. If I scroll down to this page, which is my page 2, this would be considered my current window. If I went up back to page 1, this will be considered basically my current window. So as you're scrolling in between the pages, and let's say you have 10 pages, you go to the 5th page, the 5th page will be considered your current document because you went to that page. The next thing I want to point out to you is your ruler, okay? Your ruler is going to help you to identify your margin. It is also going to help you to identify your tabs, okay? So if you look on my layout currently right now, you're going to see that my ruler does not exist, okay? It's just a document. There is no ruler. If you had asked me, how do I go ahead and insert a tab of 1.5 inch, there'll be no way for me to do this because I do not have a ruler that is indicating any of that information or how I adjust my margin. So if you go into the View tab itself and you go into the Show group, you will find your ruler right here. And as you can see, my ruler is currently unchecked, okay? So if I check the ruler box, what you'll notice here is that my ruler is going to appear. So please note, you do not necessarily need your ruler on at all times. It just depends on what you're doing in the system. You could be writing a very basic document. You may not necessarily need a ruler at all. In my case, when I do my typing, I don't need my ruler, okay? I typically turn my ruler off because it gives me a little bit more spacing and the ability to see better, okay? The next thing that I want to bring your attention is what we call the scroll bars. So depending on the layout of your system, you'll have 2 scroll bars. You have a vertical and you will have a horizontal scroll bar. As you see right now, I have 1 scroll bar to my right side, which allows me to go up and down. Depending on the layout of my document, I can end up with a scroll bar at the bottom, okay? So you will always have a scroll bar. By default, you will always show your scroll bar to the right. This one will always appear to the right. So that is your scroll bar. The next item that you will notice is your status bar, which is located right here in the lower left-hand corner. The status bar is what's going to show your page information. It is also going to show you your your word count. It's going to show you some sections on your spelling and grammar. So if you look below here, this is my page number section right here. And if I click on it, it will also bring up the navigation box that will show me my pages. So right now, I only have 2 pages. And when we talk about pages, we typically say page 1 of 2, page 2 of 2, and so forth. So I'm on page 1 of 2. If I'm going to do a word count, so let's say that I need you tell your students, I need an essay written in 1,000 words. The way that they're going to know if they've hit the 1,000-word mark is by utilizing the word count section. So what I want you to notice, and I have a pre-open document here, so I'm going to take the content from this document and I'm going to copy it, and I want to show you what will happen. So once I have the information pasted in here, what you'll notice is initially I started off with 0 words. As I start to type, the system automatically does my word count for me. So you see here, if I click on word count, it will bring up here how many pages I have, how many words so far has been typed. It will tell you how many characters with no space, how many characters with space, how many paragraphs, and how many lines. And if I wanted to, it will include any text. It will include any footnotes and endnotes. Another way for me to see the word count, other than going down to the page status, is also by going to the review tab. In the review tab, you are going to go into the proofing group, and within the proofing group, you will also find the word count. Additionally, that is on the status bar is what we call your spelling and grammar, okay? So for the spelling and grammar itself, if you click on here, it will basically tell you spelling and grammar is checked and is complete. And what you are going to notice with the spelling and grammar here is if you highlight over it like I'm doing here, it's going to tell you no proofing errors are found in your document, okay? Another way that you could go ahead and do your proofing is also by going back to the review tab. And in the review tab, you go to the proofing section again, and there you will find the functionality to do spelling and grammar. And when you click on that, it will go through the same process. If there was a spelling issue, it will tell you, and then it will give you spelling and grammar is complete if there was an issue. All right. So that is another layout of the word window itself. The next thing that I want to bring to your attention also is what we call also on the status bar, but it's located to your left-hand side, is what we call the view buttons, and we also have the zoom slider. So let's start with the zoom slider first. So by default, just to let you know, the zoom slider typically defaults to 100%, okay? It defaults to 100%, and I adjusted mine earlier. So it's at 100% right now. So depending, what the zoom slider will do is, there are those of us that typically sometimes are, eyesight is not too good and we want to make something bigger. This is what the zoom slider will do. So this is without you adjusting your computer display. You can adjust the application display instead. So the way you use the zoom slider is, one, you'll see that there is a plus and negative button. If you go to the negative, that is what we call the zoom out. So when you zoom out, it makes your information smaller. And when you zoom in, it makes your information larger, okay? So in this case, I have zoomed in to at least 150%, okay? The zoom functionality does go all the way up to 500%. So that's the max that it will go to. And from there, as you can see, you can make the adjustment. And what I want you to notice is that, remember I stated to you that you have a scroll bar that is located on the right. And then additionally to that, sometimes you will have a scroll bar appear basically at the bottom. So let's just take this out of the way for a minute. And what you'll notice is that here is the next scroll bar. This scroll bar only activates depending on your size of your document window, okay? So at 150, you're going to notice I only have my scroll bar to the right. There's no scroll bar at the bottom. As I increase my zoom, you then will notice that the second scroll bar will appear, okay? Because what's happening is that the document is expanding, and which is also making it larger. And because it's larger, you have to be able to go from one end of the document to the other easily, okay? So that is basically your zoom functionality. So for now, what we're going to do, we're going to keep this at 150%. Addition to that, on the status bar that is located here, you have your different types of view. So what I want to point out to you, that by default, the system always open up on the print layout, okay? And what the print layout basically means is this is how your document is going to look when you go to print. So if I was supposed to go to File and Print, what you'll notice is that the same way the document looks, it's the same way it's going to show up in the print layout view. Additionally to that, you have the read mode view. And it means exactly what it states. It's read mode. If you're just reading something, you can transition that document into our read mode. Okay, so it'll come up in read mode automatically. And then to exit out of the read mode, typically you go to View and you could hit Edit Document. The other option you have in your view is the web layout. So let's say you have a document that's going to be posted on the internet, okay? The web layout is what basically translates how that document is going to look when it goes on the web. So let's say this information here, I decided that I wanted this to post on the web. I want to see how it's going to look. All I simply have to do is change my view to web layout. And now it gives me an idea of how my document is going to look on the web, okay? And the reason why I bring these to you is because we're still on the status bar, but what I want you to notice is that the status bar only shows 3 of the word view layout, compared to if you go into the view tab, you will notice that there are 5 word layout view, okay? So in this case, the status bar only shows 3 of the layout view, compared into the tab section. If you go to the view tab, into the view, you have the outline view and the draft view that does not appear here. So let's just click on the outline view just to give you an idea. And the outline view is basically what it means. It gives, if you're writing an outline, it gives you an outline of how the document looks when it's in an outline. And to exit out, you hit close outline view. Then additionally to that, let's go back to the view tab, you have the draft view. And the draft view, you'll see, it kind of does look similar to some of the things you've seen before, but it's just on a wider angle itself, okay? So the next thing that I want to bring to you, so let's go back to the print layout view. And the next term that I want to bring to your attention is something that's called the insertion point, okay? So now we're going to dive into, putting some text onto this document. So this line that you see where my cursor is moved to, this line that is blinking, it is what we call the insertion point. And what the insertion point does, it indicates where your text is going to appear, okay? So what you'll notice is that when you're typing, the insertion point basically indicates, it's showing where the text appears when you type. So as I'm typing, you'll see that the insertion point is following. And that's basically telling me where the text is going to show up. Most people will see this, blinking line and not exactly sure what is it for, how is it used. But like, as I mentioned, that is the insertion point, okay? So now let's go back to some of the beginning, and we're going to open up our new document, and we're going to start to type some text, right? So like I mentioned, you go to new, and you go to blank document, and you open up your text, okay? So you open up your document. When you open up your document for the first time, by default, it lands on the print layout view. What you'll notice here is that your insertion point is basically blinking at this point. And what we are going to do is begin to write text, okay? So we're writing some text, and as we're writing some text, you'll see that the insertion point is telling where we are going to go. So one of the things that I want to bring to your attention is I've written my text. I need to save my document, and as always, I tell everyone, when you write a document, the first thing that you should do is save the document. So we're going to go through the process of saving this document. When you save the document, we are calling it a file, okay? We're saving it as a file, okay? And this file is going to be stored permanently, okay? So we go to File, we hit Save As, we go to Browse. We're going to determine where we're going to put the file. So in this case, I'm going to put the file in my document section. I'm going to give the file a unique name, okay? And what we're giving it is a file name. And what a file name is basically a unique name that is preceded by a 3 or 4 letter wording, okay? So call this text 1, okay, test. Now my file is saved. The file is saved now. So when I give the file a name, I'm calling the file name, and what the file name is going to indicate, it's going to indicate the name of the file, and it's also going to indicate basically the location of where the file is stored, okay? So for example, let's say that I wanted to reopen Microsoft, the Microsoft Word 1 document. I'm going to save this for now. And if I was to go to I'm going to utilize my quick access toolbar, because remember, we have the quick access toolbar. The whole point of the quick access toolbar is to get to certain functionalities quickly. I click on the folder, and when I click on the folder, it opens up the Microsoft Word section, and there's a couple of ways that I could look for this file. By default, what Microsoft Word is going to do, they're going to have a section right here that will display your most recent documents. And what the system will do, it will date it, okay? So as of today, these are my most recent document. If it goes a day back, it is also going to have, let's say today is Friday, I saved some documents on Thursday, it's going to have a date of 5/12, which is going to show my recent documents from yesterday, okay? So this is one of the ways I could go back to my document. The other option is I go to the Browse section. Because my system automatically defaults to documents, I'm going to automatically go to documents and locate my file. Or in other words, if I had it saved on my local C, if I had it saved on a flash drive or a USB drive, I will navigate to that drive, click on that, and then open my document up, okay? The next thing that I want you also to understand is there is also something that is called, and I'm going to bring it, I already have it here already, is the save button, okay? And what the save button does, it basically, as I'm typing my document, I can hit the save functionality. So when I hit the save functionality, it's going to save the information that I have here. If I had written save functionality and then close my document immediately, there would be no time for the system to process and save my information. So you always want to make sure that you are using the save functionality as you are typing, okay? So this is when you are typing and saving your document locally to the computer. If you're saving your document onto the internet using the cloud environment, yes, will automatically save your document for you. Okay, so you just want to make sure you are always saving your document. Additionally to that, let's talk about how we select text, paste text, and so forth. So one of the things that we can do, and let me just show you this functionality, is we're going to take the text that we have here. Okay, we're going to do the copy and paste functionality. So one, when you highlight something, you are going to right click on it, and then you are going to hit copy. Okay, so this is how you're going to copy information from one place to another location. You copy the information, and then you're going to basically go to the document that you have that you want to put this information. You are going to right click, and then you have a couple of options for pasting. And let me explain these to you. So you'll notice when I did the paste functionality, 3 boxes appear, okay? The first box that appear is what we call keep source formatting. And what that means is you're telling the system to keep whatever font size, whatever font you use, whatever layout you use, you want that same source formatting to be used in this document. So what you'll notice, if you look carefully, you're going to realize that where it says, let me just paste it in for now, you're going to realize that if you were to go to the Home tab, and if you click on these first text here, you're going to notice that they're using Calibri font, and the font size is 11. Now, if you notice the copy that I made here, the font is Helvetic, and the font size is 11. So this is what we mean by keep source formatting. You want to copy the layout that you have from the previous over to the new section and keeping that layout and format and everything. If you don't want to do that, and I just utilized the undo button right here, you can still right click, and what you could do here is what we call merge formatting, okay? And what merge formatting basically is that I want everything to be the same. I'm using Calibri font in this section here. So I want the information that I'm copying and pasting from the other document, I want it also to use Calibri. So what I'm going to do is use the merge formatting, and the merge formatting is going to make sure I utilize the formatting that's here already. So my formatting was Calibri body 1111. I'm going to do the same here. And if you look, it's Calibri 11. Okay. Let's do an undo again here. So we could go over through the paste options. The next paste option here, it says keep text only. Okay. And what we mean by keep text only is, let's say I had a hyperlink or I had a picture that was in the information that I copied over. I don't want the picture, I don't want the hypertext, I just want the text only. The system is going to carry over the text. It's not going to carry over the formatting. It's just the plain text. And that is also going to merge the information in, okay? So when you are copy and pasting, you want to make sure you take note of the paste options that you have, okay? What I also want you to understand is that when you copy and paste, okay, copy keeps the information in its original location. So in this case, this is my original location. I went ahead and I copied. Let me just close a few of these documents out. So I went ahead, and when I copied, the information stayed in its original location, and I have a copy here. So that is a copy functionality. So please note that when you are copying, it leaves the original text in the original location. All right. The next term that I want to bring to you now is what we call cut and paste. All right. So what you're going to notice here, and just for your own edification here, you can use Control-C on your keyboard, Control+C, which is CTRL, and CTRL. So let's just put it right here for you. CTRL +C, and it doesn't mean you hit the plus sign. It just in the technology world, we say CTRL, which stands for Control+C, means basically hit the control key and the C button at the same time. Okay, that's basically what it means. So Control-C means to copy and paste. All right. Then to cut and paste, this is what happens. You right click and you hit cut. And what I want you to notice is that the information now has removed from its original location. And if I go here, put my cursor here, right click, I get the same functionalities: keep source formatting, merging formatting, keep text. So what I'm gonna do here, instead I'm gonna keep the source formatting, and now I paste my information in, and what you're gonna notice now is my information is now gone from here. So when you cut and paste, cut removes the information from its original location. Copy keeps the information at the original location, but cut removes. Just for a keyboard shortcut for you, Control X, CTRL +X means to cut. Okay, and the best way to remember the shortcut key for cut is think about a scissors, because of the way the X is set up. Remember, the X looks like just like a scissors when you open a scissors up and go and it cuts and it cuts. So that's a good way to remember the Control X. So that is your copy, and that is your cut. And what I did at the end of the day, I went ahead and I did basically a paste. Okay. And just for when you're doing the paste, just always remember what type of pasting functionality do you want. Another keyboard shortcut for you, just so you have this handy, CTRL +V, and that is for paste. Okay, so on your keyboard, press Control-V at the same time, and that will do paste. Please, please, please do not hit Control and the plus sign. Try to hit Control, the plus sign, and the V. It is not going to happen because you're going to have to use both of your hands to do that. What you really want to do is just hit the Control button, and then hit the V, hit them simultaneously. And you can see you'll notice that something just paste because I used a shortcut keyboard. The next one that I want to show you while I'm here, as we're talking about paste, is on your keyboard. If you hit Control plus A, that means to select all, okay? It means to select all your text. Once you select all your text, then you can hit Control C, and Control C will do your copy, and then you hit your Control V to do your paste. So Control plus A, that is to select all text, okay? All right, so the next thing that we want to walk through now, that now we know how to copy, we know how to cut, we know how to paste, is to show you where all this information is located. Here you have what we call the clipboard. The clipboard is under your Home tab. And you'll notice here, if you hit this little caret that's pointing down, click right here, it's going to show you your clipboard, okay? So all your copying and pasting, so if I took this section right here, I went ahead and I want you to notice that I'm using something new for the first time. This is what we call the mini toolbar, okay? And what basically the mini toolbar is, the mini toolbar is basically a small or a downscale version of your ribbon, which utilizes your most commonly used text and paragraph format commands, okay? So you'll notice that the things that you see in the mini toolbar are typically in your Home tab is your clipboard, things from the clipboard. It has the things from your font and your paragraphs and your style section, because these are typically your most commonly used commands that you will typically use. And so you have your paragraph, you have your translate, you have your hyperlink, and so forth. So you pretty much will right click. I'm going to hit the copy button here. And then I'm going to paste this information here. And what I want you to notice is that the information here now is showing up inside of my clipboard. So I have the ability to basically see all the items that I have cut. So I went ahead and cut something. I'm pasting it here. Okay, so this shows basically all my functionalities within copy and paste. All right, and there you go. All right, so that is a mini toolbar. So this is a mini toolbar. I don't exactly have to come all the way up here to go ahead and change my font and so forth. All I simply have to do is right click, the mini toolbar appears. And from the mini toolbar, I could go ahead and do certain functionalities. So let's say, for example, I want to go ahead and format this in a different font. All I simply would have to do is right click. Here's my font types, the type of fonts. I come here and basically choose the type of font that I would like to use. Okay. Additionally to that, I can change my font size. Okay. Let's say if there is a couple words that are very important that I may want to highlight. I'm reading through this document and I want to highlight certain words. There is a highlight functionality. So think about when you're reading a book and you're using a regular highlighter, there is a highlight functionality here. So what I can do is, let's say I want to highlight the word functionality. I right click, here is my highlighter, and I have the option of choosing the color highlighter that I want to use. So I'm going to highlight this word here also. and I may want to use my red highlighter. Use the yellow. Let's highlight another word. And that is how you highlight within the system. Let's say that I don't want to highlight. I don't want to highlight this word anymore. All I simply have to do is go back over the highlight, hit the drop down, and hit no color, okay? And that will remove the highlight basically from the system. Another thing that I can do here, my font, like I mentioned, could highlight, use the mini toolbar, increase my font. Another way that I can increase my font, you'll notice that there are two letters here, A, one with a, we call this a caret, that a triangle that's pointing up, and then you have a triangle that's pointing down. What I could basically do is I could click on the font increase, and when I click on that, that is also increasing the font size without me having to use the numbers, or I could decrease the font size using the lowercase a to make it smaller, okay? The next thing that I can do here within the system, let's say I want to create a bullet or a listing. I can do this in the paragraph section. So if I go to paragraph, there's a couple ways that I can do bullets. If I click here, and if I hit the drop down button, I have the option basically of choosing the type of bullets that I can use, okay? So in this case, I will put this circle here, and I will type in math. If I hit the enter button, it will give me the next bullet. And then let's say if I want to do multi-level. So let's say under English, I want to put homework. All I could simply do is hit the enter button. And on my keyboard, I hit the tab, and it will bring over the bullet in the middle. And now I could type in homework. And if I want to still keep it at a multi-level, assignment. And if I no longer want to keep it at a multi-level, here's a quick trick. Hit the enter tab, hit the enter key, tab over twice. And then what you could do after that is hit the backspace. Let's do it again. Hit the backspace all the way back, and then it brings you back to the same section. So here I'm going to type in computer. If I even want to add another layer to the homework, I can hit tab, hit one over, and then I could do and that's another way that I could use the bullet functionality. You could also do the same thing with the numbering, okay? Simply go to the numbering, hit the drop down, and you determine how do you want the numbering to work. You could do 1, 2, 3 with a period, 1, 2, 3 with a closed parenthesis. You could do Roman letters, Roman numbers. You can do ABCs, lowercase, uppercase. Same thing here, you just have different functionalities. Same process, if I want to do numbering, I click on the numbering, so there goes 1. Hit the enter, it brings me to 2. And so forth, okay? And as usual, if I want to do a multi-level, this is another way same way to do it. Just hit the tab going across. and it will automatically create my multi-level for me. Okay, so that's one way to do the multi-level. If you really want to take it a step further, you do have the multi-level listing. Okay, so it just depends upon what works best for you. Some people will use the bullet and create their own multi-level using the bullets or the number, or some people will go to click on the multi-level. So this is how the multi-level is set up. And I normally use the multi-level when I am, doing writing that requires me to do chapters and so forth. So you typically will find this multi-level setup when you're doing table of content. Okay, so when you're typically doing a table of content, unless you use the reference section that also has a table of content, but you.
We thank Ms. Brown for so expertly guiding us in enhancing our computer skills when using Microsoft Word 2016. I am certain that you attendees will agree that we have learned a little more than we already knew about using Microsoft Word 2016. I also want to thank you viewers for staying with us on Track 5, Technology in Early Childhood Development. This interactive workshop sought to build our knowledge base and covered the most common uses of a computer to include understanding the basic notions of computer manipulation, managing computer files, and using Microsoft Word. We encourage you to tweet about PDI 2022 and technology in early childhood development using the hashtags #ECC PDI 2022, #YECD 2022, #12 Standards Matter. Tag us at ECCJA. Please remember to evaluate PDI 2022 by completing the evaluation form. To do so, visit pdi.ecc.gov.jm. Scroll down to PDI Workshop Evaluation, click on the link, complete the form. Our next session will be Millie's Little Movers. It is a video recording. Please stay tuned. And while you're viewing the video, get up out of your chairs and move your muscles, move your bones, get yourselves re-energized for our next sessions.
Hi everybody, welcome to Mini Little Movers. I want to thank you for joining me today. I hope you have cleared the living room spaces, the verandas and the bedroom, because guess what? We are going to get ready to move. Join me now. Many Little Movers. Just remember, parents, get our children involved in physical activities every day. Hula hoops, hopscotches, whatever it is. Let them burn and use up all of that energy. Allow them to drink plenty of water. And you as parents can join in as well. So join me again next time for Many Little Movers. Thank you.
How was your workout? Do you feel re-energized? I know you do. Please remain with us as we move into our penultimate workshop for the day. It is titled Integrating ICT for Different Learning Styles. This will be presented by Mrs. Carrion Cameron Hamilton. Mrs. Carrion Cameron Hamilton is an early childhood educator with over 20 years of experience in the early childhood sector. She is currently an assistant professor in the Department of Teacher Education with responsibility for the early childhood and primary education programs. She formerly served the Early Childhood Commission as an inspector, development officer, and early childhood development supervisor. Mrs. Cameron Hamilton holds a diploma in early childhood education from Shortwood Teachers College, a Bachelor of Science degree in school counseling from Northern Caribbean University, and a Master of Education degree in leadership in early childhood development from the University of the West Indies. She is currently pursuing a PhD in education with an emphasis in curriculum and instruction at Northern Caribbean University. Mrs. Cameron Hamilton loves children and has a passion for people. She and her husband of almost 20 years, Pastor Sean A. Hamilton, are the proud parents of two wonderful children, Sean and Keziah. Ladies and gentlemen, please give your regard to Mrs. Cameron Hamilton as she discusses integrating ICT for different learning styles. Welcome, Mrs. Cameron Hamilton.
Thank you so very much, Donnie, for your kind words of introduction. And it is a pleasure sharing with you today at this, your annual Professional Development Institute. It is indeed a pleasure to share with you today. Now, I must warn, and I'm going to ask for your help, Donnie, with the YouTube chat. If you can monitor the YouTube chat for me, I would appreciate it so very much.
I will certainly do that.
Thank you so very much for that. Mrs. Williams is joining me to lend a little bit of assistance with certain sounds. So I just want to share with the host when it's time for her to share her mic. If you could allow her to do so, please. Thank you so very much. So, good evening, everyone. How many persons are on YouTube with us this afternoon? Donnie, how many persons are viewing?
There are 41 persons watching now. The numbers will increase,
I feel
I am
so
certain.
special.
The
I
numbers
have
will
41
increase.
persons watching. And I would love all 41 persons to participate. Don't be shy. Donnie will be monitoring the chat for me, and we will have an interactive session. This will be an opportunity for you to share your thoughts, your opinions, and your experiences this afternoon. So please, 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 please do not be shy at all. Don't be shy. So, Mrs. Williams, you're going to have to share for me the link. So this evening, we will be looking at the integration of ITC for different learning styles. And we can talk about ITC separately, and we will. And we can talk about different learning styles in several different contexts. And I want to stop here for a moment because there are two main views of learning styles. And one of them relates to Howard Gardner's theory of multiple intelligence. And Howard Gardner has approximately 9 different 9 different intelligences that he puts forward. And his theory says that intelligence is not limited to academics. It is more than academics, and each person has their unique intelligence. So there are persons who are bodily kinesthetic. These persons are in tune with their bodies. They are the ones like Millie a while ago, working out and can do all those cool exercise moves. They're the dancers, they're the athletes, they're those persons who excel in anything physical. You have other persons who are linguistic. They can talk you out of your clothes. You put them in any situation and say, talk, and you do not regret it at all. Always, always talking. Let me see. Donnie, there is that. That's it, link. It looks different, Mrs. Williams.
Okay. Share the other one, the one with the 20 questions.
The one with the 20 questions, that nice short one, that's the one I'm using.
No problem.
Thank you. So, according to Howard Gardner, each person has their unique intelligence. And when we are planning for our children, we need to take these into consideration. Yes, that is the one, Mrs. Williams. That's the one. Donnie, I don't know if you have the ability, or can the host share this link in the chat for me, in the YouTube chat for me, please? They're going to need it. All right, so as I was saying about Howard Gardner, and excuse the flip-flopping, we can, the second link, yes, we can serve our children best if we attend to each of their intelligence, finding out what is a child's particular intelligence, and then plan our lessons around that so that they can reach their full potential. And I could spend the time and talk about Howard Gardner and talk about how we could integrate ICT rather, in our lessons, taking into consideration Howard Gardner's theory. But that's not where we're going to go. We're going to take a simpler approach to the different learning styles. We're going to look at the most commonly used listing of learning styles there is. And I'm not even going to tell you what it is. When you think about learning styles, what comes to mind? 3 things tend to come to mind, and it has to do with our 5 senses. So I want you to type in the chat right now. What are the learning styles you know about? And remember, please don't be shy. Feel free to type in the chat and let's share together. I hope the messages are coming in, Donnie. What do you see in the chat, Donnie?
All right, I am scanning, but I see Innova Group of Schools mentioning something about balance and safety. No, that's all I'm seeing.
Okay.
And some greetings.
Thank you for the greetings. I would love to see, though, what different learning styles have you heard about in the past? So, okay, let me jog your memory. what do we use our ears for? To listen, right? And there are some of us who learn best by hearing. So we are auditory learners. There are some of us who use our eyes well. Some of us may be using our eyes too well and, need glasses. Oh gosh. So we're visual learners. And then some of us need to have hands-on experiences. So we're tactile learners. And in the link, in the chat, is a link for an assessment, a self-assessment that will help you identify your learning style. Danae, do they have that link in the chat as yet?
Yes, the link is in the chat.
Wonderful. So, what is your learning style is the question. And when you click on the link, you should be seeing a page that looks like this. There are 20 questions. And all you have to do is to select the most likely response. Select the most likely response. Okay? So I'm going to give you a few minutes to do that. In fact, I am going to join you. So I'm going to stop sharing my PowerPoint. And I'm going to go ahead and click on the link in the chat myself, because I don't want you to be left alone in this experience at all. Okay. And I am going to share my screen. Hold on. Here we go. This is one. All right, and I'm going to take the time out to do this questionnaire. So it's very quick and easy. Please, please, I want you to be doing this as well. What type of book would you read? Okay, that's me. And I'm going to find my learning style. When I first saw this question, what are, when you are not sure about the spelling of a word, what are you most likely to do? The first thing that crossed my mind was Google, but they don't have that option. So I'll just select the next best thing. All right. So I hope you are selecting and answering the question, because I want you to share in the chat what your particular learning style is. So please, 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 please click on the link provided and answer the questions. Yeah. I like question 7. It says, if you went to a school dance, what would you most likely remember the next day? I may not remember the dance moves because it's highly unlikely that I will end up dancing, but I'll surely remember the food. Am I the only one? I hope I'm not. Yes. So
okay, Mrs. Hamilton, we have posted the link multiple times.
Yes.
However, the participants are saying that they are not seeing the link. I am not sure why. I'm going to post it again. Participants, I just posted. Please type in the chat to let me know if you are seeing the link. Participants, please let me know if you're seeing the link. We have posted the link multiple times. Okay, so the participants are saying that they're not seeing the link. Yes, I am not sure why, because we posted it. I've lost count of the number of times.
I am so sorry that they're not getting the link. Well, if you're seeing my screen, you should be able to see the link on my screen. All right. Okay. If I'm the only one who will get a chance to do it, well, we will work with that situation. I really hoped you would get a chance to do it, but we'll adjust accordingly. All right, so I've completed my 20-question quiz, and the results will tell me, auditory learner. They say that I'm an auditory learner. So 40% auditory, 35% visual, 25% tactile. I think I'm more of a visual learner than an auditory learner, but okay, we will work with them. It's based on how I answered the question, right? So what I wanted you to do next is to, well, based on what you've seen on the screen or based on your experience, what type of learner do you think you are? Type in the chat for me the type of learner you think you are. If you think you're an auditory learner, a visual learner, or a tactile learner. Now, let me share some information with you. If you are an auditory learner, you learn by hearing and listening. You understand and remember things you have heard. You store information by the way of sound. You have an easier time understanding spoken instructions than written ones. If you are a visual learner, hold on, let me stop sharing this and go back to my PowerPoint, please. Okay. So if you are an auditory learner, as I said before, you learn by hearing and listening. You understand and remember things you have heard. You store information by the way of sound. You have an easier time understanding spoken instructions than written ones. And you find yourself reading, if you're an auditory learner, you find yourself reading the instructions over and reading it aloud before you can really understand what they're trying to tell you to do. You have to remember as an auditory learner that you are okay. Let me fix this. As an auditory learner, you have to remember that you need to hear things, not just see things, in order to learn well. The visual learner now is a person who learn by reading or seeing pictures. You're the person who understands and remembers by sight. you can picture what you're learning in your head. So for you, your imagination tends to run wild. And if somebody tells you something, you create that picture of what you've heard in your mind. And you learn best by using methods that are primarily visual. You like to see what you learn. And I'm sure as practitioners, we have heard children say, Miss, can I see the picture? Miss, turn around the book. Miss, can I see that? Those children who insist on seeing things are children who are visual learners. And as visual learners, we need to remember that you need to see things, not just hear things, in order to learn well. The tactile learner is one who will learn by touching and doing. This person is very busy. When I was in Teachers College and on my final year teaching practice, Mrs. Williams, I had a little boy in my class who could not sit still. Now, there is a possibility that he had ADHD, and that might have been the case. I don't know. I don't know if he was ever assessed. But what I do know is that the only time I got him to do anything was when he was doing something hands-on. A lot of us as teachers tend to teach based on our own personal learning styles. So you have the teacher who will sing until thy kingdom come. They may or may not be a good singer, but they have some form of music playing and all of this because they really are in tune to their auditory way of learning, and they present their lessons accordingly. You have other teachers who will show YouTube videos and pictures and carry them outside to look at things and all of that because they are visual learners. And many of us are visual learners and auditory learners, but not a lot of us teachers are tactile learners. And a lot of our boys and a lot of our girls too are tactile learners. They can't just sit down and look and listen. They have to do. And because of that, we find, because we teach based on our learning styles, we find that we tend to neglect the other learning styles. And one learning style that we really tend to neglect is this one, the tactile learner, the one who learns by touching and doing, the one who understands and remembers things through physical movement, the one who is hands-on, who prefers to touch and move and build and draw what they are learning. They tend to learn better when some type of physical activity is done. We need not forget these persons. These persons need to be active and take frequent breaks. They need to speak often with their hands and with gestures. So they're always gesticulating, you know those people? Their hands are always flying about the place. They're never, even when they're talking and when they're not talking, their hands are still going. Yes, the tactile learner. And this person finds it difficult sitting still. So the tactile learner needs to remember that they learn best by doing, not just reading, seeing, or hearing. So my question to you is, and Donnie, could you tell me if anyone has typed in the chat what type of learner they think they are?
Yes, quite a few persons have.
Please tell me about it.
Jennifer Bennett says she is visual. Sharnette Thomas says she is visual and tactile.
Oh, cool.
Janet Henry is tactile and visual.
Okay.
Pauline Blake says she is auditory and visual. Yes. Visual learner says Sharon Dookie.
Okay.
Tactile and visual says kindergarten.
Okay.
And Raheem Smith says he is a visual learner.
Okay, wonderful. So I want them now to do something for me. I want to know, how do you use ICT to enhance your learning style? And notice I'm working with you now, and it's very deliberate. I want us to be in tune with ourselves, because as we understand how we learn, we can take that understanding of how we learn and apply that to our children. We want to develop empathy for the different types of learners in our classroom, okay? So how do you use ICT to enhance your learning style? I want you to type that in the chat for me. So those persons who have shared already, thank you so very much for sharing. Please share again. How do you use ITC to enhance your learning style? So personally, I like to watch YouTube videos on certain topics. If there is a video on it, I will definitely watch that video. I work with what I see and what I hear. I'll remember that much quicker than if I had to go do something. And so I use YouTube quite a bit. It's also a quick way of getting information for me. I like to read as well. So I tend to go and look for articles and such the like on different topics. So Wikipedia and certain websites on certain topics are my go-to spaces. I still do like books because I can mark high points, highlight certain things, make notes in the columns. I still use, books as well. But when you understand your learning style, you find that you will gravitate towards certain ICT applications based on your learning style. Danae, what do you have in the chat for me?
Okay, so Brandy Aronson says, I prepare presentations on PowerPoint that has lots of pictures.
Oh gosh, I believe you, Brandy. Hi, Brandy. Anybody else?
Not as yet, not yet.
Okay. All right, no problem. Keep those coming in. And I'm guessing maybe one of the reasons why persons have not typed something in the chat as yet is because we're not very clear as to what information and communication technology is. And I found this definition and I want to share it with you. So ICT means information and communication technology. And as I prepared for this presentation, I found a definition on Techopedia. And they pointed out on Techopedia that the ICT is a combination of not just the, okay, noted. It's not just a combination of, the apps that we use, WhatsApp and Google, etc., but it includes the whole networking itself, more than just the applications that we interact with on face value. It's the whole system that comes together to give us information and allow us to communicate. So how do we use that in education was a question that I wanted to answer. And ICT in education is the mode of education that uses information and communication technology to support, enhance, and optimize the delivery of information, and I added learning. So any application that we use to help us to support the teaching learning experience, to enhance the teaching learning experience, to optimize the teaching and learning experience is ICT in education, and that can be absolutely any form of technology. So now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's get back to the question. What or how do you use ICT to enhance your learning style? I heard that Brandy added something else to the chat. Could you share that for me, please?
Okay, so I am going to repeat what she said earlier and add what she typed next. So she says, I can prepare presentations on PowerPoint that has lots of pictures. I can add links in my presentations to access different articles, and I can add videos to the presentations as well.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so very much, Brandy, for sharing that. Thank you for sharing that. It's appreciated. Okay, so Brandy just shared that she uses PowerPoint presentations. I want to hear from the rest of us. I want you to type in the chat ICT applications that you have used in your classroom.
Okay, so Miss Jennifer Bennett added that she says, I lost it. Just give me a second. I used the YouTube channel mostly in my lesson presentations. Pauline Blake, I use YouTube a lot with my letter sounds, story times, and numerals. Trudy Blackstock says, I engage my class every day with technology, and I realized it has been working very well. You can hear the students in the evening singing what was done.
Hold on, don't go anywhere as yet. I really want to jump onto what Trudy just said. Research has shown that when we include ICT in the classroom, our students perform better. It opens the gateway to have them access more information. It opens the gateway to have them access new experiences based on their learning styles. And it allows them to improve their critical thinking skills. It broadens their horizon. It does so much for them. It has been proven that ICT makes a difference, and I appreciate that Trudy has verified that for us this afternoon. Thank you so very much, Trudy. Anything else in the chat, Danae?
Not yet.
All right, thank you so very much. So I've heard YouTube a lot in the chat, and I know that there are other things that we tend to use in our classrooms. I want to find out from you though, what learning styles is best served by these applications? What learning styles are best served by YouTube? Please type that in the chat for me as well. I think we sort of know the answer, don't we? We recognize that, okay, YouTube is auditory and visual. It might be tactile if the video asks for persons to move. Like the video that was shared before we started this presentation, Millie had us moving with the gym instructor and getting our bodies engaged, and that's absolutely wonderful. That's absolutely wonderful. But are we neglecting any particular learning style when we spend so much time using one particular application? Are we creating that environment where all the learning styles are served? We have to take this into consideration because there are so many ICT applications out there, and I'm going to share a few with you. I know I have barely scratched the surface as to the different types of application that we have available to us. Just barely scratch the surface. Yes, here we go. Of the different type of applications that we can use. One of the applications I have here is Google Classroom. Google Classroom I've added because it is a learning management system, and it allows you to do a variety of things. And that opportunity that Google Classroom presents allows you not to just focus on one or two learning styles, but opens the door for you to reflect, or opens the door for you to allow your students to access all the learning styles. And that's why I placed Google Classroom here. I'm going to spend a little time talking about that. Bear with me, please. Okay. Can I testify? God is good. I've been sick. I'm having the flu. And when I got up this morning, I couldn't speak. And here we are having a conversation. No, that is to testify that prayers really work. God is really very good. God is good. Amen. So Google Classroom, I'm bringing that one out because one, Ministry of Education have been using it, and some persons would have been familiar with the Google Classroom. Google Classroom allows you to access face-to-face meetings with Google Meet. It's a part of the classroom setup. It allows you to set up assignments, which will allow the children to do things. You can add quizzes and other applications from other platforms in the stream so that children can access other things along with the applications that the classroom has available to it. And of course, it being Google, you would have several things like YouTube and other things that other applications that Google offer to add to that classroom site. So I'm highlighting Google Classroom because honestly, it provides you with a platform that can serve not just your auditory and visual learners, but your tactile learners as well. Of course, YouTube, we know, will serve your auditory and your visual learners. If you are careful with the selection of your video, you can also serve your tactile learners. I like Kahoot. Kahoot is really very fun and easy to use. It's not the only quiz-based application, but it's one of the most popular. There's another one called Quizzes that you can access as well. Quizzes is, I'm not going to even try to compare the two, but it's an alternative that you have available. Quizzes might have more free options than Kahoot. Kahoot options can be limited depending on what you are opting to use. But I place Kahoot here because anybody, any age group can use Kahoot. The babies can use Kahoot. So your 3-year-old, your 4-year-olds, your 5-year-olds, and at the rate at which our children are going, even your 2-year-olds can use Kahoot because your options, the options you select can be simply shapes or pictures, etc. So Kahoot is really versatile and can be applied to the early childhood classroom. Slido is an app that I was introduced to some time ago. It's similar to Kahoot, except that it has the ability to be attached to your PowerPoint presentation. So, Brandy, you don't have to actually go and give them a link to select, as I did a while ago, didn't work out. You don't have to give them a link to select, to go away and do that and come back. Once they're seeing your PowerPoint presentation, you can access the link, give them the code to connect them to your PowerPoint presentation. They can respond using that code and their responses will come up on your PowerPoint. I love Slido for this reason. I should have used it this evening. But here is another option that you have to use. Now, the other picture that you're seeing is really to make you aware of the fact that there are several websites and applications that offer live worksheets, worksheets that your students can do with you while you are teaching a lesson, whether it is face-to-face or online. And I want to highlight something. And I'm going to tell the story of a student teacher who is teaching grade 6. Yes, I know grade 6 is not our age group, but I'm telling her story because I want to make a point. So we have been brought back into the classroom, and many of us were utilizing a lot of technology. And I've observed that some of the schools, since they've gone back to full-time classes, have told their students, please stop bringing your phones, do not bring your laptop to school, no devices in class. And I'm like, really now? We had this thing down pat, and now that we've come back to full-time classes, we're throwing the technology out through the window, kicking it over the fence and going miles away from it to come back to the old way of doing things. So let's get to the student teacher. So in her classroom, she allows her students to go into groups, and she will ask them to research a particular topic. And she instructs them to take out their tablets and head online to find information on the particular topic. Not only that, but she may have them in groups and want them to look at different items. She has them in a WhatsApp group, and she puts in the WhatsApp group links to each of the items. So she will say, group 1, the link to the article is in the WhatsApp group 2. Your link is also in WhatsApp. Group 3, your link is in WhatsApp. The children head to their WhatsApp, they select the link, and they start working on their project. Here is my point. We have children with different learning styles. We have opened the door, the floodgates for ICT to come into our classrooms. And yes, it takes time to prepare, to find the ideal video, to create your Kahoots, to put together your PowerPoints, and all of these things, to find the best live worksheet to use. I agree that it takes time to prepare, but if research has shown that including ICT in our classrooms enhance what we do, allow our children to meet their full potential, why should we throw it through the window and over the fence and out of the school? Let's not do that at all. Please, let's keep ICT in our classrooms. And then let's take it to the next level and ensure that whatever ICT applications we use, it meets the need of each of the types of learners that we have in our classrooms. We have the auditory learner, we have the visual learner, we have the tactile learner. We can use ICT to reach all of them. So here is what we're going to do now. And again, Donnie, I'm going to need your help to hear what's going on in the chat. I am going to ask let me work with 3 persons. Okay, 3 persons. No, let me increase that to 5. I need 5 persons to share in the chat what issues they're having as it relates to including ICT in their classroom and including ICT that assists their different learners. What is the problem? What challenge do you have sharing ICT in your classroom? So this little segment is going to take the form of a call-in show, or, yes, a chat-in show in this case. And our call-in show today is called Your Issues Live. Ms. Williams?
Welcome to Your Issues Live. Please share your issues. What is your issue with integrating ICT in your classroom? Tell us in the chat. Let us hear what your experiences and your challenges are here on Your Issues Live.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Your Issues Live, where we will be looking at your issues in early childhood. Today, we're focusing on ICT in the classroom. And I know that we have been using a lot more ICT in our classroom because of the pandemic. But now that we've gone back to face-to-face classes and we are now in our schools, what issues are you having? What are the challenges you're facing, including ICT in your classroom? Is it that you have issues with your device? Is it that your school is located in an area where there is poor internet connectivity? Is it that your children aren't interested in the ICT applications you're using? Or is it that parents are against it? I don't know. I want to hear what are your issues. So type your issues in the chat and let's together work out your issues. This is Your Issues Live. Donnie, are there any issues placed in the chat as yet?
There certainly are. Carlene Jordan, T-Kai, Carlene Jordan, T-Kai, Jennifer Bennett mentioned that they are having issues with internet connectivity.
Mm-hmm.
Jennifer Bennett also mentions that in addition to the internet connectivity, there are insufficient devices at school. Kiona Rowe mentions that teachers are experiencing damage to their personal equipment by students and they receive no compensation for that. Those are the comments so far. So poor internet connectivity, insufficient devices are the major comments.
And
yes.
damage
and
to
damage
your
to devices, right?
Personal devices. Okay, thank you so very much for sharing those issues. No, I'm not claiming to be the repository of all solutions. So I want to hear from those of you in the chat who might have had these experiences before. How did you resolve them? How did you resolve these particular issues? Let's help those who are having issues with ICT in their classroom now. So tell us, what did you do when you found that you had issues with internet connectivity? What did you do when you found that you had insufficient devices? What solutions did you come up with when you found that your personal device was damaged by the children? Wow, these are real issues and we want to hear real solutions. I'm going to make a couple of suggestions and then Danae will read what you have placed in the chat. No, internet connectivity is a real issue. It depends on where you are. Now, I have found that there are more and more small organizations starting up providing internet services to rural communities since the advent of COVID-19. I can tell you that the area in which I live had no cable company coming through my community, none whatsoever. We had approached Flow several times over the years, and they said our community was too underpopulated. But then a small provider started to serve a community over, and we approached that provider, and that provider would have afforded us the opportunity to have internet access. And so our community now have internet access because of a small provider. Look around your community or neighboring communities and see if there's a small cable company that provides internet. They may be willing to provide the service to your school. In addition to that, Digicel and Flow do have really good data services. If you are in a community that has better access to Flow, then trying a Flow plan will work well for you. If you are in a community that has better access to Digicel, then trying a Digicel plan will work for you as well. Approaching providers to help you also is an option. There are also other providers that provide wireless connectivity. It depends on the community you're in. Different parishes have different companies. Again, search out those small internet providers. If you're driving through a community and you see a strange looking antenna on somebody's house or in a building, ask. You may find that provider will be willing to put up something at your school. So ask. Insufficient devices. I understand perfectly well. They say every mickle make a muckle. Use what you have. Look at what you have and then plan around that. It may mean that you will have to work with small groups, and in early childhood, we should be working in small groups. So here is where group rotation helps. Instead of trying to share one device with the whole class, put them in their groups and share the content with each group. Rotate the groups as we are supposed to do in early childhood. Damage to personal devices. Wow, my heart goes out to us and those of us who have had this experience. I feel your pain. However, one of the things we need to do with our children is to teach them how to use the devices around us. So just as how you teach them how to go to the bathroom, going into a line, walking to the bathroom, washing their hands, drying their hands, making the line, walking back to the classroom, those sort of routines we teach our children all the time. We need to teach our children routines when it comes to working with devices. So look at how you're supposed to work with a device and then teach your children how to work with a device. That teaching them that routine will reduce the amount of damage your device will experience. Also, don't be afraid to request assistance from community members, community organizations. There may be someone willing to supply the school with a device or 2 or 3 or 4 or enough for everybody to have. If we but ask, we may find that we will have persons willing to help us. Those are my suggestions, but I want to hear what your suggestions are. Danae, what is in the chat?
Okay, so Carlene Jordan responded, I
download the videos at home. So I am thinking that there is internet connectivity at her school. And so what she does is download the videos at home and then take them to school for the children's viewing.
That's a really good idea. Thank you so very much. Excellent idea.
Kiona Rowe says a solution is to create lessons in PowerPoint, download and add videos there from home. So the suggestion is to do the downloading, the editing at home where you have the internet connectivity and then go to school to do the presentation.
That makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Thank you for that. What else
There
do
was
we
another
have?
challenge. I'm sorry for interrupting, but there was another challenge, another issue that Pauline Blake mentioned. She says, my greatest problem is I am still unable to upload information and share screen. So she hasn't quite mastered that skill as yet.
Oh, wow.
Right.
Wonderful. I would love to suggest YouTube for this, because YouTube does provide tutorials for everything that you can think of, including how to share your screen. So if you want to share your screen using Google Meet, just type it into YouTube, how to share your screen using Google Meet, how to share your screen using Zoom, how to share your screen using the particular platform that you are using at the particular time. Simply put, most of the platforms have a share screen icon that looks pretty similar. It says share screen, and you have a little box, more like a square, with an arrow pointing up. That's the one that Zoom uses. Google Meet uses a similar icon as well. Once you click on that icon, it will then tell you, give you the option of the type of share you want to do. So usually it will bring up, well, on Zoom, it brings up your screens, all the screens that are available, and you select the one that you want to share. On Google Meet, it will ask you if you want to share a window or a tab or your screen. And then you would select the one that you really need. So yes, I've given you a little bit of a tip, but then YouTube has a video for it somewhere out there. So try that. What else do we have, Donnie? You are muted, Donnie.
I apologize.
No problem.
I am still searching the chat. I have not seen any more solutions. Latoya Nickel Rose says, when I have internet trouble, once there is no rain, I take the students outside where it is closer to the internet.
Oh, cool. I like that. I really do like that, Nicolette, because not only are you using ICT, but you're using the natural environment as well, taking the children outside of the classroom to learn something new. Always is always good for the children. So I love that idea.
Miss Fiona Rowe has another solution.
Yes.
Allow students to take their device to school, and the teacher shares the video or activities with the students to alleviate damage to personal property.
I agree. Thank you so very much for that. I agree with you. Allow the children to take their devices and then allow them to share. Okay, so we've identified some of the issues we have when it comes to using ICT in our classroom. But I want to zero in now on the challenge we may have selecting ICT applications that will meet all our students' needs. Okay, go ahead with the next suggestion, please.
Jennifer Bennett says, seek sponsorship for internet connectivity or utilize the data plans available until you get internet connection. I wrote a letter to someone and I'll be getting my request granted.
Woohoo, you go, girl. Congratulations. I'm so happy for you. So see, it does work. Ask for help. I'm tempted to say the Bible says, ask and you will receive, seek and you shall find, knock and it shall be opened unto you. If we don't go and ask, we'll never receive the help that we really need. So please feel free to ask for the help. Ask for the help. Thank you so very much. So as I said, I want us to look at the issues as it relates to using ICT for the different learning styles. As pointed out before, and based on what you've placed in the chat, we tend to use YouTube a lot. And most of the YouTube videos that we utilize do not meet the needs of the tactile learner. What can we do? Or why is it that we find that we tend to neglect one of the learning styles or the other when we use ICT? Is it that most of the ICT applications are only auditory and visual? Or is it that we are not utilizing the ICT applications available to us that will include physical activities? What are your thoughts? What is it? Is it that the things available are mostly auditory and visual? Or is it that we're not using the ICT applications that include the tactile learner? Place in the chat what you think it is, what you think the real issue is. Let me see the chat lighting up, please, guys. Let me hear from you. Ooh, la la. Donnie, am I pronouncing your name correctly? I feel as if I'm pronouncing your name correctly.
It's Danya. Danya.
I was looking at it a while ago and saying, no, that's not Donnie. Thank you very much.
Danya, right? So I think they are typing their responses.
Your name, Danya. Is there anything in the chat for me?
Not as yet. I think they're typing their responses.
Okay, no problem at all. What I'm going to encourage us to do is to look for those ICT applications that will include or tactile learners. If we're going to be using YouTube videos, look for those YouTube videos that will require them to move. And if you're using a YouTube video that doesn't in the video itself say that they should move, you get up and get them to move and do things. Allow them to do things. Let's include all our tactile, all our learning styles in ICT. Integration is like a marriage. When we integrate ICT and for the different learning styles, we are creating a union. We're bringing two things together with one expressed purpose to enhance our students' learning experience and enhance their learning experience based on their learning styles. And the three learning styles that we focused on today included the auditory learner, the visual learner, and the tactile learner. I want us to go away determined to meet the needs of all the learners in our classroom. And okay, I'm a visual learner, I'm an auditory learner, so I will work with those things in my lesson. No, 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 no. We're not writing our lessons for ourselves. We're writing and planning our lessons for our children. It is our job to meet their needs. It is our job to help them to grow and flourish and thrive the best way possible. It is our job to ensure that their needs are met based on their different learning styles. It is our job to ensure that we are integrating ICT, not just for the visual learner, not just for the auditory learner, but also for the tactile learner as well. So as we wrap up, I invite you to a wedding. This is the wedding of ICT and different learning styles. In this, I don't know if ICT is the groom or the bride. I don't know if different learning styles is the groom or the bride. I don't know how big the wedding party is. I don't know. But I know that we, when we leave here, need to ensure that there is an integration of these two things to ensure that our children meet their fullest potential. We have one more comment. We're going to take that comment and then we will have our wedding. I'm not hearing you, Danya. I'm not hearing.
Are you hearing me now?
Yes, I'm hearing now.
Okay, so Ms. Sharon Dookie says we can also put a television in our classroom and download the videos from YouTube, then show through a flash drive.
Thank you so very much.
Carlene Jordan states, when I teach lessons about exercise, I use videos that they watch and do the exercises as well. Those are the comments for now.
Thank you so very much. And I really appreciate Ms. Jordan bringing this up. And I want to encourage us all to include the tactile learner, not just in those lessons that require it, but even in the lessons that don't. When we're teaching numbers, let them get up and, you know, when I was in basic school, and that was like a hot minute ago, my teacher used to send me outside to pick up stones. You know, we can still do that. Let them get up and do something that is still possible. I want Mrs. Williams to please. Oh, there's another comment, Danya?
Yes, there is.
Wow.
Miss Trudy Blackstock says, when I have internet problems, I use my idiotic way to continue my lesson. And Miss Nordette Woolery says, allow the children to take their tablets to school and also use up the smart board if that is available.
Yes, definitely, definitely so. I so appreciate all the comments, all the suggestions, all the solutions to the issues we've been having. And I appreciate what you have been doing in your classroom with ICT and how you have been using ICT to help our children to learn using their different learning styles. You've been doing a good job. Continue to do a good job. I want to encourage you to take it to the next level too. Do even more. When we do more for our children, we ensure that our country, Jamaica land we love, will be a better place by and by. Not just for our children, but for us in the long run. So let's give our children the best. Give them the integration of ICT for different learning styles. Give them this marriage that will allow them to thrive and reach their full potential. So, the wedding. Now, for this wedding, and I hope you know that when you are getting married, if you didn't do it before, like me 20 years ago, you need to do it now for this wedding. We need something new. We need something old. We need something borrowed. We need something blue. I want you to tell me what you have learned new. That's our something new. What you have learned that you knew already. That's our something old. What you will be borrowing from this presentation. Something that you've learned that you're going to take away. What's your takeaway? That's our something borrowed. And our something blue is something that you didn't really enjoy or made you feel a little sad, a little blue. That's our something new. So type in the chat for us as we wrap up. What's your something new? What have you learned new from this session? What's your something old? What have you heard that you knew already? What's your something borrowed? What are you going to be taking away from this session? And what's your something blue, something that you weren't so happy about? Type that in the chat for me, please. Share in our wedding. And as you type in your something new, something old, something borrowed, and something blue, I just want to reiterate, we have been pushed into a new era where ICT has become a real part of the teaching and learning experience for our children. Let us take the opportunity to maximize this push that we've received and use ICT to help all the learners in our classroom, to help our auditory learners or tactile learners and or visual learners. Let us take the opportunity to help our children to reach their full potential. It is a researched fact that ICT does enhance the teaching and learning experience. You have been doing it, and congratulations on that. And you've been doing it regardless of the challenges with internet connectivity, insufficient devices, damage to personal devices. You've been doing it. And I commend you for that. Let me encourage you now to continue to do it. Go the extra mile, because when all is said and done, the children that are in our care will benefit and be better for it. Thank you very much. Donia, any comments? And then we wrap up.
No, there are no comments.
Okay. They all didn't come to the wedding. They didn't have anything new. They didn't give us anything old. They didn't have something borrowed, and they didn't have something blue. Don't worry. A lot of people come to the wedding for the food and they eat. And let me say it in patois. Not for we come a wedding and the man go away. We not even bring wedding present. So I will not mind.
But Mrs. Hamilton, if I may add,
yes.
My something new.
Yes.
My something new would have been 2 of the ICT applications that you mentioned earlier,
Okay.
Slido and Live Worksheets. I have never heard of those, and so I will go and do my research and see how the applications work. So that would be my something new.
I am so glad. I'm so glad. At least you brought something to the wedding. Thank you so very much, Dania. I appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for joining us here this afternoon. It has been a pleasure having you, and I appreciate so much your participation and the sharing of your issues and your ideas and your suggestion. I wish you all the best and all of God's richest blessing and all the success you can have working with our children, working with ICT in our classrooms. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you too, Mrs. Cameron Hamilton. We thank you so much for this exciting, interesting, informative, and interactive presentation. You showed us how we may integrate or marry information technology and the different learning styles. You mentioned some applications that would be perfect for bringing out all the learning styles. We just have to go and do our own little research, watch some videos to see how we may apply these and practice it. And we thank you for that. We encourage you, participants. We thank you for coming as well. We thank you for staying with us. And we encourage you to tweet about PDI 2022 and Track 5, Technology in Early Childhood Development, using the hashtags #ECCPDI 2022, #YECD 2022, 12 Standards Matter. Tag us at ECCJA. Please remember to evaluate PDI 2022 by completing the evaluation form. Do so by visiting pdi.ecc.gov.jm. Scroll down to PDI Workshop Evaluation. Click on the link and then complete the form. Let's get animated. That's right. You heard me correctly. Let's get animated. That is the title of our final workshop for the day. Animation is both a pedagogical tool and a form of digital storytelling. Children relate to animated characters and are immersed in animation outside of the classroom environment on a regular basis. This workshop will introduce educators to animation tools such as Powtoons, Class Dojo, and Kahoot, and demonstrate how you can leverage animation for lesson planning and delivery in helping children to have a vibrant learning experience. Please stay tuned as our facilitator, Mr. Jovan Miller, shares with us. Mr. Jovan Miller is the founder of Polycloud Interactive, a gaming and animation studio that focuses on the creation of educational content at the early childhood and primary levels. Their latest project, Homework, is one such application that uses cartoons and games to aid learners to gain a better understanding of topics. Mr. Miller believes learning should be fun and interactive, not just for students, but also for teachers alike. The Caribbean people need Caribbean-built tools to solve Caribbean problems. This belief is at the heart of all content produced at Polycloud Interactive. Ladies and gentlemen, please give your keen attention to Mr. Jovan Miller as he shares with us.
Hi guys, good afternoon. Unfortunately, I was a little bit late to the wedding and I didn't get any food, and I'm a little bit bothered by that, but we will carry on anyway. No, I am a programmer, right? And I have to admit technology, and I have, even though I'm in the field, we have this very interesting relationship where when we have like these online things, the idea of finding the chat button or the share screen button proves problematic to me sometimes. So bear with me. Technology is interesting for everyone. Let me click on this. All right, so you all should be seeing a screen that says, let's get animated, I hope. So I'm gonna start the slide. If we don't see it, I hope somebody will tell me. So let's get animated, right? So throughout this whole thing, I'm gonna tell you about what animation is, the different types of animation, so that we're not scared, and when we see kids watching it, we can know exactly what it is that they're watching. The pros and cons of using animation generally in a learning environment, to what we have seen at Homework, how can and does it help, and the tools that you yourselves can use to make somewhat animated content. But before that, because I had to write this, I am going to be mischievous and give you all some work to do. Now, an interesting thing, my mother can tell me 100 Jamaican proverbs and I cannot answer any one of them. So to torture you all, I'm going to give you a Jamaican proverb and ask you all to, if you can tell me what this means. If you can, awesome. If you can't, it's fine. It says, on the same day leaf drop, it rotten. All right, I remember when I got this. I got it when I was younger, and hopefully you all have it too. So says the consequences of a mistake may not be felt for years, but will eventually have an impact. So there we go. Jamaican proverb. Now, getting into the meat of the matter. Animation. So in simple terms, I'm not going to read it for you, let's be explained. Animation is really using pictures and inanimate objects to kind of move them in a way that it looks like or it mimics the real world, right? You have different styles of animations that we'll get to, but for now, you can see the boy is walking and it's like each step is drawn. That's a traditional animation style and it's meant to mimic the real world. This is something a little bit more, oh, okay, this is kind of what animation is, where they draw each pose specifically so that it becomes fluid. So animation has this interesting thing where our brains work so quickly that we make up stuff in between. So for example, if I wanted this robot to turn to look on the wrench, which is this thing, instead of the screwdriver, I would do this, right? And if it is that there was some stuff going on in the background, you would assume that the robot turned smoothly. It doesn't look that way now because you're only seeing the robot and the wrench and the screwdriver. But our brains kind of create these little things where we fill in the blanks to assume that this is what is happening. So what animation does in an educational setting, as to what we've learned, is that it combines information in a way that if it is that we were to tell a student how something works, it would take a lot longer. Sorry, traffic. So here we have one of our characters in Half a Tree. And the idea of this was that this character was to explain how you would cross the road and tell some funny story and so on and so forth. This is so much going on because you have Half a Tree, you have the character here, and what this does is that it has so much information in it that as a watcher, you're not really thinking about, if I said, you know, if I give an example of something, you're not really thinking about how this example would work in the real world. You're watching it happen in front of you. So I can say, you know, at a pedestrian crossing, you can cross this way and you'd have the character cross the road. If I was to explain to you each step in a classroom setting, not that it would be difficult, but you'd have to explain, you know, what a pedestrian crossing is, not necessarily what a stoplight is. And this isn't necessarily just for early childhood, just generally animation overall. With this, you can play the video and have the student say, okay, so what is this line here, and explain what it is. You know, why does he stop here? So it's just compact. It has so much information in there that you can, you don't necessarily, it saves time, right? So the different styles of animation, you have traditional style, which is the ordinary Mickey Mouse. This is traditional style too as well. I was trying to trick you guys. You have vector 2D style, which is the 2D vector style, which is a kind of offshoot of traditional style. You'll see an example of one soon. You have 3D style, which is like Shrek, and you have stop motion, which is like, they don't really use stop motion much anymore because it's just so timely. It's literally people having action figures and making a pose and going back, taking a picture, and making another pose and going back and taking a picture instead of drawing, which is very time consuming. So another example of traditional animation is Aladdin. Right? I think most of us are familiar with Aladdin. Vector animation is what you would see in an information kind of video where you would have the character, but the character isn't necessarily drawn over and over again. In this example, the character is actually made up of different individual pieces. And you would, if you wanted this girl to put down her hand, you would actually click on her hand and draw it down. Like just as I'm moving my mouse, draw it down. Oops. Draw it down, and the character's hand would go down, and you would just record that motion. And then that is a form of animation. It's a lot faster. And this is the animation that is taking the world by storm. Peppa Pig is a vector 2D or 2D vector animation. 3D animation is Shrek and A Bug's Life and so many, all of Pixar's movies, Cars, Wall-E, where you would actually have a 3D object. They would model, so Donkey and Shrek is actually modeled by someone, similar to 2D where you would move them around. But it's more computer heavy, more intensive, way more costly. But that's just an idea of the different styles and types of animation you have. And stop motion, which I had mentioned before, where you have a gentleman actually sitting down and taking a picture, like posing somebody and taking a picture, then posing the next person and taking a picture. I don't have the patience for this. I don't know how this was done, but kudos to whoever did it. So the pros of animation is that it encourages students to concentrate on the big ideas and to evaluate how certain details contribute to the broader picture. As I explained kind of in the halfway through thing is, you have an idea. If I was teaching about a pedestrian crossing, I would say, okay, guys, this is a pedestrian crossing, not for early childhood, and this being general. It's a pedestrian crossing. You use it whenever you're crossing the streets. If you don't do it, it's jaywalking. It's illegal in the US. And you'd have all of that. You'd have to compound all that information. Then you go to the stoplight. This is a stoplight, blah, blah. Right. With an animation, you can actually just show them and then explain as it is that the person is going through it, what is happening. And they will be like, oh, okay, we get it. It's not like I have to think about each individual component separately. Everything is together. Cartoons may be organized in nonlinear ways, highlighting the complexity of complex concepts, which is the same thing I mentioned before. Cartoons can appeal to students' intrinsic motivation because they may be more fun for students to share and review. Cartoons are way more interesting than a question that was usually asked to me is why it is that you do an animation instead of like actually having a person walk across the screen or something like that. And the simple idea is that animations are cheaper in terms of if it is we wanted a character to go to space, we can't necessarily carry a person to space. But they're way more exciting and actions are augmented a little bit more. If I hit my hand, my head can get bigger and my hand can get bigger. It's just more visually appealing and it grabs the attention more. And cartoons may help students retain information because it uses both words and pictures, dual code theory. Totally true. Again, it's that compacts all of that information into something where they can actually see. Your brain actually is doing less work because you're seeing it happen in front of you. Okay, the cons of cartoons. I chagrin every time I have to go through this part, but there are cons. Cartoons can be distracting, especially if it is that it's not really done right. If it is that you make a cartoon or animated content, which I will show you a sample of how to do later. But if it's not done right, it can be distracting. Two, the main theme, irrespective, it depends on the child or the student receiving the information. We're all different. I remember there's a challenge with this blue dress and a white. It's the same dress, but it's just in different hues, and the world was in an uproar because of it. Because we see things differently. Males, the idea behind that is that males saw. All right, let's not get into that. It's an argument up to today, but we see things differently. So if it is that one person who's designing this is why we have teams to do it. If one person is designing it, that may speak to the type of learner, or that might speak to that one person specifically, but another person with a different learning style, which to my understanding you just covered, might get something differently from it and miss the concept altogether. Cons of animation today on YouTube is cultural relevance, which is extremely, extremely important. I don't know, at homework, at Polycloud here, we always strive for something called the awe moment. And the awe moment is everyone should be able to relate to this. If it is that if somebody is explaining to you something for like an hour, half an hour, you can't get it, right? You said this should be easy, but I just can't for some reason get it. And then the person says one word, one simple word. It usually is so annoying to me. One simple word that just connects the dots, and you say, "Oh, okay, that's how that worked," right? Little things matter because what happened, I'll explain it later, but little things, little details matter. So when you have a cartoon that explains addition, but then it uses snowballs or snow to do it, and the child is like, okay, I get the general concept, but this isn't speaking to me, right? We all work off of a selfish thing. Sad but true. If it doesn't speak to you, you're not really use it, or it's not going to be important. So um, it has to be relevant to them. Telling them about autumn where the trees are turning orange, and they're like, I've never seen that before. I'm throwing that away. I don't care about that, right? So cultural relevance and subliminal messaging. Unfortunately, we live in an era now where subliminal messaging is marketing is almost king, and subliminal messaging is a very heavy part in it. So it's like we have to kind of always watch what our kids are watching in order to ensure that they're getting the proper information and nothing, and not necessarily naughty, but things that we don't really want to pass on to our kids. For example, personally, I am not a fan of Peppa Pig because Peppa Pig is rude. Like, Peppa Pig is extremely rude at the character of Peppa Pig. And if it is that my little cousins watch it, I know that they're going to pick up those habits. So, it might seem fun, but if I didn't watch Peppa Pig, everybody tells me that Peppa Pig is great. If I didn't watch it, I'm like, boy, I don't really like Peppa Pig. So you kind of have to watch and monitor what they watch, right? So after all of that, another torture section of Jamaican proverb time. So it says, same knife, tick the sheep, tick the goat. Forgive me if my patois isn't great. I'm going to give you all a second to try to figure this out. And at the end, I would really love if somebody could tell me if they figured out all of them, because this was kind of a learning experience for me as well. Right? So I'm going to go to the answer. No. It says if you find someone that constantly belittles or gossips about others, they will do the same to you. And I can easily say that I can now use this in my life. I think all of us can. Right? So how do cartoons help? We have a brain and we have a folder. And it goes to what I had mentioned before. So this is our brain. It's big and it's juicy and it's wet. And this is a folder. When we have two types of processes that our brains go through in theory, what happens is you have like active and passive thinking, alpha waves and beta waves. So one is if you like 2 + 2 would be an alpha one. Anything that you're concentrating on right now and you have to think and you know the answer for is what is like alpha. Beta is I could be wrong about the naming convention, but the theory is right. And because we use it here all the time, is when you can't figure out something and somebody say, take a breeze off, take a break, go drive. Driving is what helps me, or walking, or running. I can't run anymore because I'm getting fat, but running. Maybe because I don't run anymore, but running, take your brain off of the problem at hand, right? And somehow our brains, maybe in an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours a day, but eventually our brain comes up with a solution. And we're like, why we couldn't think about this on the spot, right? That's because your brain is switching from different modes. It's switching from the analytical, I'm thinking about this mode, to the passive mode where your brain is full up of all of these folders, right? And all these folders have some memory or some experience that you have. Now, when you're thinking with the analytical one, you're only accessing the folder that is at the front. You're not really accessing every one or all of them. When you're relaxed and you're in your beta wave or your beta mode, your brain now accesses all of this unconscious to you, and then the answer just pops up in your head. And you're saying, why didn't I think about it before? It's because you were only here. Your brain subconsciously really have the opportunity to open this because you're using all the energy here. So what animation helps to do is, because our brains aren't necessarily in the alpha mode when we're watching stuff, it is kind of in the beta because all the thinking is done for you. Again, the alien is walking across the street. You don't have to think about in your head how he's walking across the street or all of that. You're just seeing information. Your brain can better appreciate the beta wave. So you know, getting more of those files that I had mentioned before, right? So it's like it's not necessarily doing the thinking for you, but it allows you to think more effectively or efficiently. So I'm going to give you a major secret to animation if it is that you're going to create your own animation. And this goes to animation and this content overall, writing a book or anything. The main important things when it comes on to this is the story and the relatability. We spent hundreds and thousands of dollars here on animation tools to make our animations look pretty and nice and clean. You know, frame rate, if you don't know what that is, it's fine. But ultimately, it all went down to the story and the relatability. And this was the proof of it. The same lovely thing that I say I don't really like at all, Peppa Pig. Peppa Pig is a multi-billion-dollar cartoon, and all it is, I assure you, is an animation that looks like this, with a pig that goes all the time and gives trouble. And when we did our research into it, it was found that Peppa Pig was so popular because of the story. It had interesting stories that kids could relate to, right? If you look on it, if you look on all of the problems that Peppa Pig faces, those are all problems that a child at that age would face and can relate to. And oh, I wish I could, or Peppa is my friend, right? It's this is me. It's just that, you know, she's on or he's on the screen, so she. So major secret as well is Peppa Pig uses simple shapes. So if it is that you're going to make your own animated content, or not animated content, but just content overall, dependent upon your age, specifically ECC with early childhood, simple shapes win all the time. Don't know why, well, I know why. Kids like simple shapes. They like things that they can possibly imitate. So it's easy for a child to imitate Peppa Pig. It's hard for a child to imitate like Dragon Ball Z, Goku, or you know, any major other animated thing out there, right? And a simple color palette. Again, we spent so much money on this, it hurts me. But simple colors, simple shapes, kids love it, especially at an early level. Keeping it simple and to the point works. Major secret, spent a lot of money on this. No for you for free. I'm very, very jealous of you guys, but you deserve it because y'all are educators. So, an animated example. Let's say that I wanted, and this is an example again of the compound effect. Let's say I wanted to have a story where we're teaching, you know, shapes. I don't know why that took a while to come out. And we wanted buses, like we wanted to teach road safety or something like that. And I don't know, we wanted what buses have in common. Let's put something tricky in there. Let's put some STEM stuff in there. Let's put an engine, right? Let's put all of that stuff in there. How would that look like? Oh, give me a second.
Hey!
Oh, it works.
Hey guys, today we're going on a bus! Welcome to the bus park! Wow, Tom, there are so many buses here! Is this where the buses sleep when they are tired? Well, Rocky, buses are machines, and machines don't get tired. But when the people driving them get tired, this is where the buses stay. The drone says that the bus is made up of a lot of different shapes. The drone's right. The bus is made up of a lot of shapes. I know. Let's play the shape game. Oh, the shape game. I want to play. But how do you play the shape game, Tom? To play the shape game, you need to tell me what shapes you see on the bus. Oh yeah. I'll put the shapes down here, just in case you forget. Let's see, we have a triangle, a circle, and a square. Oh, okay, Tom. Can we start with these black things? What are they, Tom? Oh, these things! These things are called wheels! They're the wheels of the bus! Hey, drone, what shape does this wheel look like? Guys, you can help the drone! What shape does the wheel of the bus look like? Does it look like a triangle, or a circle, or a square? Well, it doesn't look like a triangle, man. Oh, but it looks like a circle. A circle? Do you guys think so too? Does the wheel look like a circle? That's right, Homework Club. The wheel. And tell him what color the bus.
The full 9 minutes of
work like the lights on our phone.
The engine.
Hey guys, the drone is asking what an engine is. Rocky, do you know what an engine is? No, Tom, I don't know what it is. Could you tell me and the Homework Club what an engine is, man? Because all I know is that it is really, really hot, man. I'd be happy to tell you what an engine is. Okay, so an engine is the part of the bus that gives it the energy and the power to move. It's also the part of the bus that makes all that bad smoke. Okay, so this is the part of the bus where the smoke comes from. Yep, and because of the engine, this part of the bus is always hot. Maybe we should go inside and cool off.
Okay, yes, let me not bore you anymore. So, generally, this slide was supposed to come in earlier. I apologize. This is where the spoiler is. Generally, this is like an animation. As I said, the component information. So you can see how this might work with your curriculum, where you want to teach certain things, certain components within a curriculum. For us, again, we chose shapes. We chose road safety isn't necessarily in there, but shapes, and we wanted to put some STEM in there. So engine, just to create curiosity as to what it is and something that they can relate to in the real world. Because I don't know if you've actually been to the back of a bus, but this is really hot, right? So something where they would be like, oh yeah, this was true, and there's some fact to it. So yeah, animation is a wonderful component, especially when you want to really just condense the content of your curriculum and your lessons. More so, videos, which can be put on YouTube, are always there. So you can show them at school, and also when they're home, they can see it at home. It's like always there. Again, they don't really have an excuse not to watch it unless they don't have internet, but they could always download the video. So not on proverb time. I like giving you all trouble. It's very entertaining on my side because I can't really see. So this gives me some happiness. Helen Powder House. I think the majority of Jamaicans should know what this means. When I read the answer for it, I was a little bit confused. So a situation will soon become violent or explosive or potentially dangerous. I thought it meant that like it's foolishness, but then apparently I was wrong. These quotes are provided by Jamaicans.com. I just got it from the website, but I thought that I should give my respects and thanks to them. So let's get animated. I wanted to touch on not necessarily only animation, but just content delivery. If it is that you want to create your own. Anansi is a really good example of story writing. It's not necessarily a cartoon, but Anansi gives this opportunity where you have interesting characters, you have multiple lessons in one sitting, and one story, and it's extremely relatable. Anansi does this thing. Anansi is the only book I would read when I was younger because I always felt that I was as smart as Anansi due to how it was written, right? I could tell that somebody was going to get in trouble at a very young age. I was a little bit giddy that somebody else was going to get in trouble, to be honest. But I could tell, and that, oh, I am smart, made me feel good and made me want to read more. So I would encourage you to, and just like in the video before about the bus, when you're making content, book, video, whatever, have it in mind that the child feels some gratification for even the smallest thing. Not every time, but give them gratification that is due, because that's something that allows them to come back for more. Even if they get it wrong, like, oh, it's okay, everybody gets it wrong. Because that's a confidence booster. Now the problems, as I said, the cons is right now with video and media, and animated content out there. It's kind of like the wild, wild west, where you have maybe 50,000 video providers, I don't know, on YouTube. And again, they all have subliminal, well, no, let me not they all have subliminal messages, but they all have, I don't want to say an agenda, but you have to be careful about what you let them watch, what you let our kids watch. Because I remember growing up, one of the reasons where you see Tom is chocolate, right? Because growing up, when I didn't really see a lot of chocolate characters, right? So I was like, okay, my character will definitely be chocolate, because I want children to, especially Caribbean children, to be like, there's representation out there. So a lot of the times where I feel that we look on beauty as, having browner skin, is because we're socialized with content from the US, and the US is predominantly, Caucasian. Well, let me take that back. But media is predominantly Caucasian. So now we're like, that is the definition of beauty. And I don't really feel like that's fair. So just representation to let them understand, like, your skin is beautiful. Content by people who look like you is okay. It doesn't necessarily have to be subliminal messages where it is unintentional, I'm going to trick you, but to just let them know that content is out there for me, for people that look like me, goes a far way. I got cussing for that once, by the way. I think I made a game where not the characters, but the photography for it was Caucasian, and somebody's like, why you don't have black representation? And I was like, I have no answer for that. That's actually a pretty good point. Okay, cool. Let me look on that. So now tools. Powtoon is a wonderful tool. But I thought to give you something a little bit closer to home, something that's simple and something that you already know how to use. Some people might be using it, I'm not sure. But before that, another proper time. Torture. So here we go. No idea tick and lick. No idea tick and lick a man. Every time I see the word tick, I keep on thinking about the animal tick, but it means stick. No idea stick and hit a man is basically the English way of saying it. What that means is be honest and upfront in all your interactions with others. I did not get that. I have to admit. Anybody who did get that, don't tell me, because I'm going to get my feelings hurt. So to create your own cartoons, a story, you can use something called Google Slides, which is Google's version of PowerPoint, and you can use PowerPoint. A lot of people don't know that PowerPoint is actually free if you have a web browser. Microsoft is kind enough to provide you, if you have a Microsoft account, so if you have something at hotmail.com or something at live.com, once you go into your Gmail, to the top left, you actually have this, you have access to all of Microsoft's suites of stuff if you have a browser. So you have access to Word, you have PowerPoint, Excel, some other stuff that I don't even know what they do, but you have access to all of it as long as you have a browser or as long as you have the internet on. Another pro is once you do something in there and you have the internet and you close it down, light go away, your computer battery explodes or whatever, once you go, it saves to the cloud. So once you go back, it is still there, right? Which is awesome for me because I often forget to save things. So yeah, and then you have the Google version of that, which is also an incredible thing, which I'm using right now. Same thing, if you have a browser, you have access to it, it's free. It's called Google Slides. If you want to use Excel, the Google version of Excel is Sheets, I believe, and the Google version of Word is Google Docs. Again, free, as long as you have the internet, you can use it. Now, why is this cool and why is this interesting? I'll tell you, but before that, mini bricks. The proverb thing was, yes, me trying to torture and have some fun with you guys, but another important thing was mini breaks. Whenever you're creating content, you should always have within it some kind of break or brain relief thing where the kids or the student is allowed to have a moment of, okay, I don't have to think about it. It's totally allow that passive brain to work. Why? Because your brain gets hot. Your brain overthinks. Then it gets complicated. Then it gets, overthinking, and then you run into trouble. And yeah, for the first maybe 5 minutes of the lesson, it's great, but then after that, it's mush because they're thinking about the things that they missed or something like that. So you need to have a moment of like liberty, creative happiness within your lessons, or animated content, stories, anything. Take a little mini break within it. So this was used during slides. I own the rights to none of these faces. Please try to blur it out. But this is Rocky, one of our characters, and he's in half a tree and he's chilling in half a tree. Now, you can create a story with this, especially with young kids, by creating a character or getting a character from online. As well, I think people are okay with it as long as they don't post it on YouTube and try to make money off writing a name of it. So I'm not gonna say you can use Bugs Bunny, but I don't really think Warner Brothers would have an issue if you just use it in your classroom. But yeah, so Rocky is in the bus park, right? And so when the bus are coming, right? Now this is an animation, but it is content. It is something that will allow your students to not think as much because they're seeing it, they're being stimulated. It's like, oh wow, there's so much things going on. Rocky's in the bus park in half a tree, blah blah. It's not animation has to do the bus park thing that I showed you before with Tom, but it is still something that is fun to watch and pleasing. And this was done in Google Slides. So there's another one. And in this one, Tom is saying, this is Emancipation Park. And do you see Rocky? Rocky's over here playing in the puddle. Again, not that much stuff you have to do. This is all done in Google Slides. It's not, you already know, or it could be done in Photoshop as well. It's not rocket science. You already know the tools, right? It's just how to tweak it to make it, to work it the way you want it to work, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna close this and I'm gonna go through a little thing where I'm gonna show you how to kind of do this, right? So here we have Rocky, but I'm gonna choose this wonderful rafting experience, which I can't swim, so I can only watch from a distance. So this is how you would do it, right? You would go online and you would find a picture that you would like. We have characters here, so I'm gonna take Rocky and I'm gonna copy him and I'm going to paste him. Right, so now Rocky is in the scene. Now you might notice something. Rocky has a shadow. We created a shadow, which is why it looks like he's in the scene. But so we're gonna make him smaller so that he matches up with the scene. It comes with a little bit of practice. It's not like you get it one time. But see, now Rocky is on a raft in the scene. There's a lot more things you can do to tweak the lighting and so on and so forth. But we're dealing with the basics and how it is that you can use the tools that you already have to empower yourself to make these little fun animated stuff. Right now, we're gonna let Rocky say something. So we're gonna copy this box. This box is like a picture onto itself. I'm gonna copy it. But let me say we're gonna copy it, which is Control-C, or you could right click and click on copy. Sometimes I forget that I'm not talking to animators. I apologize. And then we're gonna right click and then we're gonna click on paste. So now it is in the scene. So now we have our chat box. What we're going to do, we're going to carry the chat box to Rocky because we want people to know that Rocky is the person that is speaking. But now the chat box is so big that it's covering all of the scene. You can't really see anything. So we're gonna make it smaller by grabbing onto the edge. And then in most applications, most visual or graphic applications, if a box is around an image, usually it means that you can manipulate the box. And if you carry it to any corner, you can actually manipulate the size. That's how good graphic software should actually work. So we're going to make it smaller. I'm gonna make it small enough that we can see around, but we can see around, but we can see what Rocky is going to say. Actually, I shouldn't use this Rocky. I should use this Rocky. I'm gonna copy this one. And I'm going to paste. See, now you're actually seeing the inner workings of my brain, which is a little bit chaotic. Now, in this one, I want to turn Rocky around because I want him to be looking in this direction, looking to the right. I'm gonna right click. I'm going to find rotate, and I can rotate 90 degrees, counterclockwise, clockwise. I can flip horizontally, or I can flip vertically. So I'm going to show you what flip horizontally looks like first, and then undo it. So this is horizontally. Oh, well, that wasn't what I want. I wanted to do that, but that's not what I thought was going to happen. We're going to go to vertically. So that's it. So vertical is flip upside down, horizontally is left right. So I'm going to go here, put him here, and make him smaller. We could also put him in front of or behind this thing. No, when we're working with Photoshop, when we're working with PowerPoint and Google Slides, things are usually in layers, right? They have a layer. So think about it like this is the first picture. Think about putting up a picture on the floor. And this is not just for animation. This is just a general Photoshop tool that I think everybody should know. Think about putting this picture on a desk flat, right? So you're looking over the picture right now. What I'm doing is this is a picture unto itself, and I'm putting this picture on top of this picture. And then this is another picture, and I'm putting it on top of this picture. No, you do this with text. Like if I'm gonna create a text right now and show you. This is the text box. Click on text. If I've lost you, it's fine. I should have actually had a break by now for you, one of those little, as I said, break thing for your brain to not be on file. But let me just say, hi, ECC, right? Now, if I wanted this text to go to the back, again, these are all layers. So this is the picture at the bottom. This is the picture on top of it. This is the picture on top of that, and this is the picture on top of that. If I wanted to move this back, I could tell PowerPoint or Google Slides to put it back by clicking order. So it says bring to the back. It can't go forward because it's already at the top of everything, but I can bring it backward. And I can bring it backward again. But now it is behind this picture. So the text is still there, it's just that it's behind it. So, just a little PowerPoint Photoshop trick thing. So now we have essentially a little cartoon thing going on, not necessarily animation, but we have a cartoon. Now another thing that we can do is, it's not allowing me to actually do that now, considering I think maybe the Zoom is messing with it, but there's usually an animation feature where it would tell me how I should animate it. I'm not seeing that now, which is very interesting because I didn't test this in Zoom. But let me see if I can find it. No. Unfortunately, I'm not finding it. Apparently, I would spend all day looking for it and forget that you guys are here. So, but yeah, there's usually a way for you to animate it in a way similar to how this one was animated, in that there was nothing there. Then what I did is remember, everything is on a layer. I told this layer to come up first, and I told the text to come up above it. Then I told everything else to go away, but to leave this layer alone. Then I said, do you see Rocky? And so I allowed another layer to come up. Very sorry that I couldn't put that up for you guys. But that's a simple trick on the whole. PowerPoint and slides is a very powerful tool. You can even make games with it. You can put, you can make games with it. Say anything where you have to show children how to, I don't know, which one match and which one is different. You can always put other characters here, copy, paste, and say which one is the same, and then remove the one that is different. So don't throw away the tools that you already know, like PowerPoint and Google Slides. So alas, I'm sorry if I'm boring you all, but overview is we this is Tom again. We went to what is animation, the types of animation, the pros and cons, how does it help? And I think the most important tool that I mean, I would love to show you some other tools, but to be honest with you, I don't think you have the time. I think like you all have so much to do. Like to just add extra weight is just crazy. I want to arm you with things that you already know have, right? So you can maximize on your time. Right, so that is it. Alas, I wonder if anyone is still here. I can stop sharing.
Yes, we are still here.
Oh, gosh, good. Party all abandoned me. Didn't hear anything.
Yes, man, we're still here. In fact, Mrs. Henry Morrison made a comment that she says, I am glued to my screen because the information is so interesting and fun.
I'm very happy to hear it. Thank you. I again, maximize your time. You all, to be honest with you, I think if it is that, I don't want to say a short course, but if it is that you all were taught this, like it would be so much easier. More so if you had like if everybody had a laptop and you had a projector, this could literally be your teaching method, right? And you could just share it amongst yourselves. If you all would like, we could also even make our catalog of characters, the drone and Tom, available to you, so you could make your own Photoshop little stories and and enjoy, make the classroom come alive.
Yes, Mr. Miller, that would be great. We would be able to share it with our practitioners from the ECC's website under our resources tab.
Yeah.
That would be great.
Yeah. We'll whenever we create some stuff, we'll and the videos that you saw we put on YouTube for free. So I don't know if you want to teach your children shapes, buses, and engines, but it's there, for you to use and have fun with if it is that you want it. It's something that you want to use.
What are the names of these videos?
They are at. It's not launched yet, but it's on YouTube. It's in YouTube, search for Homework Club Jamaica. So it's homework without the R. It's Homework Club Jamaica or Homework Jamaica. It should be there.
Thank you for that. I just placed it in the chat. Homework Jamaica.
There we go. Awesome.
Okay.
Awesome. I don't know. Whenever people don't have questions, I always see it as a good thing because that means that I am
scrolling through the chat to see if there are any viewers. Are there any questions that you have for Mr. Miller? If you do, please put it in the chat so that we can have him answer those.
Or if you're lost along the way, I am more than happy to explain and to simplify. Because again, I should have given you a break. And again, you can see how important that little break thing was. Well, I should have given you a break. But
no, they don't need any break, Mr. Miller. The comments doesn't say that. They don't say that at all. The children would love this. Excellent presentation. Please continue. I want to be smarter than my children who are so technologically savvy. So that was Mrs. Henry Morris.
You will be.
So the comments don't indicate that we are bored at all. We are not. We were actually enjoying it, learning a lot.
Okay, I'm used to people talking back to me, so the quiet kind of made me a little bit nervous. Like, wow, have I lost them? Am I talking to myself? But,
any questions, viewers, for Mr. Miller? He's willing to answer. Go ahead, put them in the chat.
Yes, I like teaching you guys these stuff. It's very interesting. You guys are the leaders. You guys, you know that you guys literally can create, or that you guys can make or destroy a nation. Like literally, it's so freaky to think that a group of people have the power to create and destroy a nation. It's scary.
It seems as if there are no questions. They understood quite well your presentation. Somewhat there. It's only commendation. Mr. Miller. Sir, you are so passionate about your work.
Yes, thank you. You have to be. I think you guys, again, I think really is just to arm you guys with the proper tools. And one of the things is for us to, as content creators ourselves, is to make education in a way, I use the Jamaican make education in a way that not only is it fun for students, but it's also fun for teachers as well. Everybody's excited about learning. And again, imagine if it is that you children learned inside the class and outside the class, how smart they would be, like if while at home they're learning stuff. No question,
Okay.
guys. Come
No,
on.
no
I'm
questions.
like,
Come on, guys.
I'm like
Question.
geared. I'm ready.
What about Powtoons?
Powtoons?
Powtoons. Is that
Powtoons is an excellent tool, but the thing is, my thing is, I wanted to give you all an option that was something that you already knew, right? Powtoons is awesome in that it's free and you can get ready and quick, but one of the problems that I find is sustainability. How sustainable is Powtoons in contrast to something that you already know? Whenever things are new to us, we tend to gravitate towards it and we love it. But then after a while, we kind of simp down. PowerPoint is something that sometimes maybe we play with PowerPoint 3 times throughout the year, 4 times throughout the year because we have to, because of some strange reason. Doing PowerPoint, knowing what you can do with it, you're like, oh, well, while I'm here, I could. Powtoons is awesome, but again, my Cortana just jumped up for some strange reason. Everybody knows PowerPoint. I could give you a lesson on PowerPoint, leave you for a year and come back and be like, okay, so this is what you have to do. And we're all on the same page, right? So I selfishly, guys, in all honesty, the thing was supposed to be about Powtoons and other tunes. I selfishly took it. I will take responsibility for it. It's very selfish of me, but I thought this was better. So I apologize and I'm begging for your forgiveness, ECC. I don't think I'll be back here. I don't think they're going to send me back here anymore. But it was nice to be here while I was.
We thank you. We understand why you did what you did. You thought of what we would have known, and you worked from there, and an excellent teacher does that. Start from where the children are and take them to something that they do not know. So they take them from the known to the unknown, and that is what you did. Miss Barbara Brown, it isn't a question, it's a statement. She says, I would love to be able to talk with you after this. Is there an email address that, persons could reach you at, one that you're willing to give out?
Yeah, I would love, this is where the marketing people set up and tell them about the website. If it is a personal thing, I would direct you to the website because it's easier to remember. The email is polycloudinteractive@gmail.com, but that's very long. And the website is homework.club. So www.homework.club. At the end of the page, you usually have this contact me thing, so you can just message me and say, I'm the one who answers it all the time because nobody else wants to. So
did you say homework.cloud or club?
Club.
CLUB.
Yeah, so what we want to do is create a community of teachers and students and all interested bodies and create a learning club with cartoons and games. That's the overall feel of what we're trying to do. And we're testing out right now, which is why I'm explaining how to do cartoons, because we have to learn the hard way how to do it.
Shireen Fletcher has a question. She's asking, at what age did you decide this area of life is what you wanted to pursue?
Oh my gosh, interesting question. Thank you for asking me. 10. Why? I had a PlayStation and I was playing with the PlayStation, just got it. And my parents said to me, Jovan, why is it that you can't do your schoolwork as much as you play the game? And I said, yeah, why can't I do my schoolwork as much as I play the game? Why don't I just turn schoolwork into a game? That makes so much sense. I would just be on this thing all day. I would live on this thing. Why did I do that? Lo and behold, I was the one who had to eventually do it. But so you go. Very good question, though. Thank you. Maybe think of some memories back there.
Are you able to take any more questions?
Yes.
There isn't any more. There isn't any more, but I was just wondering. Oh, yes, there is another.
I'm here all day, man.
The question, if you have a child in your class that shows interest in your type of job, if I have a child in my class that shows interest in your type of job, how can I lead this child in that direction?
Great question. Thank you. Whoever asked it, I like you. You're a good teacher because that's like you paid attention to the one dude who I think is me in the past. I would, okay, so normally coding, so I'm a programmer. Coding, and I'm the game designer and animator. Anyway, coding takes, okay. Coding requires math and English because you need to comprehend stuff. I was never really that great at math. I have to admit, I'm one of those people who, if you don't show me why it's important to me, I'm going to forget it. I try. I think a lot of people are like that, but my brain just does it really quickly. Not important to me. I don't care. Don't tell me. I'll learn it for the short time for how much I need it, but whatever. So if you, I would first say to you, thank you. Two, before we talk about coding or math or anything, try to instill in him or her morals, because shockingly enough, there are a lot of opportunities that I have to do stuff that are very, I could make a quick buck if I just change a code to something like this, right? I could not like collect your data and all of that jazz, just like writing 6 lines of code. And I was instilled from a young age by my teachers and my parents the importance of having morals and knowing what is right and what is wrong. Civic duty. I would like just try and instill that in that person, but more so, those stress math, like explain to them sorry, I'm jumping around like this. Explain to them how it is that doing the subjects that they need to do in order to get there would help them. So if they don't like math, just explain to them, but don't like drill it down in them. Like you need math in order to like, hey, doing math would turn you into a coder. Like you need in order for you to code the math. And also to show them a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel whenever they feel like they're not going to make it. Like sometimes we're all humans, we get like dissuaded to the stuff or we can't do it. Show them the light. Like, gosh, I wish somebody would talk to me like this when I was younger. Show them, what can I say? How you could show them a code. I think teachers should also learn to code though. Not extreme coding, but just basic code. You have something in coding called an if statement. It's really simple. I think we overcomplicate what coding is. An if statement is if you have a ball and the ball is red, or rather, you have something that somebody types in, right? They could type in numbers. What the if statement does is if the person types in 1 to 5, show this result. And if the person types in 5 to 10, well, 6 to 10, show this result. That's an if statement. That's basically what coding is. You basically just tell the computer, if this happens, do this. If this happens, do this. And once I think a teacher has an appreciation for that and can see it, then you can show your students like these little snippets of just coding, just little stuff like that. I'm really sure I didn't answer your question properly, but encourage the person, have a strong, show them like morals, because they're going to come into a lot of morally, I can't really make a quick buck by doing this, but it's bad. And just encourage them that, hey, in order for you to, if you want to be a coder or a game designer, you need to know math. It's important. Maybe I should do a YouTube series to help you guys. I don't know if I have the time. But, yeah.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Miller. Also, to add to that, another possibility, something else that the teacher could do is to elicit the students' creative domain, bring out their creativity, have them engage in visual arts, performing arts,
culinary arts, you name it. Just bring out the creative domain, and that should also contribute to steering the child in the direction of, your career as well.
Agree with you 110%, because a lot of the times it is, we all think of like maybe programming as a science. It's so much of an art. If I am, personal message, I think we all go through this within our career. If I am not depressed, but if I am sad, creative juice not flowing, I cannot figure out a code. I need this to talk to this in a certain way, and I'm just not encouraged. I don't know. I don't feel creative in that way work, right? You have 5 different ways of doing that if statement. There are 5 different ways to do that, right? So it does involve a certain level of creativity. So yeah, get that creative juice flowing and show them how in the end, oh gosh, showing them how it matters. Like, don't just, and I don't say this like I'm schooling you guys, but I wish somebody showed me why it mattered to do long division, and not just like you have 3 eggs and, well, no, not 3. You have 10 eggs and you divide by 2, or you need it to be between 2 people, and it's only in a book. It's annoying. My brain is, okay, I just need to solve this in order to go get lunch, because I go to school only for lunch. I will admit that. I go to school only for lunch. I go to work only for lunch, yes. But like, just have that interpersonal, like, okay, John, you're here, and not necessarily having the actual apples or whatever, but show them how it works. Trust me. That's literally what we do in our games. We just put it in a way where it would benefit them in the game, for them to be like, all right, I need to know how to do this, because I can't move forward in the game without understanding this. So.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Miller, for giving us so much of your time today. There are no more responses or comments in the chat, so I think I'm going to go ahead and close this session out. We want to thank you for giving us so much of your time. Your presentation was interesting and engaging, and I was really delighted to have been able to witness the presentation, to see you manipulate the PowerPoint, the Google Slides application to do the animation. I was delighted in that, and I'm certain that the attendees share my sentiment. I am hoping that they will be able to practice this and create their own animations for use in their classrooms. Their children will really love it, really appreciate it, have fun learning the content, the concepts, the skills that you're teaching them with this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and please, because I left out the Pro Tools, please don't kick me off. And
No.
I'm playing.
We won't. It will. As I said, I am seeing pure appreciation for your presentation, so there is no way that we would get rid of you.
That's because of him. Nobody likes me. They only like him. They don't care about me. Oh, and I know, guys. Yes. Remember the animation thing that I mentioned isn't necessary for Google Slides and PowerPoint. Isn't only for that. As to what was beautifully said just now. It is something that makes your life a lot easier. Trust me. We often run from technology because we feel like it's annoying. But trust me, after you learn it the first time, Control M is how you create a new slide. I normally have to go to the command bar, make new slide will come down. It was more annoying for me to learn Control M. After that, it was easy, right? So don't run away from it. It's easy. All right. Thank you for having me, guys. You've been awesome. Please continue to lead the nation and let me have a future where I'm old and children are respecting me and not kicking me down. You are literally my last hope. So please.
I want to thank you, viewers, for staying with us today on Track 5, Technology in Early Childhood Development. We have come to the end of day 3, and what an eventful and insightful day it has been. I want to thank you all for joining us. We encourage you to tweet about PDI 2022 and technology in early childhood development using the hashtags ECC PDI 2022, hashtag YECD 2022, Hashtag 12 Standards Matter, capital S, capital M. Tag us at ECCJA. Please remember to evaluate PDI 2022 by completing the evaluation form. To do so, visit pdi.ecc.gov.jm. Scroll down to PDI Workshop Evaluation, click on the link, and then complete the form. I am going to share with you now what we can look forward to tomorrow on track 5 for our plenary session, where we will have our panelists discussing a topic. We're going to be looking at developmentally appropriate practices, some guiding principles for using technology in early childhood development and education. We can also look forward to hearing these topics in the workshops, engaging young learners in the online space, using technology to develop motor skills, instruction and innovation. How do you balance? So please do come again, join us tomorrow for another exciting day of information. Thank you for coming. Have a good rest of the evening. Get some good rest and be with us tomorrow. Bye-bye.